Very weird.
Yep, they do look weird.
Well, because it's the fungus from Yoggoth,
Yeah.
so it may or may not be. Hey, what's up, homie? How you
Hey,
doing?
Bloodsport.
What's going on? You are talking about the very thing that I am working on for my new campaign.
Oh, nice.
So,
Well, I mean, I think I mentioned that you were the one on a video where you joined me, and you're like, they've got a form fillable character sheet, right?
yes.
And I just so happen to have all the PDFs plus all the books. So
Yeah.
I've probably made about 20 of these in the last couple days.
Right.
Like, first off, I asked the players, what would you like to play? And I gave them the list of races and classes.
Right.
And then I made their characters. But then I just started completely randomizing characters. Because, you know, in the game, you can randomize names, career,
Right.
everything, right?
Yeah.
So, and I figure it's probably going to be good because the game seems like it could be very lethal.
Oh yeah. Yeah. It's definitely less forgiving than other than other D&D based game systems. So yeah, it's definitely more lethal. Um, I think that the magic will be more lethal as well, and the you don't start going into the +2 level level hit die uh, until level 9. So that's a little bit lower than others. And believe it or not, having that start at 10 versus 9 is a pretty significant difference. It could mean, the difference between, you know, 8 or 10 hit points, on a maximum rather than 2. And I also noticed that a lot of the classes are not as many classes are on the D10 hit die. There are more that are on 4 or 6. So with a kind of a lower average as well.
Yeah, even some of the fighter. Hey, what's up, Death Angel? Even some of the fighter classes are on like D8s.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying is that there aren't as many, and I have to sort through it and everything. I had literally writing my introduction for the campaign that the players are going to be going in through, and starting with.
Well, I've got
And
my normal book and
yes,
unopened gazetteer here,
yeah,
and then in my cabinet of wonders, I've got my second unopened gazetteer,
oh
and I've
nice,
got these books.
Oh,
yes,
nice. Very nice.
yeah. Those are the
These ones I think are, yeah. See,
kind of numbered. Yep.
these are signed and numbered and everything.
Yeah.
And then because I don't know what I was thinking, but a couple of weeks ago I ordered the updates.
Oh yeah.
So I ordered the 2 books that are updated.
Oh really? All right.
Yeah, for me, the big thing.
They just have the errata that you can print out. Yeah, so I will run with the errata.
Yeah, I did it just because I'm whatever. I still need to. Hungar did finally send me his address.
I heard, by the way. Thank you. I saw this.
He lives on Tennessee Tub Thumper Avenue or some shit like
Tub
this.
Thumper, Chumbawamba Avenue.
How in the hell, Death Angel, have you managed to become paired and have like the cool looking chat?
Hello.
Maybe he's coming through something else. I don't know.
Yeah. Can you hear me right now?
It just shows. Oh yeah, I can hear you fine.
Oh, okay, good. So
it just shows that Death Angel is linking up through YouTube.
Hey, Death Angel.
That's what that symbol is.
Oh, cool.
That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
So one, I'm glad you got the Hungar thing sorted out. But for me, the thing I always liked about what you're referring to as SSoHyperborea is I really love the art style they chose for their covers. It made me think of like 70s and 80s fantasy comics from Marvel. You know what I mean? It just had that feel to it. And then the more I get into it,
that sort of Conan feel to it.
Yeah, or Cull, or Sword and Sorcery, all those things they put out back in the day. Wolf,
He's
That's
on
good.
your channel watching you on my channel.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's why it's there.
That's how he's doing it.
Yeah.
Because you know how our channels are paired because everything.
Yeah, because I paired them up on my end, so that way it's broadcasting on both. And
Yeah,
I
that's
always
how I
direct
knew this was
everyone
happening. I
to,
saw Bloodworth
you know,
popped up on mine. I was like, oh shit, they're on. Let me go jump in and say
follow DM James, follow Bear, follow Timothy. Timothy, you have a
No, I like it. Do what you want.
I don't have my own channel. Well, really.
My channel is
ultimately
Tim's
just follow Timothy around at the Walmart or the Target or wherever he is. Just follow him around.
If you ever need
something interesting will happen.
Just freaking leave a message.
It's like one of those. It's like one of those things you see on Walmart where when they're showing like Walmart after hours kind of.
Well, he's showing his ass though because his character made lethal poison and then gave it to this woman and told her that it was a love elixir. So
I didn't say there was anything in it. I just gave her like 2 glasses of wine, told her to go up.
This guy trying to justify his bullshit.
Perhaps she just
what game was this in?
And she'll go in for.
I have a White Wolf campaign yesterday. First real game, really.
Okay, cool.
My character's an assassin.
I'm not judging you, but I'm judging you pretty hard.
Well, I'm waiting to hear back. Speaking of Hyperborea, so I'm waiting to hear back from Jeffrey Talanian. I asked him a question because I'm setting my campaign up to be an urban campaign. So they'll be taking place in Cormarium, and I wanted to know what was the source of the Black Smog district. Like, what is the Black Smog?
What I immediately thought, Richard?
Say again?
You know what I thought, Richard?
What's that?
I thought Lankmeyer.
Well, yeah, he does mention that, he was very, he was influenced by that whole Lankmeyer,
Yeah, remember in Lankmeyer they had to wear black
toga? I'm guessing it has to be from smelting because and coal smelting.
Now, excuse me for a second here, Mr. Bloodworth. Sure. I appreciate what you said, but perhaps up in your fancy northern New England place, they say terms like Hyperborea. But around these parts, we say Hyperborea. So that's what gentlemen of culture and taste say, don't you know?
You know what it is?
I guess some could call it Hyperborea, which is...
Now that just sounds like some fancy pants commie talk.
No, it's some linguistic groups will... they will emphasize the first, second, or third syllables of words. And it really just depends.
But how would Christopher Walken say it?
Growing up in Appalachia, I tend to say Hyperborea.
I don't know. He might think of it as Hyperborea. It could get you. Watch out. It's coming.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'd be like that.
But Richard, I think based on the map, because you know how you can go online and go see the map,
you can see the map that's in there. Yeah,
around Chromium or whatever it's called, right? It's all swamp. It's on the
surrounding areas.
There's a shit ton of swamp around it. There's even some like oil lakes or something in the
Yeah, I'm thinking it could be from oil. Makes more sense that they're doing all of their smelting with coal fire, coal.
Well, what was it? Was it just the swamp and the coast that caused the mist to do the thing in Lankmeyer? So everybody just wore black togas?
That I don't know.
I'd have to reread.
I haven't read Lankmeyer in 40 years.
Are you talking about Fafhrd and the Grey Mouse, or is this something else?
Yes. The city of Lankmeyer. They all were...
not Lankmeyer. Jesus, I gotta be a pedant on that
whatever.
One. Listen, I gave you Hyperborea today, but I'm calling shit and shenanigans on.
Okay, Lankmeyer.
He's from the south. He's from the south,
right? I'm not even from the south. If you look at like how they split up the United States, I don't exist. Kentucky is not considered to be part of any of the overall regions. It's just
hunger.
Yes.
But hey, what's up, Haas? But anyway, in that city, I think it's the fog rolling in off the swamp around the city. actually stains people's clothes, so everybody started wearing black tunics.
Yes.
What if it's something darker than that? Maybe it's not smelting. Maybe,
Well, that's what I'm hoping.
What if it's like the flesh pits where they're rending flesh? You know, like that'd be kind of cool.
That could be it too. That would be really cool. But although it says that, you know, even though the Hyperboreans are
evil bastards.
Well, no, they were savage. They weren't necessarily evil. Evil is a perspective kind of thing.
That's that fancy pants northerner talk again.
Like they were certainly savage and ruthless, but yeah, they don't make it out like their primary deity is which is like the frog god, is basically either followed by chaotic good or chaotic evil.
So, there's a lot of deities that are like that. It's like,
well, that's because that's
chaotic evil.
that's more of like the Robert E. Howard's Hyborian.
And I noticed there's no neutral good or neutral
There are
evil.
very few that were genuinely good or completely evil. All the rest are kind of like a
Richard, did you notice that there is no neutral good? There is no neutral evil. There is no chaotic good or chaotic neutral or lawful neutral. Like there's only one neutral, and it doesn't mean what AD&D means. It means you're the kind of guy that basically spends most of your time worrying about surviving,
worrying about you.
You
don't care about the greater nonsense.
I'm curious about Death Angels, and I'm a bit hesitant to jump in on anything because he's mentioning how Lankmar is no longer going to be licensed by Goodman Games. The reason why I wouldn't purchase something in that status is because you can't create anything, especially if you're potentially looking to publish a game adventure, let's say, set in that. You can't publish through them. It's the very thing, and I'm pretty sure I brought this up on a live stream previously. It's the very thing that happened with Modiphius when they lost the license of Conan in the RPG space. Is that there were a lot of people who were writing really good adventures for it and able to publish them, through them. But once they lost the license, you kind of are left in limbo. Like you can't sell those anymore, or you can't, other than using them in your own space, not have them do a cease and desist. Remember, with Modiphius, they had to destroy their inventory when they lost the license. They couldn't sell it off for a fire sale or anything like that. They literally
for Conan.
For Conan, they
had a massive fire sale. The minute they found out they were going to be losing the license, they had a window to sell. And they discounted everything. It was crazy.
Yeah, but then as soon as the thing hit any other inventory, they had to destroy.
Yeah,
which is weird because Eden Studio lost the license to Buffy the Vampire Slayer, Angel, all that stuff, and they were still allowed to sell off whatever somehow they negotiated a deal to sell off their stock, and they still sell PDFs. It's so weird.
Yeah, it's a shame that they kind of do it that way.
That's actually awesome.
Like, you shouldn't force them to, because there's nothing you could do about the third-party market, right? That stuff could still sell out there, and so to make them destroy stuff is, I think, a throwback
it's
to
childish.
It's just. I mean, didn't they learn from Atari when they made them destroy all of those? Not that it wasn't a horrible game, but they made them destroy ET, right?
Yeah.
It's like, but
hey, don't talk smack about ET. That's Timmy's favorite game. Come on.
Yeah.
No, it isn't. I never
Yes,
played it.
We've seen you playing it at the Walmart.
No, apparently
We wouldn't even have it at my Walmart. That was way too old.
Timmy's favorite game is randomly murdering lovesick women.
Wow, you got your teeth in that one today. All right.
Yeah.
Well, I'm judging him pretty hardcore about it. I bought all of the Goodman Games Lankmar bullshit when it all came out because I went through a phase. So I have the box set and I have all the adventures, but I can honestly say I've ran none of them.
Right.
And the box set may still be in the shrink wrap. Kind of like how I bought the Dune Kickstarter and then the books were in shrink wrap for like 3 years until I actually decided to try to run it. And it turns out it was a really good game.
Oh, was it? Well,
you know,
I have the Kickstarter as well, and I just couldn't get through all of the freaking lore. I'm like, oh my God. It's like, you know, I don't want to spend the next 3 months reading just the lore of the thing. Where's the game content? You know, it was like, it took forever to even start getting to it. And by then it's like, all right, it's on my shelf. It will probably never see the light of day.
The Modifius Conan?
No, that I ran.
What are we talking about? Which one are you talking about?
No, we're talking about Dune. We're talking
Dune.
about.
Oh God. Okay. And I know James almost successfully ran a Dune campaign, though his group rebelled against playing it. But I've always said, even way back when Last Unicorn Games put out their Dune game, and I had it, I eventually lost it, and then, you know, that's life. I've always said the same thing, which is, what the fuck story do you tell in Dune? It's a universe designed to tell one specific story, right? So what do you do in that world? The only thing I ever saw was a buddy of mine had an idea for a campaign we never got to play, which was the idea that we would all play children of various houses of the Landsraad who were basically imperial hostages at court, and we were just machinating against each other and plotting and doing that sort of thing. I'm like, okay, I could see that's sort of interesting.
I ran into the same mental block with playing any Lord of the Rings game. It's
my God.
How do you get, it's like, I am so,
hey Steve,
just so hesitant to do a story that is either parallel to it, crosses over it every once in a blue moon, or is completely disconnected from it without stepping on its lore that goes back 3 fucking ages. It's like, you know, it's like.
So I figured out what to do. I actually ran a successful, using the Decipher Lord of the Rings game, I ran a successful campaign. I set it in the 4th Age, and I took some of his ideas for if he was going to do a 4th Age story, and then ran from there. So it was all post War of the Ring. And what the big MacGuffin, there were 2 things. One, a Silmaril had been found by nothing less than a halfling fisherman living down on the Bay of Barrowland who found it in a fish, because one of the Silmarils was thrown in the ocean, right?
Right.
So it wound up in this fish, and he had this glowing fish on his mantelpiece, and suddenly evil's looking for it. The second thing I did is I introduced a spider cult in Harad, which they eventually learned was, what's Shelob's mother's name? Ungoliant. It was Ungoliant returned. And as this weird sort of like goddess, and this cult of spiders was forming around. And that's what they had to do. It was fun. It was a lot of fun. But you have to get so far away from the 3rd Age. It's brutal how far away you have to get from it.
Right. Yeah. And that's, you know, that's the other thing. I mean, I do the same thing when I'm running anything in an officially licensed timeline. You know, so when I run something set in Greyhawk, I'm either in the middle of one of those gaps, and it's Greyhawk is opened enough that you don't have to step on anyone's toes in the lore of it, because it has huge gaps built into it anyway. So it is a very bare bones place. But even then, sometimes I'll go to, all right, when does the official calendar end? All right, 10 years after that is when the campaign begins, you know?
Fair.
I always run my Greyhawk campaign using the little gazetteer, and I set it in that year, so I don't have to worry about anything anyone ever wrote about anything happening in Greyhawk, because, you know, I'm using the original little, you know. But now getting back to something a little bit more whatever. Chromium, or however you say it, right?
It's Chromarium.
Chromarium, yes.
Yeah.
It's got to be a really weird kind of like picture Rome, but weird. I mean, because the number 1 religion in the city is the worship of the Sagua.
Yeah.
And the Sagua is the deity that in the Conan story, you know, the god in the bowl and all that shit.
Yeah.
And the Sagua, sometimes he does like some human sacrifice.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's pretty wild. I mean, the city you could have like a temple where occasionally they're burning slaves, to the Tagua. I mean, it could be really effed up if you really want to. The other thing is where I said centerpiece model. Yeah, I'm going to build this.
Yeah.
Which is that. And it's going to be about, I guess, 8 inches tall when it's done. That's a big freaking Titan, is what I'm saying. But yeah, so, I mean, you've got Lankmar to draw on, Lankmar. You've got freaking Rome. You could even think of Eastern Rome, so like Constantinople, but then make it super weird. Hey, how you doing, Gangbuster BX? Oh, Gangbuster BX. I have the original Gangbuster. I used to love that game. I still have it in the box. It's all
I have both. Gangbuster BX is awesome. That's my Thursday morning game.
I've got the BX one. I don't know which one I like more, the original TSR box set or the BX one. The BX one does certainly clarify some things.
Yeah.
And add some stuff, but gotta roll, gotta clean gutters. Yep, it's a Sunday.
I was making Christmas music. It was fun.
So, well, I mean, making Christmas music's a lot funner than cleaning. Call me Mark.
Yeah, I went out foraging.
I'll call you Moisha. How you doing, Moisha? Anyway, because that's my dad's name.
Wait for the wife and kids to get home to go gas up the cars parade. So it's like got 4 cars to gas up.
Oh, you make stuff for both? Nice. Yeah, I bought Gangbuster BX off of Drive Through RPG like years ago when it first came out.
Yeah.
I remember the first thing I had a hard time getting over, but then in play it works really well, is the drive as a saving throw. And it's like, I was like, that's weird, right? But then in play it works good.
Yeah, it works out. Yeah. Yeah, you make your driving roll.
Sleeping, as always. Mm-hmm. But anyway, back to the I don't know, Timmy, were you done telling me about how evil you can be in that game?
Well,
you're pretty evil.
No, I think what he did was about as evil as you could get. I mean, short of getting involved with children or something.
Well,
I mean,
look,
just random murders for fun and not even profit. Fun. It's like, you're not a very good assassin,
It wasn't for fun. I had a plan, and it's going to help later on.
Well, it seemed like your plan was just to destabilize the kingdom for no reason.
Part of nobility for my own power.
Yeah, Death Angel. Apparently, Wizikos is thinking about making a what is it, Burning Sun or whatever setting remake.
Dark Sun.
Dark Sun. I have no faith in them at all.
I have no interest in that either.
Yeah, me neither.
Well, me neither. But the point is, it's like just another classic setting that.
Well, they're desperate, right? They're desperate to win back fans. That's where they're at right now.
They're desperate. It's not going to be good, and everybody knows it.
Yep. But now the main reason, Richard, I know you don't use miniatures. You play online and stuff.
Yeah.
But I have a huge collection of both fantasy and Lovecraftian miniatures. And that's what motivated me to want to play Savage Swordsman Hyperborea, because it's like, it turns out in the monster book, they have Night Gaunts and Baki and frickin' Deep Ones and Knucklebones, bro. I think you'd just be better off downloading a print version of the old one and just running with it for Dark Sun, because at least then you're going to get that awesome Brahm art, and your players are going to hate your guts for trying to make them play the game. But I who do they got at Wizards of the Coast that could even work on that? That Diarmis woman?
No, she's totally What is her experience base? It's virtually nothing.
She's a woman. That's basically her experience base.
Yeah, and she I think started playing D&D in 2018.
Yep.
Or
now
maybe even later.
she's like the only creative left at TSR.
No, what's his first name? Peter Tondro. But he's a freaking hack, and he was from Pathfinder. He was with Paizo, and then he came over. I don't know if Amanda Heyman is still there. She's another one that was from Paizo. So they, I mean, they don't have anybody who has ever who's created a game system.
Was that creepy? I was shooting for sexy.
I don't know. We're very weary right there. And Bear and I are leaving in about 10 minutes to go to Warren's. I don't know if we're going to meet Lucy and Larry there. I don't know if you want to come along or not.
Why have you stayed with me for over 2 decades if when I'm trying to be sexy, you think it's creepy? I think the issue's on your end there, lady.
No. You had this really...
Like I was going to skin you and wear your skin? Yeah, I get that look sometimes.
Looks like Death Angel Shadow wants to start up a con in East Tennessee.
You know, there needs to be more cons in that region. There are players in Kentucky and Tennessee for sure. I mean, because look at us online. We're all over the place, right? But there's like not a single con anywhere in that region that we could all just go to, you know?
No, there's not many people. So not many people, not many reasons to have a con, really.
That's where I think you're wrong, though. I think there are a lot more people in Appalachia area that play role-playing games than you think. It's
I was just thinking
so much more difficult for us to get in communication with each other. Like, if you had not found me online, then you wouldn't know that, hey, you got a bro from Eastern Kentucky that's big time into the shit you're into, right?
Yeah, again, it was just like, I mean, my community was a very small one.
Right.
Like, I joke about leaving my old hometown and a third of the population going.
Yeah, when I'm at my mom's and I look down the hill at all, like, I don't know, 12 trailers. And it's like, yes, the height of population, 12 single wides down at the bottom in the holler there.
Yeah.
But no, I think that Death Angel's got a great idea. And I know for a fact.
I'm on the western end of Kentucky.
I've lived in Kentucky and ran D&D games. There are a lot of people up there who will join a game if somebody will run one, you know? So I assume Tennessee's about the same, you know? A lot of us hillbillies, it appears, really like role-playing games.
Yeah, depending on where in Tennessee I could possibly get there, but it sounds like it's more on the eastern end, which means it might take me like a few hours to get there.
Well, the con you should be going to, based on where you are, honestly, is like Gary Con.
Gary Con? Where's that exactly?
That's up in Wisconsin.
Ah.
And based on the fact that you're in central Kentucky, you literally would have to drive across like Ohio and maybe Indiana.
Ish.
So it's, I mean, I'm not saying it's a close con. I'm just saying it's close to you compared.
Close enough.
Right. Right. Yeah, I was telling Bear, I got your information. I'll get that
again
done.
Depending on where he is in Tennessee and where this con would be, I could make it not too bad of a con.
On the land between the that freaking. There's an island near Paducah where the river.
I'm not at Paducah. Yeah, I'm not in Paducah though. I'm a little bit further east to the Paducah.
No, Paducah is unfortunately where the big swing in the War of Northern Aggression happened, because they finally let Grant loose off of his chain, and he ran amok in Paducah.
Yeah.
That was like the first major, like, complete not. I mean, every other Union victory had kind of been Pyrrhic because of casualty ratings, but at Paducah, the Union Army just ran amok, and it's 100% because of Grant.
Yeah.
Because Lee kept, or not Lee, because Lincoln kept trying McClellan and Burnside and all these generals that just didn't have it. But when they gave it to Grant, Grant was like, all right, let's grind these fools down. And he did too.
But yeah, that's the one reason why I'm saying
Knoxville, Chattanooga. I drive through Chattanooga every time I'm heading to my mom's house.
George is telling me saying the reason why I say it might either be really fast or very long, depending on where in Tennessee. South, if it's just straight south of me, that's like what,
that's
an
the
hour?
thing with Tennessee. You can drive across Tennessee in an hour, but if you go east to west, good luck. It's going to be like an 8-hour drive.
Yeah,
that's like New York. I mean, the size of New York. If you're going from like the tip of Long Island up to, the Watertown near the Canadian border kind of trek. I mean, New York can take you 12 hours to go from end to end.
like
I mean,
even
it's
getting
huge.
to Tennessee would probably take me about like maybe half or to an hour.
Well, on my stepdad's side, I got people in upstate too, but I've only visited them one time. And the thing I remember about their house was it was up in the mountains, so it reminded me of home. And there were apple trees like everywhere. So I don't know if you're familiar with that part of New York, Richard, but mountains and apple trees.
Oh yeah, that's up near. Once you get up to, I mean, we have a lot of apple orchards around me too. So that's not, there's a lot of apples. That's why it's called, the city is called the Big Apple. It's like New York is well known for its apples. They're pretty much all over the place, especially once you go beyond Long Island, because Long Island is basically an island. It's sand, so it doesn't really support apple orchards. But once you get off of there and you start moving into the mid Hudson region,
we were up in, I think, the Catskills.
Then you start getting into a lot of apples. There's a lot of vineyards around here as well.
A lot of hillbillies. But New York, if you leave the city and you get up into those mountains, there's some hillbillies up there.
Oh yeah, and you have other communities. There's a pretty large Mennonite community near us, which are, very similar, I guess, to Quakers and
I love the Mennonites. They're
and Amish,
people.
Very closed, insular kind of society. Still dressed like, it's the 60s.
We got them in Kentucky. They set up shop on the side of the road and sell quilts and produce. And like apple butter and stuff like that. So I mean, but you're right in that they appear closed, but if you actually stop and start talking to them and stuff, they're actually very friendly.
Oh yeah, no,
they don't go out of their way to be part of your world. But if you stop and you're just like, hey, how you guys doing? They're very nice. Very nice.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they're all very nice. They're not as insular as like the Amish are, with the shunning of technology, other than like one phone in the entire, entire community, and that's because the government forces them to have one phone. It's not like that, but they are very, very traditional when it comes to their dress. So I even had a Mennonite student in the South Bronx, and she would come in and she would have her little, her dress. It was like an ankle length dress with the frills around the collar and a head covering and whatnot. It was very but a head covering like almost like a bonnet kind of head covering. So very traditional kind of
like welcome to 1699.
Yeah. It was like it was a definite throwback to colonial dress.
So okay, we got sidetracked a little bit.
Yes.
So
let's get back to
going to
Hyperborea.
run you said you want to run a urban game, which I think will probably work beautifully with this setting. I was thinking more of I was thinking the first adventure I was going to run the farmers whatever the pre-written adventure that comes with the game.
You mean the trappers? The trapper,
yeah, the trapper thing where you got to go and there's. I was thinking I'd just jump them right on a Viking ship. Well, a comet.
Well, yeah, that's a trading ship that runs up to. I have that one. I'm actually going to start them off probably with like a little mini adventure that each player is going to do solo with their characters, and then I will I'll have them do, if they stumble upon it, I'll have them do the Rats in the Walls.
Ooh, I've heard that's a great adventure series.
Yeah, that's a great. There's 3 adventures in that booklet, at least 2. I think there's 3 adventures in that book. I actually have it here. So let me.
Yeah, I've read it. It's basically the tavern owner has some problems, and you have to help him out.
Yeah.
Or you don't. You can tell him to go pound sand, I guess.
Yeah. You could do that too.
But that would be boring, and I would just pack my shit up and be like, I guess the game's over then, because you guys are.
So, there it is. Rats in the Walls and other perils. Let's see how many adventures there are in here. Yeah, there's 3 adventures.
Interesting about it too is Rats in the Walls is absolutely one of my favorite Lovecraft stories.
Yes, it is. It's a great story.
It's one of his best. Now that has nothing really to do with Lovecraft other than the name, but it's still really good.
Yeah, his interpretation here is actually. I like it. I like the way that he's taken it even further than what Lovecraft's was.
Right.
So he kind of ties it into. You can tell it's a much more magical world that he puts it into.
Right.
And getting back to what Bear was saying earlier, I mean, you look at the artwork that is in this, and I mean, it follows that same very strange art style that I think just really jumps off the page for me. So, yeah, I love the art in this game in general.
Yeah,
I mean that's like kind of comic book style art that you see from like a Barry Windsor Smith kind of almost a style like that.
See, when I see it, I think immediately of 2 artists, I believe. I'm going to get this right, and if I don't, Bear will correct me. I think of Errol Otis, because that dude always did weird-ass shit in D&D. And I think of Ernie Chan, who I believe was the artist for Savage Sword of Conan.
Wait, he was
him and Buscema, was it?
Pencils. He was the penciling for...
Yeah, for the longest time, I just remember every book I bought, it said, like, Steve Buscema, Ernie Chan. And
it was Buscema, Buscema and Chan. So Buscema was the color, and Chan was
Shadow.
Inks, the black inks. I think.
No,
I might have gotten them inverted. But
so
that's my 2 favorite actually.
If we were talking about Kevin Smith, Ernie Chan would be the filthy tracer.
No, Ernie Chan was the penciler.
Yeah, Ernie Chan was the penciler, and Buscema was the color.
Who was the inker?
Buscema.
Buscema was the inker?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, the comic was black and white. So
yeah, but when you got to but there were still, one was still the inker and the other was the penciler.
So Buscema, Marato, Kane, Adams, Giordano, Chan, Brunner, Infantino, Vosberg, and Meyerick all did pencils, and a couple other people. The inkers were Alcala, Trinidad, Marcos, De Zuniga, and Bulanadi. There, no. Bushima is not an inker, sir. He is a penciler. That whole family is a family of pencilers. The Bushima.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there you go. You got your information, and I appreciate it, but it doesn't change my opinion. I used to love to see their names on the cover of a Savage.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, look, Roy Thomas was the editor on that, and some of the best writers of the time were Thomas. Chuck Dixon was on it. Fleischer was on it. These guys all good writers, you know.
Yeah.
I didn't care for it myself. I wasn't a Conan fan. I'm still really not. But that book was pretty good. It was much better than the comic Conan the Barbarian. That was just.
I think my favorite one was when Conan goes home and he finds out his clan had been conquered by an enemy clan, and they'd like cut the tendons of one of his nieces or whatever, so she couldn't run away, and like they had turned his father's sword into a plow, and you know, and eventually he gets revenge and comes in and kills everybody. But you know,
because like you do
when somebody disrespects your family like that. But oh yeah, I love those. Anyone who calls Paul, I was making a reference to, I believe, Mallrats, or was it Chasing Amy, where they have this big argument because Banky is
a Chasing Amy
or some shit, and like everybody keeps calling him a filthy tracer or some shit, and like that's kind of a thing. I mean, you know, that was back when Kevin Smith made actually entertaining movies. Before
I lost his mind, right? Yeah.
Well,
and as we've gotten,
I can't be hateful to him though, because like I said, Jason Mewes went full on meth head and oxycodone and everything. So Kevin Smith came back from Hollywood and spends like 90% of his time taking care of Jason Mewes. Like he lives with Kevin Smith and Kevin Smith's wife. They like ferry him to the store, make sure he doesn't fall off the wagon. You know, they take care of him. And you know what? Say what you want about a guy. If he's good with his bros, I mean, he's a good guy. That's a mensch to me. You know, he's taking care of his bros. And, you know.
On the subject of inkers, they've gotten a lot less dirty tracers the years have gone by because pencilers have gotten lazier. And a lot of pencilers now, when you hire them, they don't want to do shading and shadow on the pencils. They leave it for the inker to figure out. So the inkers are now having more impact on the final product because the inking style they'll bring to it will really change the art and either make it better or worse, right? So that's a big deal. Problem is digital colorists have taken over now, and inkers are falling by the wayside because they're using digital colors to do the shading, which I think looks like shit in a comic book. Might look great in a piece of art, might look great on a cover or something like that, but in the actual panels, it looks like shit. It just looks computer.
Let me see who I have here. Because back in September, I was going through the Savage Tales. So
nice.
I don't think Kevin Smith has any actual real problem with the pencilers or the inkers at all. I think it's just a joke. Because when he used to have that comic shop talk thing and they would talk about it, he was never like, oh, screw those pencilers. I mean, you know, he loved them. But the joke was that they were making fun of Banky.
Well, it was also the joke was that's what people in the industry, a lot of the fans would say that. So he was sort of echoing what he was hearing in the community as a joke, right? To use it against fans. That's all.
Yeah, this one here is
just a filthy inker.
Barry Smith and Roy Thomas.
Barry Windsor Smith, good artist.
Yeah. Although I always thought, like in the regular Conan, I thought you know, that his Conan was a little bit too skinny.
Okay, so Paul's making a good recommendation. There's a Dark Horse run from the about 2009-ish era, no, 2004-ish era, mid 2000s.
Kurt Busiek,
where Kurt Busiek and Cary Nord. Cary Nord's a Canadian, and what he does is he does these super tight pencils, so that way they could color right over them.
They're great artists.
It's beautiful stuff.
No argument there.
Well,
they're
I
great
picked
artists.
up the French version of Conan, which is called the Cimmerian.
Yeah.
Yeah.
because apparently, and they come in like actual hardcover books.
Yep.
And there's 4 of them, and I guess they didn't have the rights to do a Conan story, so they just got it in the Sumerian. But they're really good, and I've said this multiple times on the chat. If you're into comics, look at the French. They are still doing cool old school style comics.
No,
I mean,
the whole thing in France.
they're doing real comics in France.
It's called bande dessinée, right? BD, and they firmly believe in France that the comic book is the 9th art form. So they call it the 9th art as well. But here we have stores like that here in Montreal where they sell all those great French comics and stuff, and they're just beautiful. Tiny. If you want to read the best Western comic ever written and created, pick up Blueberry by Jean Giraud. There, Mobius. It's amazing. It's absolutely amazing.
Stellar Stephen, Clark Ashton Smith, I would say, is the hugest inspiration for Savage Swords of Hyperborea.
Yes.
I mean, the craftsmen were there. He invented the Sagwa. Like the Hyperborean Chronicles, were all him.
Yeah.
Now Lovecraft is in there and R.E. Howard's in there, but it really looks like they went heavy into Clark Ashton Smith, who was part of the trio. Those guys all, they were all pen pals and writing back and forth and borrowing shit from each other and whatever. So, how you doing, OGG? I hope you're staying warm up there in the frozen north, homie.
Me, not so much, but you, I hope so. I didn't get any love for being in the frozen north. Oh, sad.
You're not in the frozen north. You're in the middle of Little France.
Oh, stop your nonsense. It's still the frozen north, buddy.
You'd
be shitting an icicle if you were here.
Play Stellar Stephen. That's up to Richard to answer.
What is that?
Is Hyperborea going to get a Let's Play? Because I never do Let's Plays ever.
No.
I will do an after action report, but I don't do
Yeah, I do. I'll do recaps, but I don't do like live plays.
No,
I do, but not of that game. So you guys are saying Howard, Lovecraft, and Clark Ashton Smith are very huge influences on this game and stuff like that. I want to see that type of stuff, but I want someone to pick up some Kintaro Miro in it and add that level as well, because I think Berserk as a story, as a concept, as everything, stands shoulder to shoulder with all those classic sword and sorceries and grim, dark, gritty sort of, savage fantasies. I think you could put Berserk right in with those guys, and that whole story fits just fine. It's a little more medieval, but it's still good, and it's got that same style, that against all odds, no compromise, horrible fucking outcomes, good triumphs, but at such a high price, you often wonder why good bothers, things like that. So I think that could fit.
And I'm sitting there saying, look at this guy. He knows I love Berserk.
We watched Berserk, the Golden Arc. No, we watched the Golden Arc 1, 2, 3 on my Discord last night. It was so funny. At the end of it, Jason had never seen it before. The guy who plays Captain Siren on the Monday night game. Yeah. And he just gets to the end and he goes, well, that ended on a happy note. It was just like, yeah, it didn't. It really didn't.
Griffith!
Exactly.
You bastard.
Like, Jesus, that's dark. But I mean, that's the thing. If you're going to do dark, don't just lock yourself in the past of dark. Join some of the modern dark that's coming up, because some of it's really fucking good.
That's in Berserk could absolutely be in Hyperborea, because, I mean, it is literally a world ruled over by generally evil cosmic horrors. Yeah. Typically. I mean, there's a few gods that you might consider to be like, okay, this is not a completely evil bastard, but that's just a few of them. Most of them are straight up like Cthulhu. Hey, guess who the Eskimos worship? Cthulhu. It's like, okay. Because apparently they got transported to this realm from Greenland, and they took their Cthulhu cult with them. They're like, fine, I'm taking my Cthulhu cult with me.
By the way, James, in American terms,
it's pretty freaking wild.
James, in American terms, it's going down to 21 today. Oh no! Overnight, we're going down to 18
Fahrenheit. That's hunting weather, dude.
So yeah, it's gonna be minus 8 overnight. -8 is cold, boys. It's not warm, Don't act like it is. And the thing is this is November. By January, we'll be at -40 in the middle of little France. By the way,
You know what I've learned, having lived in very cold regions? -10, -40 don't really matter.
Oh fuck yes, it does.
Once you get below a certain temperature, it's like whatever.
No, it doesn't matter. Yeah, it's like
I
it's
totally
like,
disagree.
It's like getting caught in the heavy rain. Once you're wet, you're wet. You can't get more wet.
No,
It's like
you can get more cold. I assure you, you can get more
no,
cold.
you can get more cold, but you can't get more wet. Once you're soaked, you're soaked.
There's a difference. Okay, look. Right now, this time of year it goes -10, and we all go, "Fuck! It's so fucking cold." January -10, we're like, "What a beautiful warm day." You understand? Like that's the difference. You acclimatize in such a different way, you know?
Yeah.
Well, ask Haas about it too. He was in Alaska. I mean, once you get so cold, you're just so cold. You're not going to get any colder. But then again, we all, you dress for it. You've got your underoos on,
layers, baby, layers.
Your whatever. You got your parka. Your freaking jumpsuit, whatever. You're out there. You got your gloves with the finger that you can pull off so that you can use your trigger
that's
finger.
The thing I always hated about the Pacific Northwest, right? The winters are super mild out there. It rarely goes below freezing, but it's damp. So the cold is always in your bones. Like you can't just put on extra layers because it's in your fucking
damp
bones.
cold
I
is
hated
the worst.
that.
Yeah, damp cold's the worst. That's Kentucky. Kentucky is just damp cold. Even when there's snow on the ground, it's damp.
Oh yeah.
And you're right. It gets in your bones, and don't lay down too much because you will get pneumonia if you lay down too much.
Oh yeah. But Paul makes a good point. Wind chill, oh my god, and wind shear, we get that here in the middle of winter, and it is fucking brutal.
You get that everywhere.
Brutal. No, but like here it's -40 regular, and then you got a -45 wind chill whipping through the city, and you just stand on a street corner and your face is starting to crystallize. You're like, what the fuck?
Everybody thinks they got wind chill until they've been to North Dakota. And then they realize what wind chill really is.
Well, I'll invite you to come up and stand on St. Anton Street in the middle of February and see if you agree.
I'm just saying, when you're in the plains and that wind comes whipping through and it's so cold it literally freezes squirrels to the tree limbs. It's like, damn.
We have that, yeah.
And then spring comes around and dead squirrels start falling out of trees.
The worst here is when we have an ice storm, and you probably got that down in the Hudson River Valley. You probably had a few of those too. The ice storms we get up here are just fucking insane.
Oh, Buffalo, the Buffalo area.
Yeah, we should be. From what I understand, we're in for a pretty brutal winter.
That's the word. The word is we're going to have a rough winter because of the El Nino or whatever.
Yeah.
Fucking El Nino's back at it.
Yeah.
So.
All right. Well, there we are. We're old men. We talked about the weather. Look at us. Get your crops in, Timmy.
Look what I'm looking
What's that?
at.
I see that. Thank you.
Yes. I'm very impressed actually with the art in here. I read the introduction where it says you didn't include art. And
that was
looking at all kinds of art.
I never updated the intro after I wrote it. That was the problem.
I'm like, Jesus, no art in this book.
All right. I never updated the intro. I forgot.
There's some amazing art in there that's very inspirational. My favorite is the warrior fighting the demon.
Yeah, this is nice shit. I mean, look at this stuff.
That one I love.
This
That's
is really nice artwork you have in here.
If I could get a really superior artist to do a beautiful cover painting of that would be the cover of second edition. Would be that piece.
Oh yeah, would be that one.
Oh yeah.
Oh, there's so many that I just absolutely love.
Well, whoever you got,
I like the one that I just showed before. The first one that I showed with
the tomb. The guy walking down.
Walking in the tomb, because that really, like they say, that's evocative, right? You're putting yourself in that guy's shoes, just waiting for those statues to come alive. Like it's.
Well, I remember when I first saw the piece,
and then just waiting to see them come alive. Like
I'm telling you, when I first saw that piece, when Thruxus handed me that piece, I was staring at it for about 20 minutes, trying to figure out what it was that my mind was picking up that my brain was not putting together, and then it clicked. Who the fuck lit the torches on those statues? Oh, fuck. Like, that should be your first warning as a player walking in. There's like 30-foot statues line the corridor, each holding a flaming brazier. Your first thought should be, who the fuck lit those? Like, who's in charge of keeping that shit lit, you know?
Yeah, there's like some hunchback that runs around every couple hours making sure the torches are replaced and lit and stuff.
Oh, you're nicer than me. I was like thinking fire spiders.
Yeah.
Many moons ago, the great snow tucked many braves to the land of wind and ghosts. Yeah, I believe it. Of course, where I'm from, the Cherokee would say, many moons ago, the moon-eyed people fought a war, and then we drove them into the caves. And it's like, wait, what?
Yeah,
What
good for Patty, dude. I like Patty. He's a nice guy every time we've talked, but I don't got money. What do you?
Look, you've
like
included
Patty
tree
want money.
huggers. There's
Yes,
tree
those-
huggers
those
in
are-
this game.
Those
Yeah.
are green singing elves. Come on, those are the elves. They're green singers.
Patty's Parlor, if it's the guy I think of, him and his wife make STLs, and they're pretty good.
Patty's
About
a very
pretty
good
good. I
artist.
mean,
He's a
they're
very
really
nice
good.
guy.
Yeah.
But sadly, OGG, most artists want money. So, you know.
I mean, he's a nice guy for an Irish dude.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, look, you got these guys lost. They're all looking at a different map. They're
Yeah.
asking for directions.
Well, let me ask you something about, we're going to go back in time a little bit.
Gotta go back in time.
What do you think about, or how are you going to handle running overland travel in a world where a giant mountain at the center of the world is north? No matter where you are, that giant mountain in the center is north. So effectively, there is no north.
Yeah, but I already told you, I've done that in one of my settings, Asia. Right? I have the
But
whole
I'm
thing. So it's easy.
asking Richard what he thinks of that.
Oh, I thought it was a general question.
I don't think
Oh
that.
no! I knew you. I knew. I had faith. You knew. I wanted to know how he's going to handle it since he's going to run the game.
If your perspective is, you have to put yourself into the character's understanding of the world. They would travel the same as anybody else would, with their particular understandings being different. You know what I'm saying? So it's like they don't have to bend their minds around it. They're just going to do it naturally. You know what I'm saying? So you basically, there's probably no game mechanic that specifically needs to address that. Correct? There's nothing in there that says, oh, because it doesn't even state like, how do you get people to wrap around their heads that it's a flat Earth? Hyperborea is a flat Earth. Basically, it's a, you can't go off the edge because the north winds will push you back.
Right.
But the fact that it's a flat Earth doesn't change travel on it.
It's just weird because if you're up at the Crab Island,
such and such number of time to travel a league, you know what I'm saying, or which is 75 miles if you're not familiar. So it doesn't matter. You don't have to get into the weeds with, oh, you know what? There's no real horizon, right? How do we deal with that? The fact that if you're on a flat Earth, is there a horizon?
Is that a measure in the game that a league is 75 miles?
No, I'm not sure. I was just
because a league is 3 miles. Just in case we're wondering, British league, a British league.
Oh well, we don't use British measurements.
Yeah, you do.
States.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do.
Still do.
You're the only ones who still, even the British don't use them anymore.
Wait.
My favorite league is the
You still use stones?
That's the only one they held on to, which is like 7
They
pounds.
still use
or 12
stones?
pounds or something. Yeah, you still hear that a lot of British stuff. They go,
Stone, I believe, is like
Rod the Barbarian was 22 stones. What is it, 14 pounds of stone?
no, it's like 12, I think. Hang on.
I thought it's 14.
Hang on. I'll tell you. Give me a second.
It's a thing, though.
14. You're right. It is 14.
Yeah.
There you go.
All right.
It's 22.
Yeah,
So
he
he
was
was
22 stones.
308 pounds.
Thrud the Barbarian was 308 pounds.
Well, I'm 26.7 stone, so I'll
Well, I
fight
mean,
Krug.
my point was, though, it's so weird to me then, maybe it was me getting the weeds, Richard, the idea that if you're at the Crab Islands in the distant north, you're actually looking to the center of the hex, and that's north for you. Whereas if you're in the south, say in Gaul, then you're looking at the center, which is north for you, but it's the completely different direction. Because it's pretty wild, you know? But, you know, I think my players will handle it okay.
Oh, yeah, you're right. A league is 3 miles. 4.83 kilometers. Where did I get
The
that?
last time I heard anyone even use a league as a
Oh, you know what I was thinking of
measurement
is
was Gary Gygax.
the hexes on. Are the hexes on Greyhawk 75 miles?
The hexes
No
on
idea.
Greyhawk, I don't remember how big a hex on a
Maybe
Greyhawk
that's
is.
where I was
I'd have to
getting
dig
that
my
from.
book out.
So James, something I think if he says in the game direction north is the mountain and people refer to it as north, I would say that would be one thing that I would say is a bad choice of a game design. Because think about this: the only reason we use north as a direction is because of our relationship to the sun, right? We get east, west, north, south out of the sun's movements. So if you're growing up in a society where there's a mountain, wouldn't everything be mountain, right? Like the direction we're heading, mountain. Oh, we're not going. We're going edge. You know what I mean? We're going away from the mountain. Like it seems to me weird to call it north because that's just going to confuse players, right?
Well, the reason they do that though is you have to remember that all of the humans that are on this world come from Earth.
Yeah, but language changes quickly.
And they use Earth. Like they still talk about old Earth and.
How long have they been there for?
Huh?
How long have those societies been there?
It depends. Some
On
of them
average.
have been there for thousands of years, and some of them have been there less.
Yeah. So we see language change in the human species within a century, if not a generation. We see changes in
I'm
language.
not saying
right?
you're wrong about that.
Just saying. 30 miles on a Greyhawk map. Oh, cool.
Yeah, that might be about right. Yeah, for Greyhawk.
So 10 leagues. I think Mystara is like 15 or something, or 8. I can't remember what it was. The Mystara
Somebody
map's
used leagues for sure. And I think it was Gygax on one of his maps. It's all.
Wasn't there a magic item, 3-league boots or something like that?
Could be. I know the only boots I kind of remember are like leaping and whatever.
It might have been in an adventure Dragon magazine or something.
Kind.
Yeah, boots of elven kind. Obviously, you had to have those.
Boots and cloak of elven kind, no less.
Oh yeah. Well, if you get both of them, then you get like bonuses. You know, they stack up.
Yeah.
So, but
like
some people play it that if you're not an elf and you have those boots and you run into NPC elves,
they'll attack you.
Yeah, they're gonna want to know why you got those damn.
Yeah. It's the same thing with meeting dwarves wearing mithril.
Yep. Have you read the entry for dwarves in Hyperborea?
Not yet, no.
They went with the old Norse thing where they basically come out as maggots from the deep earth, and then some of them turn into dwarves, and they're little twisted men who are good at smithing, but they're also basically grapists. They're into essay. They pretty much hate humans. All right, off grid. Yeah. Off grid's probably got to get back to cutting wood and shit so he don't freeze to death. So, I mean, they're pretty like not just nice guys at all. The dwarves. They're not like the dwarves we think of, like Tolkien dwarves or something. These dwarves are assholes. Like
they're Nordic dwarves, which are called dark elves.
Barger or whatever they call them.
Say again?
Schwarzkopf. Like Schwarzkopf.
Yeah. But there were, sometimes they were referred to as dark elves because they didn't have the name dwarf for them just yet. And then there were two different types. There were those that could come to the surface, and then those were the ones that would die in direct sunlight.
Right. It's pretty wild. That's all I'm saying. I was like, wow. And then, of course, I don't know if you noticed, but on the big map, there's a town called Dunwich, and there's a town called Innsmouth.
Yeah.
And apparently the town called Innsmouth is full of hybrid deep one things.
Fish ones, yeah, fish people.
So your characters can get involved in some of that nonsense if that's what you need to.
I'm probably just going to use directly the that first adventure, so I'll use Hyperborea. Not Hyperborea, I'm sorry. I'll use the Rats in the Walls and other perils. And then from there, I'm going to let the players decide where they're going or what they're looking to do next. I try to keep them inside the immediate area of the city. So if they're doing something outside of the city, like in the swamplands of Lug, then they'll go out there just to retrieve something or, do whatever, and then come right back to the city again.
Which to me sounds really fun because, having read all the Fafford and Gray Mouser books, a gigantic city like Roma or Constantinople or something like that, you could literally have 100 adventures and never leave the city,
Yeah.
Unless maybe some wizard needs them to go into the swamps to recover some particular thing.
You could walk across Rome in about 2 hours from wall to wall.
Yeah, but that 2 hours of walking, there's such a density of buildings and people.
Yeah.
And they all might need something from the player. Whether it's
I know. The primary city is like I think it's supposed to be like 40,000 people.
For a medieval city, that is huge.
Yeah.
People like to talk about Constantinople possibly having up to 1 million people at one time or another, but they're also counting all the surrounding, suburbs and farms.
Well, plus, Jeffrey has mentioned, to me also on, that he's working on a source book.
He needs
to. Chromarium. So
he absolutely needs to.
Yeah,
that should be.
That's a project he's currently working on.
That should be like Lankmar or the City of the Invincible Overlord or something.
It's going to be something along those lines, like a full blown. This is a setting book.
Now you guys always talk about Lankmar and stuff like that, but I never hear you guys talk about Sanctuary very much.
Thieves World, I read one of the books, and I know for a fact I had the box set for a little while. It was okay, but for whatever reason, Lieber's Lankmar was just more popular with 15-year-old adolescent men or boys.
I don't know. Thieves World was pretty popular in the circles I ran in back in the 80s.
Yeah.
I've seen somebody talk about it, and it seemed really cool.
Yeah.
I have the graphic novels.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I have the graphic novels, Thieves World graphic novels in one of my boxes.
Out there.
Yeah.
Bear what?
This guy actually talked about his campaign and how it went a little weird whenever a guy accidentally threw a flask of acid in what was it? Tempest Thane's face.
What I remember about Thieves World was the cover of the book that I had a bunch of people sitting around like they were plotting,
Yeah.
And one of them was a wizard or something. They had like a pentacle, like
That's
on
Life
their
End.
forehead.
That's Life End. She's pretending to be a man because women are not allowed to use magic or some shit like that. So
Right.
Life End pretends to be a man, and that picture is the only picture of Life End I've ever seen get the character right, because she's described as looking mannish, which is why she's able to pull it off. Every picture of Life End I've ever seen since then is someone's wank fantasy. It's just.
I have to be honest. Before I read the book, I thought, based on the cover, it was a man.
Yeah, that's the point. No one suspects Life End's a woman.
Yeah.
Chthonic Musings points out, everything on the flat Earth was way more populated. The Green Death killed 90% of humanity. 90% of all humans died. Which I believe is why the Crimeans, who are part of the Cimmerians, they built that giant underground city. And if you decide to leave the city, they won't let you back in. So that's a thing. But they have a massive underground city. Kind of like the one in Turkey that they found there.
Yeah. What's it
That
called?
was dug back in like the Bronze Age. And like they say 100,000 people could live there.
Yeah, what is the name of that place?
Well, that's kind of what they're shooting for with this underground city. And they don't let anybody in. And if you leave, you can't come back.
Darien Kuyu.
Yeah.
Darien Kuyu. Yeah,
that's another thing about the game is all the weird woo-woo shit we talk about, like Daggerland and shit like that. It's all like definitely addressed. You know what I mean?
That's cool.
It's like the Hyperborean people originally lived in a continent that is where our modern day Arctic Ocean is. But when it sunk, the Tsagawa grabbed them up and snatched them to Saturn. And then after they were on Saturn for a while, he put them on this place. So,
I always like the idea of either Mars or Saturn as a real place where you could have adventure. So like Mars has been done to death with Barsoom and all that kind of stuff. Saturn would be interesting. Like, you could do it from a point of view of what did we know about Saturn by at best the 1800s, right? Like, and then go from there and sort of, fantasy world on Saturn.
Well, this game definitely is not above letting you explore other planets. I mean,
I was just like, I was looking through the book yesterday, going through the player's guide, looking through the GM's guide, and looking to see, let's see. Let me take care of my lunch order. So we are at Cheesecake Factory. Do you want any cheesecake?
Yes, I do. Yes, I want cheesecake. Caramel cheesecake immediately, please.
Sure.
I haven't had cheesecake in years. Fuck.
What kind? Yeah, she asked me what kind. It's like I have the menu in front of me.
Oreo. Oreo's the safest bet, or plain?
No, I don't. I'm not a big fan of Oreo.
I'm more of a cherry or strawberry cheesecake kind of guy.
Strawberry cheesecake can be good.
Something
Strawberry can be very good
with fruit and.
What's up, PB?
If they ask you if you want cheesecake, the answer is always yes.
Right. But
let's see what I get. Look up their menu. Look up their menu. All right. I will be right with you. Let's see. Cheesecake.
They're making it hard on you. They're like, you're going to work for this cheesecake.
Well, it's my wife and my two daughters. So it's if you're not going to work, if they're not going to put me to work, they'll come home from shopping as if they just came home from a 16-hour workday.
Have you ever been shopping with women? That's almost legitimate.
Yeah, that's pretty fair, actually.
That's a part-time job in itself.
Like, oh, you were home relaxing. I was like, you were out shopping. It's not like you went out to work. It's like, let's see. Where is there?
It's like my brother and I describe it. When men go in, it's like a commando mission. It's like, all right, here's the objective. This is what we're getting. You have a list.
That was literally my shopping run yesterday.
Yeah.
My wife was like, well, what else did you get? I says, you sent me to get 2 different types of milk. I went in and I was out in 3 minutes with 2 types of milk. I was like, there was nothing in between.
Yep.
Yep. That's how I typically am, except my wife, when we go to Publix, has this weird idea that we should
Why is Shadow
slowly
talking shit in
walk
the
up
chat
and
and not
down
in here?
every aisle
I do not know.
to make sure that there's no BOGOs or anything
Oh,
There's
dear God.
only
that we
one.
may or
yeah.
may not
So
want.
there's the cookie dough lovers cheesecake with pecans.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know.
Shadow,
about that
get your ass in here and tell us how cheesecake's better on the West Coast. 'cause it's
31
made with-
more cheesecake specialty. How many? Well, all right.
Just get blueberry, man. Blueberry cheesecake's awesome.
And blueberries are healthy.
I don't see that one yet.
I don't know what cheese. I've never been to a cheesecake factory. I don't know. We don't have them in Canada or in Quebec.
All right.
Yeah.
In general, a
see
little
that.
fruit on it usually makes it pretty good. A little raspberry, some strawberry.
Yeah,
I'll send
I
you one to
just-
mine, Death Angel,
you-
but just keep in mind that ours is a very open and understanding one about positivity and being cool with each other. It's not a place to bring OSR nonsense or MAGA nonsense or any other kind of nonsense, lefty nonsense. None. We talk about role-playing games, creativity, and support each other. So I've sent you the invite. You're more than welcome to join, sir. But just remember, there are rules. It's not a free-for-all. On the other hand, James is finished the Discord. Free for all.
Well, I mean, people want to say things. I am of the opinion of you let people say things. That way
Wow.
you know who they are.
Hey, you want to see how the epic levels of Shadow's schizophrenia? He referred to himself in the third person and the first person in the same sentence. That's medicated. Like, you need to be on some fucking SRIs, man, or SSRIs. Or whatever.
He forgot to sleep in his home soil last night, I think. He's
that could be it. He was hanging
He's a
from a
little out of
branch.
sorts.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was hanging upside down.
Now even Bruce behaves on my Discord. Give him
Well,
credit
I
where
mean,
credit is due.
it's only the respectable thing to do. You don't go to someone else's house and take a dump all over the place. That's not cool.
Yeah.
I used to drive my friends crazy because of the way I was raised. Hey, do you mind if I use your washroom? Dude, don't ask me if you can use your washroom. Just go and use the washroom. No, I'm going to ask. It's your house. It's
It's
that
just
simple.
polite.
It's just polite.
Do you have a WC written on your door?
I was trying to find the washroom, but I walked in and your parents fucking. So that's going to stay with me for the rest of my life. Thanks a lot, Steve.
Thanks a lot, Steve.
Thanks a lot.
Oh man, that reminds me of freaking Strange Brew when he walks in on his mom and his dad. And his dad sounds just like Yosemite Sam. He's like, get out here and bring me some beer.
Pick me up a 2-4.
Yeah.
What in
So I
Tar
went with
Nation?
I went with the triple berry bliss.
Well, that's
There you go.
So
I mean, that sounds pretty good, right?
here I have my berries.
So what you need to do is you need to fuck with them, right? You need to go, oh, Cheesecake Factory, great. Actually, I'd be really in the mood for some Arby's if you wanted to swing by there and grab me some loaded potato. Just
my
fuck with
my
them.
wife is 100% Sicilian. All right, there's no
don't fuck with them.
Yeah.
Don't
yeah,
fuck with
there's,
Yeah,
no, there's
I was
no
just-
fucking
she-
around.
Do not
She'd ta-
fuck with them.
She'd take that to the grave.
Yeah,
Uh,
it's
do
like
not.
and she's old world Sicilian with family connections, so there's no fucking around with it.
Yeah, no, I hear you. That's like my Latinas.
Don't break
What-
anything. He's still got to work, but
Yeah.
send the message.
My Colombiana was the worst because I'd say something that pissed her off. She'd just look at me and she'd just do this with her finger. And she was just signaling to me the Colombian necktie.
Yeah,
That's all she was
Colombian
signaling to me. And I just be like, could you please stop that? Please? That's
No.
really disturbing. I'm going to have to start introducing some Viking shit.
You know, I will say this, just because they're all past. My father-in-law is first cousins with Salvatore Riena. All right. If you don't know who Salvatore Riena is, he was the one who bombed the judge in in Sicily.
Is that where they blew up the highway?
Yes.
Yeah, there's a great movie about that called "We'll Make Excellent Cadavers" or "We'll Make Beautiful Cadavers" or something like that, and it's all about that story. It's fucking
That story.
intense.
Yeah. No, that's my wife's first. I guess she would be second cousins to him. She met him once. All right. His house was converted into the school, the public school of Corleone, Italy, because it had 115 rooms. So it became the K through 12 school in Corleone, Italy. That's how big his house was. But like I said, they're all since passed, although some of his sons are still in prison. So they didn't quite break away from the life. But, yeah, that's her. You know, he's in the Guinness Book, the 2000 Guinness Book of World Records for the most convictions in a single trial. I think there was like 215 some odd defendants,
Nice.
you know, and all found guilty. You know, obviously all found guilty.
Hey, I mean, you know,
he tried to claim I'm just a simple farmer. I was like, no. So,
my nephew just got back from Rome. He was over there because he just got engaged. And for their like engagement thing, he went to Rome and areas around because his dad's Italian. So
yeah, I'm only half Sicilian.
Beautiful.
My grandparents were from Palermo and
I know Palermo because there was an airborne army base there.
It's funny. Palermo's Sicily. So I have Italian friends who, when you said I'm only half Italian, they go, "No, you're zero Italian. You're Sicilian." Like that's those guys, you know.
Yeah.
We have a lot. Most of the Italians in Montreal are Calabria. Calabria. So they fucking hate Sicilians. Like it's programmed into their blood or something. It's crazy.
Well, all of my Sicilian relatives in Canada are all in just Toronto. Because remember, you couldn't come to the United States directly from Italy from 1925 through to like 1963 or so. So many of them would go to Canada first and then, then come to the United States.
Canada, we're America's shit filter. Aren't we lovely? We filter all the garbage before it gets to you, and then we keep it here. Look.
Well, America used to have laws where, like, only so many of any particular ethnicity could migrate within a certain time period. So we were all full up on Italians at that time.
Well, no, it was the Immigration Act of 1924 was that no Italians or Eastern Europeans could come into the United States because of the Red Scare.
Well, yeah.
There were the Italian anarchists, and they were just afraid of the spread of communism, and anarchy, into the States. So they blocked them all. There wasn't a limitation, there wasn't a quota set up. It was zero. It was like,
what is it about the Adriatic Sea that makes people crazy? What is that?
I think it's the mountains.
Ask the Albanians. They're fucking crazy as hell.
Like I always tell everyone, the Balkans are basically Appalachia, but somehow in Europe. And everybody hates each other. I mean, my brother-in-law was Serbian. Boy,
can you make up your
mind? That guy going on like... Well, he called Albanians Turks, straight up. He's like, they're not Balkans, they're Turks. And he freaking hated them, man. But he probably fought in the war,
the exact same place.
But he was the right age to have.
You're an asshole.
And he was covered in like tattoos that, mean things. So, yeah.
Speaking of, I see Bear with his black cat there. So on X yesterday or the day before, someone was saying, what should I name my cat? And not knowing what color the cat was, I says, name it after H.P. Lovecraft's cat.
Oh dear God!
I says, if it's black, Perfect.
Are we doing this again? Oh boy.
Yeah, I would say that. I believe that came up yesterday.
Yes, it did.
Did it?
Yeah.
Yeah, Bear wasn't happy.
Yeah, it was on X yesterday or the day before. Someone put out that thing. I was like, oh, just look up H.P. Lovecraft's family's cat's name. And it says you go with that if it's a black cat.
Look, I'm going to share something with you guys that you didn't ask me to, but I'm just going to treat you like my wife. You're getting it anyway.
Okay.
That's a bit scary. Let me log off now.
Yeah, I gotta go.
Yeah. Jump on the grenade, Timmy.
My pop's cat's name was the same as H.P. Lovecraft's.
Oh, yeah?
Yep.
All right.
He had a tiny little black kitten, female, and that was her name. And it was kind of weird when he'd be standing out in the yard yelling for her, and the neighbors would all just be looking at him like.
It wasn't an uncommon name for black cats back then.
Yeah, and I mean, the fact that he was raised.
Or black dogs, sadly.
He was raised from the time he was. I mean, he was 100% Russian Jew. But that was just the name of his cat. She was a good cat, too. She was a very good cat. Every now and then she'd get a little uppity, but you know. Come on, Bear. Yeah. I just trolled the shit out of Bear. But anyway, no, she's a good cat. And it was like.
And I looked up there and he had that grin and I was like, oh, come on.
Well, I could hear the grin.
But it's like, different times. I would never do that now. And the animated series they have for Rat in the Walls, the name of the cat is Blackman. Mm-hmm. So, the guy, the colonel, whatever he is, that buys the monastery and whatever, he's got his favorite cat named Blackman that sleeps with him. So, I mean, they did kind of get around that, I guess you could say. Mm-hmm. But there was a time when that, look, man, have you ever seen the cover of like Tom Petty's first album? Got a giant Confederate battle banner right across the front of that picture, man. And but he's from Florida, so what did you think he was gonna have? You know, that's a great album too, man. There Goes My Girl. Freaking even the losers get lucky sometimes. I mean, Tom Petty really is a national treasure. But, whatever. Now, considering that I have black nieces and cousins, I wouldn't run around using the hard R because I wouldn't want to hurt their feelings and stuff. But, I mean, if we're getting down and singing some NWA together, they don't expect me to skip every time the N word comes up, So I practically got that card, I practically got my N word card, really. I mean, I've lived in the hood. My brother only bangs black chicks that look like Aunt Jemima. I've got a lot of mixed race relatives. I mean, shit.
How the fuck did we get here today? Jesus Christ.
That's the thing.
What the fuck? Why do we always end up here? God damn it.
It is DM James going, woo.
Jesus Christ. Can we stop going here? Like, for fuck's sake. It's not necessary. It doesn't benefit anyone in the conversation. It does nothing to make us look better as people. Why do we keep going here?
Two things.
Okay,
I'm having fun. And two, I don't
you're
care
a fucking troll. You're a fucking troll and you know it. You're a troll of the highest order.
We could talk about dicks like Bear likes to talk about.
No, I don't give a fuck.
Really
what you want, but let's get off the race topic. Jeez.
I'm not a troll of the highest order, but I did vote for him.
Oh my gosh.
You put a little pressure on him, then he's like, oh yeah, politics card. And it's like, oh shit, how do we get out of here?
I mean, we can go back to Hyperborea because so far I'm loving it.
What you thumbing through there, Richard? Looks like a nice book that'll get us out of here. Oh, there you go.
Valorous. I've got mine too. It is a great
If you
book.
come around at 7 p.m., Bear and I will be talking specifically about this and nothing else but this. All right.
Is it 7? I thought it was 5.
No, 7 p.m.
I'm stupid. I am
7
so
p.m.
stupid.
Eastern time.
I thought it was
Sam.
5.
You're not
Unless
stupid.
you're in
You're just
Alberta.
Yeah.
That would be
Are you,
5 then.
gonna-
Listen, don't fuck
are
with
you in a
Alberta.
different time zone than me?
I'm not fucking
No,
with it. I'm
I'm
just saying
Eastern.
that's mountain time, so that would be 5 for you.
No, Alberta, it depends. Half the time they're going to be mountain, half the province is Pacific. When you get it towards the western side of it, like in the mountains,
Yeah.
it gets to be starting to be Pacific.
Let me
time.
double check this and see. And we are scheduled for 7 p.m. Eastern time.
All right, I'm going to update my notification to everybody that it's
Okay.
at 7 p.m.
That's why I was glad
5.
to pop in on here early so I can give out another announcement across the span and say. And then you were talking about, or James was talking about
What is that in
Hyperborea,
Central Time?
and I was like, I am literally writing details.
Well, look at that inside cover. It's just so freaking nuts.
Yeah, no, it's a beautiful, beautiful books.
It looks like the adventurers are duking it out with 8 men.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, there are 8 men in Hyperborea.
Yeah,
That was
there's
one of the
Dear
more
God, oh
fun,
dear God, no. This backpack's not a parachute.
That was one of the more fun con games we had.
know,
There's a
kind of
portion called
figure.
like the Underborea where you have like all these old ruins, and it
Right.
was this massive city we were trying to loot because there was all kinds of hidden, treasures and gems in there. But it was just
Right.
overrun with those white ape men with the 4 arms.
Yeah.
And it was just
Yeah,
like,
the carnivorous apes.
Well,
It
they
was like
grabbed Congo. they converted Congo, the movie Congo, into King Solomon's Mines, right?
it was kind of like
Congo
that.
was
It was like
Solomon's
King
Mines.
Solomon's Mines meets Black Hawk Down because it
Yeah.
was like a dense cityscape, so we were
Yeah.
fighting block to block.
So it looks like we've got a cataphract, but no horse yet. A hunter, either a barbarian or berserker, could be either that guy. A fighter, somebody who's dying because he's holding his face and blood's just splashing out. So I don't know what he is, but he's done. Some kind of thief. I don't know what kind of mage that is either, and they're fighting a bunch of. It's crazy because the hunter just unleashed her arrow, and you can see that it went through one of the 8 men's eyeballs and came out the back of their skull.
Yeah, there's 4 types of warlocks. There's the magician, the chiromancer, pyromancer, and
necromancer. Yeah. And I think the necromancers are called death lords or something. Yeah, death soldiers. And apparently it tends to be very popular amongst Romans.
Yeah, it's the guy playing one in my game is going to be a Hyperborean. And actually I think they're going to lean towards, or at least I'm hoping they all lean towards pure-blooded Hyperboreans. Well, they can only be pure-blooded Hyperboreans, but
Yeah, because Hyperboreans look down on
Hyperborean, yeah, because they can't intermix with anybody else. So yeah, that's going to become like an underlying theme where they're trying to bring the city back to its traditional rule.
The other group that can't do anything is Atlanteans. They can't reproduce with any other group.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. For some reason, I don't know why, but they can't. And then, of course, the Amazon, they live on an island that's very near the edge of the world. But
Right.
I have an Amazon in the group, and she chose to be an assassin, and she's neutral because they only get 3 choices: chaotic evil, lawful evil, neutral. So
No, they have oh, you mean assassins do? Yeah.
yeah, assassins. That's your
Yeah.
choice.
Yeah.
And the woman playing the assassin originally, her boyfriend wanted to play paladin,
Mhm.
and I had to be all like, "Look, you two." I knew who was going to win that argument, though.
Right.
But I was like, "You two need to figure this out because we cannot have an assassin and a paladin in the same group. That's just not going to work out, right?" And so now he's a cryomancer.
Yeah.
So, which just means he likes playing around in the cold.
Yes.
And he worships the god of glaciers and
Yeah, that's the not the gray worm. What is it called? Maybe it is the gray worm.
Whereas Hungar is a cleric who is 100% devoted to Sistagua. He's a Hyperborean, and he pretty much thinks all other humans are subhuman.
That's what the other player in my group is looking to play as a cleric of that same deity. Yeah. So I was like, you know what? Maybe if you consider going with, because I don't know if he rolled it, but he just rolled it as common, and I was like, well, common, it could be, there are several common races, but I said, if you lean towards Hyperborean and just double check to see what size chart you use, because he's only 6'2", but I guess it's still possible for a Hyperborean. And I said, if you all go Hyperborean, it'll kind of tie into like a sub theme. Because I'm not looking to have a main theme for the campaign overall. I want them to really generate that, but I'm trying to incorporate some Howard into it. So some old world, because our world is the old world for them. You know what I'm saying? And better to have Howardian, Howard's old world, so 10,000 BC be that point to bring into this.
Yeah, they call our world Old Earth.
Yeah, Old Earth, right. So I was thinking they're going to try to put together a guild basically modeled on the Free Companions, which is very Hyborian, world, Age of Hyboria, Free Companions concept of it, but it'll have that underlying interest or agenda of pushing that Hyperborean
Hey, Cody.
Hyperborean, god.
Well, I mean, it's pretty easy if you look at the size, coloration, etc., that they list for for the Chimerians exactly who the hell they are. They might not put a C on the front of the name, but I mean, big burly.
The book does say which,
stilly blue eyes.
Does say which, kind of real world connections those different groups have.
Right, because the real Sumerians lived in Central Europe and got wiped out by other tribes that migrated in. So, But apparently in this game, some of the tribes that were going to get wiped out instead got moved to this new world for... Here's a weird thing. I mean, not that we can ever answer it, but why?
Why what?
Why would these massively powerful alien creatures decide to step in and save cultures that are dying out on Earth and then stick them on a crazy flat, concave hex thing circling Saturn? I mean, is it just because they want to watch shit happen, like they're bored and stuff?
Ours is not the reason. Ours is not to wonder the reason why.
Ours is but to do and die. Yes. Okay, I'll take it.
Pretty much. I mean, because there's rules for ray guns and other crazy stuff too in it, right? So it's pretty much things will just get sucked into the world from all over the place.
That's what I was looking for. I was looking for in the equipment charts and things like that, but it's probably in the magic section.
It's in magic. Yeah. That stuff you can't just buy at the market.
Because in the capital city, or the main city, it's not really a capital city, but in the main city there is a downed spaceship. So
right. Well, it's like I was saying.
I'm talking about running the trapper, whatever. The bad guys in that adventure are trying to dig up an ancient laboratory or something.
Yeah. They find they show a computer console.
Yeah, and you got to try and figure out. The players have to try to figure out how it works.
Yeah.
So that's pretty wild. I generally don't. I don't know. This game has made me reconsider a lot of prepositions that I used to have. Or not prepositions, preconceptions about how game world should be and stuff like that. This game is, but I talked to the guy who wrote it a little bit online. That's the only reason I went as deep into it as I did. I think I told you that, Richard. I talked with the dude and he was so nice and cool that I was like, you know what? I'm going to give this guy money. Yep. So that's why you see my fake leather bound, signed bullshit. And he threw in the extra gazetteer though. I didn't have to pay for that. I got two.
Yeah, no, he's a really nice guy.
Yeah,
he's a really nice guy.
I was really surprised by
game.
That too.
He's a great game master. And yeah, the system is I just absolutely love the system.
You know what I love most about the system? Yeah, he does have a laser pistol or some kind of ray gun. I like the fact that the heavier the armor you're wearing, it actually not only affects your armor class, but it has a damage resistance. And I'm a huge fan of armor absorbing damage. Mm-hmm. So to me, that's just like, I love it, I mean, of course, it makes you slow as hell. If you're wearing super heavy armor, you're moving like 20 feet per round or some shit. But you're absorbing a couple points of damage right off the bat. Yeah, the poor Cataphract, he is the only non-fighter class in the game. I mean, pure blood fighter that gets 2 weapon masteries at first level because he has to take lance. But the guy who wrote the book knows he's not going to have a horse for a while. So said, yeah, get another weapon proficiency too, so that, you can at least do some shit while you're trying to get a horse,
Yeah.
But I love that. And the Cataphracti, which is one of the most popular classes with the Chimerians. But the picture, he looks definitely in the Byzantines, He's kind of got that Byzantine Lamlar armor. He's got that Byzantine style helmet. So it's a cool class. I like it. And if you don't play, the one thing I love is this. Let's say you decide to play the Byzantine guy, right? But you don't choose to be lawful good or evil. You choose to be neutral or whatever, right? Then you don't have to worry about the knighthood aspect of being a cataphract. You basically just become a guy that likes to ride around on a horse and fight. If you choose to be lawful good or lawful evil, at that point, then you can join like a knightly order, serve a lord, all this sort of thing. And a lot of the classes, as Richard brought up when he was talking about the warlock, they're kind of like that. It's like, just because somebody's a warlock don't mean they're the same kind of warlock as you think they might be. Because they might be, a death soldier or a fire lord or what. I mean, and all the classes are kind of like that. They give you little choices to make your particular whatever a little different. That's good design. Good design. So, yeah. Recalling about your car's extended warranty. Remember when that was a thing? God.
Yeah.
Yeah, the picture for the Cataphracti, he's got a pistol in his hand. I don't know how rare pistols are. This game is like I said, Ashton Clark Smith plus Journey to Barrier Peak. I mean, there's a lot of weird shit going on,
Yeah. Because like I was saying, I think it was the last game I played with him at GaryCon. We were like a tribe of Germanic people from the Teutoburg Forest or whatever that were marching on the Romans. And then we saw this crazy, he said it was like a dragon falling from the sky, and it was a crashing British Spitfire. And the pilot was climbing out of the wreckage, and here's us walking up in loincloth speaking Proto-Germanic, and he's freaking out, shooting a pistol at us. So it was like he mixes all that together. It's like it could be from any time. You could have ray guns and lasers and other stuff because that's the problem with players. They're going to go, well, I just pick up the gun and use it, and it's like
specifically radium pistol, and a paralyzing pistol.
Yeah.
Well, that's why you've got if your con is
radiation grenades,
you get a bonus to radiation.
Yeah.
Right.
Because you can get irradiated, and that is the thing. But no. I mean, what you said is again, I have so many games I could run. But one of the reasons I went for this game is, one, I've never ran it. So that's a big thing. Yep. And two, I know my players are going to pick up the actual rule system super quick because they all cut their teeth when they joined my group with AD&D.
Yeah.
And if you can play AD&D, you can definitely play this game.
Yeah. I mean,
but the setting is weird enough that it's not going to be just another boring AD&D game, where you wander around. There's going to be some crazy shit going on, right?
Yep.
And that appealed to me. And like I said, I know a lot of people don't use miniatures in their games. I do. And the fact that I'm going to be able to use my Call of Cthulhu miniatures alongside my fantasy miniatures really appealed to me because I'm like, awesome,
Yeah.
I can't wait to bust out a freaking star vampire, some shit on them.
Yeah. There's some really wacky stuff. I think the big selling point for me that I always tell people is that it really replaced AD&D for me. It cleaned up a lot of the loose threads that were in D&D that were just terrible, like the Bard rules, the Psionic rules, all that stuff. And I like not having the Tolkien races. I like not having elves, dwarves, and all that stuff as playable races. Because people they'd go for whatever, like the stat bonus, and it was just a funny hat you put on. You weren't really playing the race.
Yeah.
Not like you were back when the race was a class in D&D, which was like, okay, it was kind of cool. They kept on with that in DCC in a fun way, actually, especially with the halfling and how the dwarf has the innate ability to smell treasure. So it's like, yeah, sure, you could say he's just a fighting man, but that's the guy you want in the front when you're in the dungeon because he's going to lead you to where the gold is, So it was fun. Everybody actually kind of has a part to play as opposed to everybody's a half elf because they get the best bonuses and live
Adventure
longer, blah, blah,
Conqueror fixed that by creating a bunch of races or a bunch of classes, but they were all race specific.
That's cool.
So if you played an elf, you had a choice of like 5 classes, and only elves could be those classes.
Yeah.
And it was for every race was like that. The dwarf had
exactly why I did. That's why I did Valorous the way I did, was to avoid that fucking bullshit.
What classes?
Yeah. What specifically?
Like just not having classes.
Cool.
There's talents, there's proficiencies, there's professional overlays. You can build your own. You can make the character you want, but there's no, hey, I'm a fighter.
Right. Well, that's why, I think it might have been the one I hopped on, or maybe a previous stream when you were saying, oh, I got a game. And I was like, oh, great, another fantasy game. And I was like, is it 6 stat D20? And you're like, no, none of that. And I was like, thank God. Because there's so many of those on the market where it's just a BX clone where all it is like they changed a saving throw here and there, or it's like, and you're like, oh, good. You wasted trees on this?
I addressed that in my mission statement at the start of the book, actually, as to why it's not. Because the world doesn't need another fucking D&D clone.
Yep.
You have enough of them.
Yeah. And I found most of the games that I like best don't have classes in them. Like, you just make the guy that you want to play. And there you go.
Yeah, for me, that was fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, kids, I am going to... My wife and kids are going to be home in a few minutes, so I am going to run. I will see you later, everyone, hopefully, in a couple hours. So 7 p.m. Eastern Time, and we will be talking about Valorous, the
that looks interesting.
role-playing game.
Who
So
wrote
really
that? That looks interesting. That looks like a fun game. What's it about?
I don't know. It's pretty generic, actually. I think it's
Very
a
extremely generic.
Extremely
DBX
generic.
ripoff.
Yeah.
So,
It's BX, 100% BX, no changes. I just
Yeah.
republished Old School
Yeah.
Essentials. Yeah.
correct. Yes. So yes, we will have a great time looking through it. So everyone, you have a good one, and I'll see you in a couple hours, hopefully.
See you
Oh,
then.
God.
You enjoy your cheesecake.
Yep.
Yes, I am going to enjoy my cheesecake. Oh, look at that.
Yeah.
There it is.
God,
They just
Can't
gave
wait.
me the 15-minute warning. That's so I can shoo my girlfriend out of the house or something. I don't
Smart
know.
move.
Right. There you
You
go.
Gumar.
Yes. All right, everyone, have a good one. See
You
you in a
too.
few.
I ate it.
Ciao.
Richard. I like Richard. Such a good guy. But
Yep.
anywho, that's cool that you're gonna have a Valorous thing with Richard. I'm loving that, and I can't wait till your next live play.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun.
Yeah, the one with all the lesbians and ladies. I think that'll be great. I think that's going to be for everyone. And no,
We'll
don't
see.
let hops in it.
We'll see.
Is this,
We're-
is
well,
this
we
act-
might have a fifth female. I'm just waiting to hear from her.
See, there you go, man.
Oh wow, okay. So this is
And
actual
all
lesbians,
female
not like
Valorous
bearded dudes
group?
playing lesbians.
It's not. There's only 2 lesbians out of all the players. Relax.
I know. It's-
Don't let fucking Hype Jones up here get you going on the wrong
I know
holes.
how it is. Yeah.
Well, Bear, everything's better with lesbians.
No, it's not. I've worked security at lesbian parties. It is not better with lesbians. In fact, it's worse.
They get very hands on real quick.
Oh my god. I have
Totally.
never, ever in the history of being a bouncer had my ass grabbed as much as when I worked at lesbian parties because they think it's funny. So they're all grabbing your ass all night. And it's like, could you fucking stop, please? Jesus. Well, you don't like when girls grab your ass? Not when I can't fuck them. No. No, don't care for them. Now it's just a violation.
See, that's where you messed up, though, because you could.
No, you couldn't. Though there was one girl was hilarious. She showed up at the door, the bar, and she's like, "Why are there so many women here?" And our front doorman said, "Well, it's the big lesbian party." And she's like, "Well, I'm not a lesbian." And he's like, "Okay, cool." She's, "No, I'm not a lesbian. I'll prove it. Let's go to the bathroom right now." He's like, "Calm down. I believe you're not a lesbian. It's all good, lady."
Hey, I'm just telling you, it has been my experience that occasionally, once a year or so, they dabble.
Yeah, I also don't shit where I eat.
Yeah.
That's a good idea. But I'm just telling you, I've known a lot of them. They dabble.
Mm-hmm. Good for them. I still don't shit where I eat.
You just got to be difficult.
No, just in the off and on 20 years I was a bouncer, I never once picked up a girl in a club I worked at.
Well, that's just
I
common
think
sense.
that's
You shouldn't
probably
do that.
just a good idea, Bear.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
That's probably just a good idea. You know, you want to avoid that drama because,
It's a good way to stay employed.
it's
Oh.
going to be drama. I mean,
Bars
Yeah.
are not in those days. Bars were different. They didn't have HR. You know what I mean? There was none of that bullshit going on. Usually, the bar manager was a bigger whore than most of the guys working there. Like, let's be honest. You know,
yeah.
too many guys work in bars because they think they're going to get laid. That's why they work there, and then they find out it's actually fucking work. You know, you got to pay attention. The amount of bouncers who never got that. Oh, they were the kind of bouncer where it was like better not to have them on the team than to just have the extra warm body because they caused more trouble than they were worth.
Right.
When I went to the pub, man, all I ever did is drink gin and tonics and play darts, and sometimes sing Blue Oyster Cult songs.
I never been to a bar.
Shadow.
Yep.
I've just never been to a bar.
Don't
Never?
Fear the Reaper was on my list for sure.
How old are you?
33?
And you've
Almost
never
34,
been to
yeah.
a bar?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know how it is where he lives because he's a swamper, but for a long time, a lot of Kentucky was dry.
It's not a dry county, but I'd rather just drink at home anyway.
He drinks alone.
Yep. That explains a lot there, Leth.
Yeah. With
Look,
no
I see what
guy-
happened with my brother. I don't want to be like him. He gets he gets in fights when he gets drunk.
And when he drinks alone, he prefers to be by himself. Right? Little George Thorogood to get everybody in the mood.
One of our guys in our off the books AD&D game that we play at Gary Con, he's from Kentucky. What is it? I think it's Woodford Reserve. He always gets a custom bottle made, and he brings it up down from Kentucky. It's awesome, great whiskey.
Yeah.
Well,
If
Me,
you want
I'm
the
a
best whiskey, you go to
simple-ass
Kentucky.
bitch. Or
Yeah,
a
I'm going to
basic
say
bitch.
Ireland might want to take some exception to you on that one there, Timmy.
Everybody
About
loves a
what?
good old
Whiskey?
bourbon.
Bourbon is not whiskey. Jesus Christ.
Bourbon is bourbon. It's
Bourbon's
actually
bourbon, rye's rye, whiskey's whiskey, scotch is scotch.
It's actually
my mistake.
bourbon
Woodford Reserve, I
whiskey,
think, is
but
bourbon.
still, that's a difference.
Mhm.
It's like scotch. If you look at your bottle of Lagavulin, which I have in there,
It says scotch whiskey.
fine Scotch whiskey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And scotch is actually aged in used bourbon barrels. They buy Maker Mark's barrels so that they can age their scotch in the old barrels.
They found 25 years ago or something like that, they found in Scotland these Scotch barrels that had been buried in peat or something like that. So they were perfectly preserved and the peat never went through the wood. So it was like something like 200-year-old Scotch or some shit like that. And that's age, right? Age is how long it's in the barrel, not how long it's in the bottle. So I can only imagine what that must have tasted like, you know, like you're drinking a tree, you know, like you're just drinking oak, you know.
I can tell you this. The scotch I have, the first flavor that hits your mouth is like you just ran out and licked a freaking paved road.
Okay.
And then the second taste is like kind of sweet and good. And then the third taste is completely indescribably awesome. And I can't even describe what it even is like.
The best
So you
scotch I
start
ever
out
had.
sour, and then it turns sweet, and then it turns into something indescribable.
The best scotch I ever had was this 19-year-old scotch that one of my landlord's husbands was a lawyer, and he'd got it for completing a big contract. And he invited me up one night when his wife was out of town to have a drink, listen to music, and shoot the shit. I'm like, sure. I was right in their basement. And he's like, here, this is a 19-year-old scotch. I'm like, cool. And he pours me the shot and he hands me, and I go to hit it. He's like, whoa, slow down. I'm like, okay. So I took a sip. Holy fuck. The warmth started like in my mouth, spread to my head, and then went all down through my body off one sip. It was like insane how good it was.
Mm-hmm.
Scotch is a wonderful drink.
Yeah. Yeah, it is definitely something. It is an acquired taste. And you can tell if you are hanging out with, men of quality and breeding, determined by how they feel about scotch. If they don't like scotch, then there's probably a problem with them.
It's true.
But if they don't like the Scots, well, they're just paying attention.
Well, yeah, you can love scotch and hate those Pictish bastards. If you want. I mean,
They like to fight.
Who doesn't like to fight?
The Irish have a reputation for a temper, but I'll tell you, Scotsmen are way more violent.
Well, I tell you, and they hate being confused as Irishmen when they come over to vacation in Florida. And
You ever see that?
You're like, are you from Ireland? And they're like, no.
You ever see that sketch Mike Myers used to do on Saturday Night Live back in the day? All things Scottish. It was the Scottish Shop, where you'd open up the door, and the door thing was like a fucking bagpipe, and he would do his old Scottish thing. And there was this one time they had Victoria Jackson comes in, and Kyle MacLachlan was playing his son, and she's like, hi, yeah, I'd like to get something for my father because St. Patrick's Day is coming up, and he's like, oh no, lass, it's no St. Patrick's Day is no Scottish, that's an Irish thing. And Mike Myers' character comes out of the stockroom, the old man. She's like, Ireland, Scotland, it's all the same thing. He's like, what? Ireland, Scotland, and he pulls a map down. He points. He's like, Ireland, Scotland, Ireland, Scotland. There's an ocean in between. Get out of my store, bitch.
Right.
Best fucking thing I ever saw. I was like, that's genius.
Oh,
Yeah.
Mike Myers.
Yeah, too bad he went crazy.
So funny.
Yeah.
He came up when I was talking with my boys on Friday during our game, and I was like, whatever happened to him? Was that love guru pretty much derailed his career?
Derailed his career, and then he went fucking woke crazy.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I haven't. Last I heard from him, he had that little cameo in Inglourious Bastards, and that was really about it. So, he had a weird show too, didn't he? My
The
brother brought it up.
Pentaveret.
Yeah, there you
The
go.
Pentaveret, which is a line from So I Married an Ex-Murderer. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, how could you hate the Colonel, Dad? Oh, because he put an addictive chemical in your chicken that made you crave it fortnightly, smarters. Oh, I hated the Colonel with his wee beady eyes. You're going to love my chicken. Oh, it's a well-known fact that Colonel Sanders was a member of a thing called the Pentaveret, a secret society that made it a special place known as the Meadows. And then he goes on all the members who were in it. Fuck, that was funny. Oh, such a good movie. That is a super underrated movie.
Yeah, that was one of those. Was it ever in theaters? It seemed like one of those.
Yeah,
where it was
I saw it in the theaters.
Okay, it was one of those that I think I caught on HBO as a kid, and I was like,
oh, you blink and
wow.
you miss it.
Yeah,
it was in the theaters for like 2 weeks and it was gone. You know?
Probably it was in the theaters more where Bear is because
we don't
he's
do
the
that
native
here.
son of the region.
No, we don't do that here.
But you don't watch a movie because there's a great Canadian actor in it?
So in England and Australia, they have laws in place for how many Indigenous movies they have to show at their theaters, right? So they can't just have all the American blockbusters. We don't have that in Canada. So all of our movie companies, like, at the time, like Cineplex Odeon and all those guys, they're just going to play the hits. That's all they're going to play. They're just going to play whatever American shit comes out because that makes money, where Canadian shit doesn't put asses in seats.
Well, that is sad.
Yeah.
That is absolutely sad. I'm sorry.
Well, you ever notice when you give your box office returns, they'll be like, it was, number 1 this week in the U.S., number 2 in the UK, number 3 in Australia, and they'll never mention Canada box office. Why? Because our box office is folded into yours.
Seems weird because I know that there was a Canadian law about TVs where you had to have so
TV,
much.
Yes. TV, we have that. That's called Maple. Maple actually, was for the music industry, but yes, it's the CRTC regulation about CanCon, Canadian content. And for records, it was MAPL, which was music, artist, production, lyrics. And if 3 of those were Canadians, it counted as Canadian content.
Yep, and I figured that one out because of Dragon Ball Z. They had 2 different dubs going at the same time for English.
Oh, yeah?
Because of that
did
law.
A Canadian dub?
Yeah, they had the Ocean Canadian dub and then the funny dub.
Nice.
The Canadian dub.
I can
Oh, Goku, that, yeah. I'm going to show you a thing or two, eh?
Yeah.
You better watch your mouth there, boy.
Looks like you aliens came from space there. I just got done doing my sit-ups and 50 times.
Welcome to Earth, Sportsman's Paradise.
I actually preferred the Ocean dub of Z than the English.
I want the Dragon Ball Z dub that's done in like freaking Newfoundland.
No, Jesus Christ!
Just like a bunch of newfies going off. That
should either here hilarious. If you want something hilarious.
For the Emperor, by Jesus, I tell you that right now. For the Emperor.
If you want to hear something funny, look up the either Speedy dub or the Big Green dub of Dragon Ball.
Yeah.
I saw somebody do an edit of the old X-Men cartoon, but it was Wolverine with an Albertan accent. It was perfect. Where he's just sitting there ripping on people using those weird slang.
Wolverine never had a Canadian accent.
Yeah. I think they only brought it up a few times in the movies too, where they're like, you got to serve your country. And he's like, I'm Canadian. It's like, guys, you forget. He was from Alpha Flight, the most laughable team in the entire Marvel universe.
Yeah. One thing I was happy to see in the Deadpool and Hugh Jackman Wolverine movie was they brought Wolverine back in the yellow and like purple uniform or whatever.
Yellow and blue.
Yeah, that original outfit, that was cool. That was cool.
I have to be me and I have to be pedantic for a second. One, there's no such thing as an Albertan accent. I don't know where you get that idea from. They don't have an accent because Alberta's made up of people from mostly all over Canada, right? That's the West. You don't have a real Western accent.
Well, it's like California.
Yeah, it's like California, exactly. It's everybody from everywhere goes there because that's where the jobs are, right? Secondly, what was it? Alpha Flight. You called Alpha Flight the worst team in the Marvel Universe?
I think I might have said most laughable team.
Most laughable. There was most laughable. I
Yeah.
counter with the Great Lakes Avengers. Sit down, shut up, I win. Or Power Pack. Or
I'm with Bear on this one.
Alpha Flight's a great fucking comic. Have you ever read it?
Alpha Flight?
Yeah. It's written by John Byrne.
Yeah,
it's written by John Byrne. It's a great fucking comic. It's a really good comic. They're not a laughable team. You guys like them more than we do. That's for sure. Americans loved Alpha Flight. Canadians were like, it's a little embarrassing, but whatever. We'll live with it. But you couldn't have a
counter with how passionately you're defending them to how much I've read them.
No. I'm defending with knowledge of comics. I will defend what I need to defend based on comics. I do not think anyone sees Alpha Flight as laughable, except perhaps millennials. But you're ironic to begin with, so.
I'm not a millennial either, though.
Well, what are you, sir? Are you Gen X?
I don't need to answer your question, sir.
Yeah, exactly. Because you're not Gen X. If you're a Gen X, you'd be beating your chest.
Yeah, I'd be a rotten crotch like you.
Yeah,
John
wow. Hang on, Paul. I did not get mean and personal in my shots, and you got mean and personal in what you just said, calling me a rotten crotch. Wow. Ooh. You escalated. That was harsh, bro.
I mean, that's kind of self-evident, though. I mean, I'm not really pointing out anything.
I don't know. Hang on. Let me take a. No rot. Smells pretty good.
That shit bumped up a notch quick, didn't it?
A little bit. Over what? Over the most laughable team in the Marvel universe. But
there we go again. See,
we digress.
Nothing like people who know nothing making opinions about something that you know about.
Sure. Did you pick up comics this week, comic fan?
I stopped reading 15 years ago because they went woke and stupid and shitty, and they got written badly.
Did you pick up your comics this week, comic fan?
Nope, I don't read the modern shit because the modern shit is garbage.
Yeah, it's all woke. It's all woke Conan, isn't it? It's all.
I don't read Conan. I don't like Conan.
Oh, dude, I wish
Toxic Avengers, woke, garbage.
What's right? Which Avengers? Hang on, which Avengers?
Toxic Avenger, you might have heard.
Oh, Toxic Avenger. That's I didn't know they made a comic for him now. That's kind of cool.
You wouldn't because you don't read comics.
Okay, dude, what do you want to fucking fight? What is this attitude? Are you trying to pick a fight with me? Is that what your goal is right now, Paul?
I was picking
the attitude you're on.
I was picking a fight with Alpha Flight.
You're picking a fight with me, brother. Like I'm not trying to. I'm not making fun of you. I'm not saying you're anything bad, and you're coming at me with attacks. So I'm going to defend myself soon, and it's going to get ugly. So let's take it down a step.
Easy with the millennial talk.
Take it down a step.
We got it
down.
Got to lower it down.
You nerds are fighting over comic books.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's the best fights.
Pretty much what it was. Yeah.
That's what comic books are about. Nerd fights, James. Come on.
Oh yeah. I think I brought that up on Bloodworth's channel one time. I went in to pick up my order, and it was like two guys arguing over who would win, Superman or the Hulk, and it was just this constant. I was like, "Oh my god, guys!"
Actually, I should correct myself. The only modern comic I'm reading right now is JSA. I like what they're doing with JSA right now.
Who's on the team right now?
Star Girl. Yeah, I know. It's her name. She's with the Star Spangled Kid. Then she's been all over the map.
Well, that was Jeff Johns' doing because he based it off his sister.
Yeah, it's based off his sister. Exactly.
Same Star Girl.
Great character.
That was in like the Justice League cartoons.
Yeah, she was on the Justice League for a short
or Young Justice or whatever it was. Yeah.
I don't think she was on Young Justice. Well, maybe
she was in the one of the seasons of the show. They had her, but it was passing. She wasn't major.
Well, she was in like one of the background shots of Justice League Unlimited 2, standing beside Stripe. So
that was when they when they had the fortress in space. So they were like, throw everybody in there, have the Atom
Tower.
Look, I don't want to get involved in any of your fights or anything, but
we're past the fight. We're not having an actual conversation.
You're dragging us back in, James.
Don't drag us back, James.
I'm just going to say this, and I want you both to understand it. Like, superhero comics are gay.
You're gay.
The only good comics is Savage Sword of Conan and Poison Elves.
Your face is gay.
Unless we're talking manga, and then, of course, Berserk.
So I probably left modern comics for
DC.
Comics
are good.
I dipped back in a little bit with New 52, and then it went stupid, and I was like, fuck that. And then I went back in when they tried to do the new Rebirth, and I was like, okay, let's see where this goes. The only thing that was good in New 52 was Wonder Woman. That was a great fucking comic. When Azzarello was doing his run on it, where it was like weird god stuff, and that stuff was really cool. But Yeah, I like the
when
JSA
he
modern.
hits, Azzarello hits, it's really good. When he misses,
No, when he
though, it's
hits,
like,
he's
come
very
on.
good. He's a very
Yeah,
good
yeah.
writer when he hits. When he misses, though, woof, it's like Grant Morrison missing. It's like, what the fuck did I just
Yeah,
read?
what were you thinking? Yeah.
How high were you? What else? What do I read that's not Marvel or DC? Shit, nothing. I'm waiting for Winds of Numasera Volume 2, but Dark Horse fucking ruined that. Those guys, have you read Winds of Numasera?
No.
So is this? They kickstarted. It was a fantasy comic. They did Volume 1. It's really fucking good. And then they were so successful, Dark Horse showed up with a truckload of money and said, "We'll buy the rights." And they said, "Okay, well, we're gonna make number 2." Said, "Yeah." And it's been 5 years. And it's just there 4 years. It's been 5 years, about 4 or 5 years. And it's like, where the fuck is this, man? I used to read Artesia, but he stopped creating that. Now he's focusing on writing novels, which sucks because his novels are not good. His comic was way better. That's about it. Like, there's nothing from Marvel that interests me at all anymore. Nothing.
Yeah.
All the Star Trek comics are shit because Heather Antos is in charge of them. That's okay, Doc. Tell us nerds all you like.
Doc, I
agree with you.
Let's go back to talking about D&D, you nerds. What's the matter?
Yeah, what the fuck? Yeah. Go back to talking about Lovecraft's cat, you nerds.
Yeah, what was its name again? I thought I had it around here. I was going to say, yeah, the DC and Marvel are both doing like almost little manga-sized versions of some decent storylines. And they're like $10-15, and it's like, oh, okay. But outside of that, anything that's new, like newly written, I don't even.
It's all shit, dude.
Yeah,
and it's been that way since, like, honestly, and I'm going to say this with all the fucking love in my heart.
Sure,
Avengers Disassembled. Like, there was some good stuff that came after, like Young Avengers and Dark Avengers. Those were pretty good. They were well written, nice stuff. But Avengers Disassembled was the fucking death knell of the Marvel universe.
That was Bendis, right? That did that.
Oh yeah,
because I think at the time I was on the DC side because I was like, okay, I read a little bit of Marvel, and then I read an issue of Ultimate Spider-Man with Bendis where he wrote it almost like a stage play. So it wasn't a comic book. It was two heads talking to each other on a 2-page spread. And I was like, this is the ugliest piece of shit I've ever read.
So one of the problems with Bendis as a writer is that when he's writing a single character, he's very, very good. He understands the character. So like his Ultimate Spider-Man's amazing. But when he writes a team book, he doesn't understand how to write different personalities. So you can literally you can put your hand over the picture and read the dialogue and not know who the fuck is talking if they don't say people's names. Like, that's how bad he is. And I don't know why they gave him so much power. Did you ever read the Busiek Perez Avengers run from the late 90s, early 2000s?
I don't think so.
I think it's Avengers Volume 3. It's really good because fucking Busiek has a lexiconic lore knowledge, right? Like, he understands the history. So he brought a lot of old stuff back, but with a modern twist or a modern perspective on it. It was really good. It's where they introduced the Carol Danvers as an alcoholic storyline, which was really good. It was really good. You got Cap wanting to kick her off the team, but he doesn't know she's a drunk. And Tony Stark, who's a fucking recovering drunk, is constantly telling him, no, Cap, trust me, let me handle it. I know what's going on. It's like really well written.
Sure.
And it's Perez before the Parkinson's or whatever he had destroyed his ability to draw very well.
Yeah, he fell apart. Thankfully, that was after they did Avengers versus JLA, which was really good because it was Busiek, George Perez. And it was like, okay, this is kind of cool. And you got to see some cool interactions. Like,
well, that's the same era they were doing the Avengers together.
So it was just an event book. I think it was like 4 issues.
Yeah, but it's in that same period. It's in that same time period. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
So they were on top of their game at that point. They were just fucking kicking. There was that Avengers to me is as comparable to Byrne Claremont's X-Men run. It's that good.
Okay. Sure, yeah.
But the modern stuff, dude, I like Gwen. I liked Gwen until they made her part of the 616, but I have the original stories of her, and I think those were good. Okay. I don't hate Miles Morales. I don't hate him as a character. I hate that they put him in the 616. I hate that they killed the Ultimate Universe. I really do. Like, the Ultimate Universe is a great thing.
I think I would like Miles Morales if they just didn't call him another Spider-Man.
Why? What's the issue there?
I mean, it's just that thing of just race swapping every character. It's like, I think they should have just made him his own character. He could have still been inspired by Spider-Man.
No, but if you actually read the comic where he becomes Ultimate Spider-Man, it makes sense. You know what I mean? Like, there's logic to it.
I think as an outsider looking into those, it feels. Sorry, go ahead.
I feel again that it's just the thing of why not make your own characters instead of?
Oh, I agree. I agree 100% on that, right? Because then we get Luke Cage, Blade, Falcon, who they're turning into Captain America, which is so fucking stupid.
Yeah.
I did read was it Remender? No. Who did the Bucky as Captain America run?
Oh, Hickman, wasn't it?
Hickman.
No.
It was Hickman.
No.
Yeah, it was Hickman, wasn't it?
Was it him or was it Brubaker? I think it was Brubaker.
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 You're 100% right.
Winter Soldier.
That was fucking good.
Yeah, that was one of
was
the little
really
collected ones that I got. I was like, I saw Winter Soldier, and that's probably like one of 2 or 3 movies that in the MCU that I actually call film and that are watchable. It's like that,
it's
Iron
good
Man,
movies.
and maybe Guardians of the Galaxy. But other than that, most of them are trash. And then I was like, okay, let's read the comic book. And that one went into like, the crazy 60s Cap who wasn't Steve. And
the communist, the commie hunter Cap.
The nomad Bucky who was like, he was breaking down because of that copy of the super soldier serum was breaking down his body and all that stuff. You're like, wow, this is really cool. Because it starts off with the Red Skull getting assassinated. And you're like, what the hell is going on?
Did you read the Hawkeye series they ran for a while, where he was in the apartment building defending the apartment building against the Russians with their tracksuits and calling everyone bro? Fuck,
I heard
a
about
good
that.
read.
I heard it's a good one. Yeah.
It's a good read. But the modern stuff, ever since like 2014, 2015, there's just DC and Marvel just plummeted off the cliff for me.
Yeah,
and
what killed
I
it
can't
for me.
afford it.
I think at the time when Bendis was busy ruining Marvel, I was reading. They just done. What was it? They had Green Lantern Rebirth, and it was like, oh, okay, cool. You get to see Hal Jordan, what's going on, and then that led into the whole Blackest Night series, and it was like, all right, there's a lot of comic books to collect, and then they immediately launched into Brightest Day, and I was like, nope. That's when I realized you're not writing
Brightest Day,
comics
Darkest
anymore.
Night was garbage,
Yeah.
and the multicolored lanterns annoys the shit out of me. I don't care for it at all. Anyway, thank you, James, for letting us talk about superheroes and comic books for as long as we did. And now let's talk about 40K or Astonishing Swordsmen and Sorcerers of Hyperborea or BattleTech.
Talk about comics. I mean,
it's okay.
Actually enjoying. I mean, even though I know absolutely nothing about what you guys are talking about, I was still kind of enjoying the back and forth.
You would like, if you were to read a comic, if I was going to recommend you a superhero comic, I would recommend you the Wonder Woman New 52 run, because it's got enough fantasy and mystical and weird sort of Greco-Roman stuff in it. You'd probably connect to it in a better way, James. Oh shit, maybe.
Well, I have to admit too, Wonder Woman is my number 2 favorite superheroine.
There you go. We're talking about French comics.
She's never going to be Marvel Girl, but I mean,
True.
No one can be Marvel Girl, because Marvel Girl is the only one that I remember that has like the little boob window and everything.
I think that's Power Girl.
Power Girl, yeah.
She's got the big old boob window.
The boob window. I mean, she's the best, obviously. You just gotta look at her and be like, oh yeah, she's cool. I like her a lot. But Wonder Woman was. I mean, I remember as a young kid watching the hell out of the Wonder Woman with Linda Carter TV show. I watched the shit out of that,
I used to watch that all the time.
That's where me and Bear get into it, because all of my knowledge of Marvel and DC comes from movies and TV shows and cartoons, which I love, but I don't read the comics because they bore the shit out of me. But
I'm more of a visual,
like X-Men with the da 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 da, and they're all jumping around and doing shit. That shit was good.
Yeah, the cartoon was nice because you had a jumping on point. X-Men, the comic book, was like the longest running Mexican telenovela ever written. Like, you just didn't know where the hell to start. Yeah. Like, everything was happening. You're like, why is all this drama occurring? And you're just like, well, you've got to read 500 issues prior. And you're like, oh, I can't do that, man.
Yeah, I love the X-Men cartoon series. I never missed it. I mean,
I really liked Static Shock.
I love your reference to X-Men as the longest running telenovela. That's actually fucking brilliant. Yeah. But X-Men animated series was just the greatest hits of the comics. You know what I mean?
Is that the one where they made Wolverine Australian?
No, that's X-Men Pride. X-Men Pride of the X-Men, Kitty Pryde. That only happened because Spider-Man is Amazing Friends, when they had the X-Men on, they decided fucking Wolverine was Australian because it was the 80s and Australia was huge,
Australia is pretty cool, though. And don't talk about the crocodile hunter. That guy's a national treasure.
I'm not taking any of your bait.
I'll shit talk Steve Irwin all day. Got what you deserve.
400 years.
It's a stingray. It's not a tickle
Yeah.
ray. It's not a
For
cuddle
400
ray.
years, they held us down with that word. And we finally got our chance at bat. We're finally going to get our piece of the pie. And dude pushes him off and says, that's the theme songs to the Jeffersons.
Did I ever tell you the most awful racist commercial that ever aired on Canadian television?
No.
Please tell.
So we have a company up here called TELUS, and they're like one of the big. They're like Verizon. They're like that. They're a national telecommunications company, and they used to run these ads, and they still do to this day, where they will just have some song playing and animals doing something, and it's for whatever new TELUS thing they're going to do. Okay, one day the commercial comes on, and the Jeffersons theme starts playing, and it's a TELUS ad, and there are monkeys loading bananas into a suitcase. And I'm staring at the TV, and I look at my roommate, and I go, how the fuck did this get from concept to production? And not one person in one room went, wait a minute, guys. Like,
look,
maybe this isn't the best look for us on this.
You're not looking at it right, because those monkeys, they were moving on up. They to the box.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck
So
up.
why do you got to be a hater? I mean, be a congratulator, man.
Yeah, stop suppressing monkey kind.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, what's up? Why are you so there?
Why is it when two guys from Florida get in the room, the IQ drops 10 points? What the fuck is that about?
Because we have hold my beer energy. That's something you Canadians don't know anything about.
It's
No, because we fucking drink it. Because we fucking drink the beer and then we do the thing.
See, we're like, hold my beer while I do something that will probably get me killed.
I've told you before, James, you need to change your national motto from Land of the Free, Home of the Brave to Hold My Beer, Watch This. Like, that should just be America's fucking title.
Because it's the Florida state anthem.
Hold my beer, watch this.
Hold my beer. And also, don't feed hallucinogenics to the alligators.
I thought it was just Florida man fill in the blank.
Yeah, Florida man. Yeah. But yeah, that's what I was telling PB. Like, my extensive knowledge of comics comes from watching cartoons and shit. Yeah. I never read.
I heard you. And there's nothing wrong with that, because you're getting like the Cole's Notes versions of the greatest stories from those comics, right?
Right.
Usually, if it's done well.
Yeah, I was never. I read comics a lot when I was very young. I kind of fell at them. Although I really love those Conan ones that you sent me.
Yeah, that's the Carrie Nord, Kurt Busiek ones. Those are really good.
Like, I really like the
Sword.
No, it's the one where we talked about it earlier. It's Dark Horse. They're doing the classic stories, but he drew them in tight pencil, and then they did the colors right over the pencil, so it has a really neat sort of artistic look to it. It's very good.
Oh, I might need to look into that.
Now, I even like the early stuff from his childhood. That was actually really good. That fit very well.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into that, because I don't think I've seen that, and I know for a fact that I really want to.
You know what, James? I'm gonna give you a little teaser. Hang on. Let me open a new drive.
You know what the problem with Black Horse is as a company?
Dark Horse. They are so unreliable for anything. It's like, yeah, they get good like IPs, and they could make good comics, but it's kind of like you never know like when or if anything's going to happen, and you're just they've gotten better. They've gotten better over the years, but yeah, they do have issues.
Yeah, they
not as bad as Image. Oh my god, Image was the worst.
Yeah,
but
I was just say Kirkman really kind of pulled their asses out of the fire just by being a successful businessman.
And the worst part is I don't think Kirkman's that great a writer. I don't get the hype for Kirkman.
Well, I think the problem is he's just better than the rest of them, which means it's just a very low bar to be successful at Image.
That's
kind of how it always has been. I mean, this is a company started by Rob Liefeld, so I mean that's kind of where the initial bar was set. So
here, James, I'm going to share a page with you, an image with you. Hang on. Let me know when you're ready.
I am ready to hit the button.
So just to give you a quick sneak peek on what these look
I
like.
like that art style.
Look at
Yeah,
this.
this is good stuff.
Look at this. No inks. All pencils and colors.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, it's very vivid.
Fucking amazing. And he writes the stories well, so I would highly recommend picking it up.
Yeah, I could get down with that.
Well, they have them available as trade paperbacks, I believe, and there's like 10 volumes of them or something. Or maybe even more than that. 22 volumes, but I don't know if Kerry Nord sticks around for all 22 volumes.
Back.
I don't think he does.
Doc's back? Okay. Thank you. And thank you, Bear, for letting me know about that. I didn't even know about that. I mean, you can't see behind me because there's a hat and a giant spaceship, but on that bookcase behind me, under my Bible and my prayer books and everything, I have all of the trades from Savage Swords. There's like 22 of them. And each one is like a year or half a year or something. There's like, 6 episodes per trade or maybe 12.
Doc, you knocked me out of the room, you son of a bitch.
Is anybody else having this problem? I'm getting like dumped off Steam all the time.
Restream is having a fucking hiccup issue.
Yeah, I really hope this isn't a huge problem in the game today.
Yeah, Restream's been weird. So,
yeah, Titan Comics are the guys that are doing the Conan book now. They do some occasional cool stuff. They did a version of Tower of the Elephant. Again, on camera here, I'm getting some glare. But anyway, it's cool. It's just an illustrated version of the story. So the story's in there, but every page is just kind of like these full color paintings that are just really kind of.
Flamingo again.
Yeah, so, but they kind of. I think Marvel released a new Conan.
Yeah.
And by the time I left my house to go get Conan #1, right, it had jumped to like $40. And I was
just get the trade paperbacks at that point if you just want to read them.
In the F is this shit, man?
Yeah, and that's the thing too. The writing, it's like, well, who wrote it? It was that Saladin Ahmed guy who's like, I don't know about him, but I think they did like, what was it? They had it where he was on the Avengers and he was dealing with the Marvel universe. I'm like, I don't know. Yeah. In my estimation, anytime they do that, when they mix things up, it's kind of like how people these days where they have like what's that at KFC? You could get like the food bowl where you just throw all your slop in one trough to eat it. And that's what happens. I was just watching clips from Predator 2, and I was like, that was the worst decision they made when they put the alien skull in there, because then people are like, oh man, what about Predator versus Alien? What about Predator versus Tarzan? What about Alien Nation versus Planet of the Apes and all this other nonsense? And you're like, why this? There's no good. Like, you ruin what's good and individual about each of the projects just to throw it in to almost create content, and it's just trash. Like, it almost always results in garbage.
To me, they could stop making Predator movies after the first one.
Almost always. I did say almost always. Yeah.
You literally had me at trough full of slop. Where's the trough full of slop? I want this. This sounds great. I'm on my way.
They call it the KFC bowl, and they basically just put mashed potatoes and dump a bunch of shit on top of it.
God. Anyway, I agree with you, Paul, on the Alien and Predator thing, because having that skull in there did lead to the Dark Horse Aliens versus Predator 4-issue miniseries, which is fucking amazing. Yeah, but you're right. It opened up the world of crossovers that just.
Yeah, and it's a shame because if they made that with a good director, but they
would have been amazing.
They made some other garbage with Paul Script Anderson.
I didn't hate it. My friends were all bitching about it. I went to see it. What's the problem? They're like, well, no. Okay, that's your problem. Is you had expectations of what you want this movie to be. I wanted to see aliens, I wanted to see predators, and I wanted to see them fight. And they did. I'm good. That's exactly what I expected out of this movie. I think people were expecting something higher brow, and it's like, it's aliens versus predators. Stop having expectations.
Yeah. I was like, what would you expect? It's about aliens fighting predators. And
well, the two original movies were both like very high quality, and it just didn't carry over at all.
What are you talking about? Predator is
an awesome movie.
Have you watched it recently? It's super fucking slow.
Not too long ago.
There's endless shots of them walking around the jungle with dun, 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 playing
Let's build tension.
to the point that when the Riff Tracks guys did it, every time they go, dun, 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 Mike's like, I just saved money on my insurance. Because it's just, that's how fucking pointless it is, right? It's great when it gets going. Don't get me wrong. Love Predator, but it's a slow burn. Predator 2 I liked. I love Predator.
Predator
I
2
enjoyed
is
the
good.
shit out of that movie.
Yeah.
I would have liked. I'd like to give you my review of Predator Requiem. Is Alien versus Predator 2, whatever that one was called. But I couldn't see
on
it.
the planet with Peter Parker.
That's where they're on Earth.
Killer.
That's where they're on Earth, I think. But the film was like shot without lights, as near as I can tell, so no one can see anything in that.
Yeah, that was a thing for a while.
Yeah.
Movies being like completely dark to the point you couldn't tell what was going on.
It was a very, very early 2000s thing where they're like, well, we can
Yeah, I
hide
didn't
the
like
bad
that.
CGI everybody's complaining about if we just make everything dark and rainy.
There was like that
Yeah.
Godzilla movie. It's like they might as well have been a blank
God.
screen.
Which one? They were all kind of garbage, except for
Yeah.
the Japanese one that came out 2 years ago. That's
I
about
didn't
it.
like that one. As good as the acting and film production is and all that, I go to see Godzilla for one simple thing: giant monster stomp on shit. That's
Yep.
why I go. I don't go to see the pathos of the people around Godzilla. And Godzilla -1 is a brilliant film. I'm not shitting on it as a film, but it
Sure.
does not give me what I want. I want giant monster, not fucking upset Japanese guy for the whole movie, right? But the first Godzilla movie, the first one they put out that had
Broderick.
no, that was, I saw it in the theaters. It was hilarious. We laughed our balls off.
Bryan
the one-
Cranston?
the one with Bryan Cranston. I was mid on it as I'm watching it. I'm like, whatever. This is whatever. And then the moment came where Godzilla holds the Mutu's mouth open and just takes an atomic shit down his throat. And I'm like, the fucking thing I've ever seen. Did you watch Monarch, the TV show based in that universe with Kurt Russell and his son Wyatt?
Oh, I heard about that.
No, never even heard of that.
Not bad. And like season 2 is coming out
Yeah.
next year. It's not, well, it's Kurt Russell. I swear to fuck, man. Kurt Russell and anything, I'll watch. I don't give a fuck how bad the movie is. I'll enjoy Kurt Russell.
That's why when I saw him auditioning as Han Solo, I was like, man, what could have been? I mean, Harrison
Oh.
Ford's okay.
Him
all,
and
but
Shirley.
yeah.
For about Laverne and Shirley, she was up for that for the longest time.
Not
And
Penny Marshall, the other one.
Cindy Williams.
Cindy Williams, that's it. Yeah,
And then, with Greatest American Hero as Luke.
yeah, William Catt.
You know,
You ever see Mystery Science Theater 3000 when they do Angel's Revenge? Which is this 70s jiggle fest, like fucking stupid movie. And at one point, there's a guy, the drug dealer, who looks like a combination of fucking Marjoe Gortner and William Catt, right? And after something bad happens, he's running down the street, and they just start making this joke, like, and one of the guys goes, "I'm gonna put on the suit the aliens gave me and show everyone." And it's just like, yes, fucking Greatest American Hero reference. I'm in.
I like
that thing's
Greatest
over.
American Hero. I thought it was cool.
What was the name of the guy that was the FBI guy? Robert Mitchum? No.
No,
What was that actor's name? He was really good. He was my favorite part of that show.
I remember watching the show. I really don't remember anything about it. I remember there was an episode where he was pitching baseball.
Robert
The suit
Culp.
under his uniform. That's the only
Robert Culp.
episode I really remember.
There was a sequel where it was his daughter or something like that I heard about. Or they were going to make a sequel where it was his daughter. It was like a new series. The pilot didn't get picked up or something. I'm like, why? Why must we do this? Why? Yeah, the Greatest American Heroine. During 1986, the original principal cast reunited for a pilot movie for the new NBC series renamed The Greatest American Heroine, which did not result in a new series. I have never seen it. I don't want to. And I watched the Corman Fantastic Four movie and enjoyed it. So,
So you are a man of no taste.
none. Zero fucking taste. I just
think
like
the riff
you
tracks,
haven't said you like the worst trailer of all time.
Which is?
The American trailer for Red Dwarf.
So I watched both the pilot episodes, the one with Terry Farrell and the one without Terry Farrell
Oh my
as
god.
Cat. And you know what? Here's the sad part of it. Get some better writers. The one with Terry Farrell, they could have made something out of that. They could have had a chance. The problem is they did the exact same thing. A lot of the guys do is they try and remake the first episode that the British series did because it's a free script. And the
Right.
problem is that the jokes won't carry. They won't land as well, you know?
very different audience. Yeah.
Yeah.
Plus, instead of a slobby Lister, the Lister in the American movie had to be a handsome man. You know?
Yeah, but he was a fuck up. He was actually really good. That actor is actually not a bad actor. The guy who played him, and he was doing good of doing the schlubby sort of thing. Like I'm a schlub, you know. Like no matter how good looking he is, he wasn't like chest beating action hero guy. You know, like that would have been.
You know what the problem was? That I watched the English one like 5 years before. And I was just like, no, get the F out of here. What are you trying to do?
The English one went in the toilet too once they lost the ship and they were on that stupid bug thing.
Well, no, the
it got so repetitive.
One of the writers
that was the last time. That was the last run of the one guy who didn't leave. It was okay on Starbug. It wasn't bad, but then it gets really bad because what happened was they worked together as a team. One guy was a sight gag guy and puns, and the other guy was a witticism guy, right? And they played off each other really well. So, like, you might not like the puns, you'll love the witticisms. You might not like the witticisms, you'll probably love the puns. Then the witticisms guy left. And all the fucking subsequent series just became sight gags and puns. And it was like, oof.
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah, it wasn't great. The witticism guy is the guy who created the idea that when they landed on the reverse Earth, and Lister and Kat and them are walking around thinking that Nodnol, that's in Bulgaria. And it's London backwards. And we're the smart team.
I'm sure he's the guy who created Talkie Toaster. Because that feels like his humor. Would you like some toast? Fuck. How about a bagel?
It's like, why would you buy a sentient toaster if you don't like toast? You know,
Archer did a weird thing with the toaster, Milton, for like one throwaway joke, and then it was just there all the time. It was just this big toaster that wandered around the office for one season.
The guys at Rick and Morty kind of stole that gag, but it was the butter robot. Because
I was never into Rick and Morty. It just never landed for me.
It was a robot, a little robot. Its whole job was just to pass the butter. And at one point, it asked Rick, "What is my purpose?" And Rick's like, "You pass the butter," and the robot gets all sad and shit. It's like you're just copying Red Dwarf with the toaster now, you know. I mean, the poor toaster was going into like this freaking existential crisis because he's a sentient toaster, and all he does is make toast.
Yeah, I like the evil toaster from New Vegas.
Evil. That's a video game, though.
I know, but it was still funny. He was talking about how he was going to destroy the entire world.
Yeah.
Did you ever see Harmon Quest, where Dan Harmon, the creator of Rick and Morty, plays Pathfinder with his buddies, and they make a cartoon out of it? It's like, oh, that's actually enjoyable, as opposed to kind of Critical Role, where it's like it's them joking around a table or whatever like that.
Yeah, like
they made a fun,
like this big goofy half orc or some shit.
Right? Yeah.
He's walking around just being dumb.
Yeah. But they do the thing where it's like every episode there's a guest star who's like an NPC that shows up and leaves, and it's usually some comedian that they've worked with.
In one of them I watched, it was like Dave Fillion or whatever from Firefly, and he played like the governor of a town or the mayor of a town or some shit.
Nathan Fillion, yeah.
Gus Fillion, like.
Oh wait, no, it was Steve Fillion. He was on a show called Icefly, Frozen Fly. Anyway, yeah. The weirdest thing about watching Harmon play D&D is that he doesn't roll his own dice, because his first DM when he played back in the day that rolled all the dice. Yeah, so that's why on Community they do that gag where they don't even just. And he said after that people were going, "Why is that happening?" He goes, "Well, that's how you play D&D," and they're like, "No, it's not." He said, "Well, that's how my DM did it." Like, well, your DM was fucking with you.
Yeah, I remember because there was one show where the guy was like, "I brought my own bag of dice." I
remember that one. I was
like, "Oh, okay." He was very adamant about it.
I remember one time I rolled like every dice that I had for D&D, so all the Pyhedrals, and I wrote them all like 40 or 50 times in a notepad, and then we played D&D with no dice.
You just check them off after you needed a roll.
I just checked them off and kept going up and down the list. The players had no idea. I mean, they knew we weren't using dice, but I mean, it didn't affect gameplay at all.
Right.
Huh.
It was just like, oh, you're going to attack. What's the next number? Oh, it's a 20. Good, whatever.
It's a nice way to hide your random encounters or whatever you're rolling for. If they trigger a trap, you just kind of check it off. And
I did this in Marvel back in the day. I would have them it was the random intuition chart. So I had 10 slots, and then each player would roll their intuition numbers 10 times and write them down. And so whenever I wanted to see if they noticed something, I just roll a D10 and go across the list to see if anybody noticed anything. So it prevented that roll for intuition. I failed. Okay. Oh, now they're all on edge because they know I asked them to roll for something.
Wait, we gotta look. We gotta look.
Yeah, so this broke that metagamey thing. It was really fun. It's fun.
Well,
fun,
I mean,
fun.
a thing that I
There goes
used to
Doc.
like to do a lot and still sometimes do is when we're sitting
Doc's back already? No? Okay, no.
No, he's not back yet.
Not yet.
Nope.
Is when we're sitting at the table for no reason whatsoever, I will just roll dice.
Uh-huh.
And let the players see that I rolled the dice, but then wouldn't say anything to them. They just be sitting there looking like, what's going on? And I'd be like, if they asked about it, I'd be like, don't worry about it.
No, I do that all the time. I do like fake dice rolls.
Yeah, fake
I've
dice
seen
rolls.
all of that. Chop up an index card and they're just handing out notes and it just says, I hope you're having fun. People are like, oh no, he knows something's going on. They're plotting.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the problem is you have to really beat those habits out of people at metagaming where they're just like, well, I got to play this to win. It's like you rolled and you didn't notice. You didn't notice what happened. It's gone. Sorry.
Yeah, those I always do myself, like stuff like perception checks and stuff. I always do those for them.
Yeah.
Well,
I just have fun saying directly at the table, metagaming. You don't know. Stop it.
Yeah.
I try not to metagame. I don't like to do it.
Yeah.
But he does it anyway.
Remember with Janet in D&D, Bruce, Doc?
Where which with the flute?
Just in general, Janet.
Oh,
Your
yeah.
character doesn't know that. That's Janet knowledge. Like I've said that probably 100 times in the games I've run with her.
Well, I mean, she's doing what she's doing.
I like that one thing she did. It was so out of left field. Everybody, is there a rat? I was like, what?
They're a rat.
Sure, there's a rat. Okay, if I talk to Animals Building and have the rat go do this thing, I'm like, that's fucking brilliant.
Hey, then.
That's brilliant.
All right.
But
everybody just like was immediately paused, like, what? Is there a rat?
But there's this other thing she did, which was fucking legendary and brilliant, where she played the flute while you all died.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
Oh, that was so sad. That was like that meme where you see the kid playing guitar crying, and it's like the bard as he watches his get killed.
There's actually a version of a girl playing flute, and she's crying, and it says the bar. It says you watching your party members die because you want to play a fucking bard.
Yeah, that one, yeah.
Well, the bard in Hyperborea is actually a rogue, but acts more like a fighter.
So a bard.
Yeah. So he gets like more hit points and stuff, and he gets thief skills, and that's kind of his thing, basically.
Nice.
So, James, you want to hear what the other players are like in my in last night's game that I played?
I don't know. It sounds to me like you're playing with a party of sociopaths.
That's not exactly true. One of them's actually a good guy.
Then why is he hanging out with an assassin that runs around poisoning innocent people?
He doesn't know that yet.
Poison old women.
Yeah. I mean,
To be fair, he doesn't know that character.
Okay, well.
He was really surprised when my character did that too. It's like, well, that just escalated quickly.
Was that is that the one you play with the Brazilian guy?
Yeah.
Running it? All right.
Yeah.
I played in one game with Max Bouvier or whatever it is. I can't never remember his proper last name. And Bovine and Crispy. And Crispy played this one hysterical character. He was this moronic character who kept like mercy killing people. It became this joke throughout the game. Like he'd come up, how you doing? He's like, I'm fine. If you got hurt, everything's great. They're
I'm
better.
gonna go for a walk.
Missing a leg. I'm gonna go for a walk. Please don't kill me.
Yeah, just don't. Like, what's wrong with you, man? You got problems.
Wait! I can't see your cat because the light's so dark. But does he have mittens?
Yep.
Oh, it's a Tux. Oh, Tux is the best cats ever.
She got the white belly. It's funny too because like her legs, one of them she's got like the little garter, and the other one she's got the stocking.
Nice.
Yeah,
Tuxes are the best.
We have a gray one here.
But yeah, the Aussies playing a female character disguised as a male character.
Disguised as an armoire, it's quite complex.
The other guy is like into the cult stuff, and he broke into like this one guy's room to try to find secrets.
Secrets.
Yes.
I'll find all your secrets.
It was like this like high-ranking military guy, I think, and it was just like he might have like he's like part of the Inquisition, basically.
So you decide this is the exact guy we need to F around with.
James, can I have a
No.
quick moment? Can I have a quick moment really, really quickly?
You can have all the moments you want.
Paul, I'm apologizing for getting upset with you and getting snippy. It was wrong of me, and I apologize. It only ever happens here, and it's wrong of me to do it, but I'll tell you why. It's because this guy fucks with me so much that I'm constantly on fucking edge when I'm here. Now that we're having a nice, wonderful conversation, I feel really bad about it, so I'm very
I didn't take it personally.
That's
Okay,
not
thank you.
true at all.
No,
It's so fucking true, you troll lord.
I treat you like a nice person all the time.
I hate nice people.
I'm always nice to Bear. How could I not be? He's my little Mishka
Oh,
in ultramarine armor. So, and FYI, Mishka means little bear.
Yep.
Yeah.
Instead of teddy bears, that's what they've got in Eastern Europe. They've got Mishus and Mishkas and all that.
Yed Mishka.
Yep.
Yedvid.
And yeah, Misha, you can also use as an informal, affectionate term for someone named Michael or Mikhail.
Yeah.
You can call him Misha.
Also, I'm officially revoking your permission to call me Mishka because you're now using it like a fucking stick, and therefore it's revoked.
But
I gotta run, guys. I gotta prep.
yeah,
You're
go.
in the game.
see you, dog.
Gotta go. Click.
Assuming, of course, I managed to stay online for more than 5 minutes at a time.
There you go.
Catch you guys
Good
later.
luck.
Good
See you
luck,
later,
bro.
Doc.
Have a good game.
Thank you.
What's he running? I was like,
His own system.
My brain's-
Yeah,
oh,
he's
there you go.
blood and iron or
Yeah,
yeah.
something like that.
There
Yeah.
you go.
It's there.
He wrote
It's
his own
right
system.
there. That's it right there. It's 2 giant books. Giant
Okay.
books, by the way.
Yeah, they're big.
Ooh.
He wasn't joking around.
Gotcha.
Like the guy can write. But yeah.
Yeah, I gotta say that modified White Wolf game is kind of fun.
Well, I mean, it's just a die 10 dice pool system, so
I know,
Yeah.
but I mean the story is kind of fun, and the DM's doing pretty good.
well, good. I hope you let him know how much you appreciate his hard work.
And is it vampire?
It's not vampire; it's like a fantasy setting, but we're using the White Wolf rules.
Wow, that's intense because the White Wolf rules can be very, very, very,
Deadly.
very hard on non-supernatural creatures.
Yep.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
But you know what's wild? It's like I've talked to I've talked to like 3 or 4 people who are gamers in South America, and they are just not impressed at all with like a lot of modern games that we play.
Ah.
Like if you want to get into like a MERP game or Rollmaster, some shit like that, those games are, you know, I mean, the South Americans are running those games. They they still rock out to that shit, you know?
Yep.
I was gonna say there's that Brazilian RPG that's kind of like I forget what it's like, almost like set in like 16th century, kind of like when they were first colonizing the New World and stuff like that, the Spanish, and that was supposed to be like their big game down there. They're past kind of like the medieval stuff.
Yeah. So you're obviously not talking about Blood and Chocolate, since no one showed up to yell at you.
The Lamentations game where yeah I've got a copy of that actually. I should probably sell it, but
which was where it was like the Spaniards invading the Aztecs, and people got real butthurt about that.
Oh yeah, well that's the whole modern anti-colonial whatever, however they believe it, thing, the way it works. Well, I don't know, whatever. Yeah, it is what it is. Just like with comic books, there's modern stuff in RPGs where it's like, what is this shit? And I think the thing is it's almost the same kind of attack vector. They realized like this is a bunch of nerds who like scrabbled together whoever they could to play together. So you're very welcoming. So when people go, I am genuinely interested in playing your role play game, and you're like, please come in. And then they come in and just shit on everything. And you're like, oh, why did this happen? Oh, because we're a welcoming social lot that they called weird bridge trolls for this long time. And then we didn't realize, like, no, we're just dudes that like to hang out and play games. That they abused the welcoming, hey, anybody's cool at the table, to where now we have to look at everybody and be like, I don't think you're cool at the table anymore. You got to go. That just sucks.
Side-eye everybody. Yeah. I've never had to give out applications and profile like character questionnaires for people to play in a game before, but I'm doing it now because nope, I'm just not risking it. I'm not fucking risking it.
Yeah. That's what people don't understand. It's your free time.
If you're going to record it, man, you want to make sure you ain't got a bunch of crazy people.
Right? Yeah.
Well, that's not going to happen because I'm running role-playing games, James, so everybody's fucking crazy.
Well, I mean, you want to make sure that as soon as you start filming, someone doesn't start freaking goose stomping around and acting.
Yeah, or alternately, the minute I have the city watch go, oi, hold up there. Oh, fucking Nazis! What the fuck are you gonna do, Nazi? Oh Jesus.
Yeah, I don't know about all that, but
I'm saying the crazy exists on both sides of the fucking fence, right? That's the problem.
Yeah. I hope it doesn't happen to you.
I mean, clearly when we were filling out lines and veils, when I said police brutality, we couldn't have city guards come up and question us in any way. So I don't know how you didn't infer that off of whatever on this. All that nonsense. Like
lines and veils?
That's one of the safety tools that's been... Oh, boy. Yeah,
I don't use fucking safety tools.
Nobody usually does. Honestly, the only time we ever pointed an X card in a game was when a little kid got real spastic and started doing all the Monty Python quotes, and then all of us were like, let's stop that. let's maybe tap the brakes on that a little bit. We're here to role play. I think it was at Gen Con. We're like, come on, dude. Wait, let's get past that. That was about it. But other than that, it's like, it's weird. That's a weird pseudo psychological game that's played in a guise of like, well, we don't want anybody to be triggered. If somebody went through something horrible in their life, they don't want to have that happen. And it's like, I've never seen this come up, and people like, it gets weird to the point where I'll just pass the thing along. They're like, oh, I noticed you didn't mark anything for like nudity and sex and all that stuff. And I'm like, yeah, because usually games that doesn't come up, because usually when it does, I'll openly say, hey, that's fucking weird, dude. We're here to play. We're here playing D&D. We're killing stuff and taking its money. There's no, there's no sex and nudity in it. We can do that.
It definitely should not be, and if there is, it should definitely be a fade to black moment.
Yeah, off screen. That doesn't need to happen in the game.
Like, because I play a game with certain players who are at best and at worst just whoremongering bastards. And I am not going to role play the whore.
Yeah.
So when they pay money for the prostitute and they take her up to their room, fade to fucking black. We're not talking about it anymore, Sure. This idea that, some people want to get all into it.
That's just weird.
Yeah. It's like, that's role playing, but that's not like the RPG we're playing. You guys go get like a motel room somewhere and get away from me. That's not the hobby we're doing right here at my table in my house.
And that is what's weird about modern D&D which I've encountered this already when I used to be into the vampire LARP scene big.
Oh, Jesus.
Modern D&D has also kind of adopted the almost S&M lifestyle.
Yeah.
And, the BDSM, whatever, which was always in the vampire LARP game. There were always that
Yep.
group, right? Which was, depending, I was in my mid-20s, so it was fun, but now it's in D&D and it don't fit in D&D. Like,
No.
if some vampire wants to show up to the game dressed up like some kind of leather dominatrix, it's like, well, okay, that's cool. That's kind of part of what vampires about, right?
True.
But when they're doing it at your fantasy D&D table, it's like, are you a weirdo? We're playing a pseudo medieval European thing. What are you trying to do here? This
they are
cool,
a weirdo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Plus, that's the crazy thing. That's the only time I've ever seen somebody get arrested and get walked off in handcuffs at a convention was during one of those vampire LARPs. And it's like, where were the safety tools then? Because that guy obviously didn't understand no. So
they were my right and my left.
Yeah,
those were the safety tools.
Yeah, these hands is rated E for everybody. But anyway, you're 100% right. Vampire, especially the LARP, is 100%. You have to have mature players that understand that just because a chick comes to the game dressed up a certain way, that's not an invitation for you to want to grab her or something.
Sure.
Just don't do that.
You might have the dominate power. That doesn't mean that you're going to be able to get to do everything that you want in this RPG. It is still a game.
It's a game. Yeah, you're not going to be like, I have dominate 5, so I'm going to tell you to blow me. It's like, what?
Yeah.
It's like, what?
Conversely, though, in every LARP, you can then go, but there's Sheila over there. She'll be down to clown. Go role play with her.
Yeah.
There was always one giant slut in every fucking LARP I ever played in.
Well, old Mary Jane Rottencrotch.
Hey now.
Right over there.
Hey now.
Your days of finger banging little Mary Jane Rottencrotch to her pretty pink panties are over.
What a hero that guy was. But anyway, more than any other game, Vampire definitely requires a certain level of not being a douchebag, I guess, is the only way to put it, Like, you just cannot be a douchebag if you're going to play the game, because you will
it has very simple mechanics.
End up getting arrested, like you said. That's
right.
That's what'll happen. You'll be in trouble, and you probably don't want to go on a list, but you might, depending on what you do. So,
well, I think the tabletop version too, the storyteller system, had a very simple rule set, and I think like number gamers got into it and ruined it for people. Like, why doesn't the system have something to handle those guys? And it's like I have to explain with everybody. That's something that's outside the game. That's those people. Like, it's not going to be in a rule book. That's going to be in like a psychology guide. What's the matter with those guys? It's your job to not play with them, because they're doing something else. They want to play a war game, but not play a war game because they know they'll get their asses stomped when they're playing people on an equal playing field. So they're going to go to something that's like very simple and hand wavy, like the storyteller system, and find out how to break the numerics of it to win the role playing game. And those guys are just like, you got to relegate them to the trash bin. Don't invite them to your table. That's not in the book, but it should be, I guess.
100%.
You're not wrong.
This is why I kind of stopped playing older versions of Vampire, because I didn't feel like, I felt like when you played like all the older versions of Vampire, really all it was a superhero game in disguise.
It was a big power fantasy.
No actual like punishment for shit. And one thing I'll say is, woke as whoever makes it may be, 5e punishes you for acting out. Oh, because of the hunger dice and all that shit like that. Yeah, you don't want to be, running around acting a fool, because
You don't want to cast all your abilities because you'll soon run out of blood and usually go wild, and then it's not good for you.
exactly. You'll use your abilities, you'll run out of blood, you'll go into a hunger rage, you'll eat some random person on the side of I-4, people will see it, and the prince may or may not call a blood hunt.
Let's
mean, it's kind of the simple kind of like consequence, the line of consequence. You made choices, now you're blood hunted. It's like, and so I'm at first I hated 5e, but then I actually read it and thought about it and talked about it with the Black Lodge guys, and I realized that the thing I thought I hated about it is what makes it better than any other version. And that, of course, is the hunger die and the hunger system. I mean, it's like you're not an 8th gen guy with 15 blood pool that can just burn blood all day long and not worry about it, right?
Yeah.
In this game, you got to worry about it.
Yeah.
All the time.
That was one thing, I never liked about playing the older editions of Empire. Everybody would be like, well, I'm going to take Generation 5. Because it's always up to the GM to be like, well, no, let's not do this for story reasons. You always want to be permissible. So then it would end up being, oh, okay, all these guys can spend 3 blood around. They have a blood pool of like 20 or whatever it is. It's ridiculous. And they're practical. It's just a big power fantasy at that point. It doesn't have that. The other
editions had a limit to where you could be in Generation.
Everything's up to the storytelling.
You started at 13th. You could buy up to 8 with backgrounds.
Yeah. So, I mean, like he's saying, if you play with a permissive GM, you're going to end up with a bunch of players that all have max potence, max celerity, max this, max that. And at that point, you're literally dealing with like a Superman type character. He moves faster than you can see. He can throw a fucking dump truck, and you could hit him with a nuke and he'd live.
It's just Speaking of diablerie, I was in a LARP one time where there was a 6th gen running around in the campaign. He was a real pain in the ass, and he was played by an idiot. So the princes, we're going to call them coterie. They were more like his muscle. Went out and captured the guy for him, right? And the sheriff ran those guys. The sheriff was a Malk, Prince was a Bruja. Once they proved, I'm using quotation marks, you can't see because I'm eating, so I'm being polite, that he had broken the masquerade, the prince declares a blood hunt. And then the elders, the Primogen, all vote, yes, and we should absolutely enforce Lex Talionis on this, like, the right of diablerie, because they all want to get that fucking hot, sweet 6th gen blood into their, their fucking veins. What they don't know is that the prince already has the guy as a fucking prisoner, right? So he's like, oh, yes, absolutely. I will bow to the Primogen Council. We will declare Lex Talionis on this, the right of diablerie. So they're all thinking they're going to catch him. Meanwhile, the prince is thinking, I got this fucker. I can diablerize him whenever I want. Did I mention his sheriff was a Malk?
Yep.
So by the time the prince finishes the meeting and goes, okay, sheriff, bring him, I'm going to diablerize him. Well, what do you mean? Well, I'm going to diablerize him since we have him as a prisoner and it's a blood hunt. Yeah, no, I already did that.
So fucking Don't worry, boss. It's taken care of. What do you mean?
Taken care of, boss. What do you mean, fuck? That was mine. It's so funny. And then we had a war between the sheriff and the prince. It was hilarious.
Yeah, good times. Good times.
LARPs could be fun in the 90s.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they could be. I mean, I'll tell you what. I never played in any of the, lightning bolt LARPs. But if there was one around here, I probably would. Nice armor you're wearing, Bear. Yeah, he is a Crimson Fist Space Marine Bear. So Pedro Cantor is his chapter leader. And
for the Emperor, team.
Exactly. He is 100% for the Emperor. He is a good soldier.
Well, I think I'm going to have to get off here now. I'll see you.
I'll see you later, bro. Be safe. But, yeah. Yeah, those were good times. And I am the kind of nerd that would drag my old SCA armor out and show up to one of those boffer ball things. I mean, at this point, because let's be honest, at 54, I am not showing up to the SCA event to fight some 22-year-old, brawler with a stick. He's going to kill me, So I'm going to go ahead and pass on that. I mean, there was a time 20-something years ago, I was squire to one of the greatest knights in the kingdom of Tremaris, and I used to crack heads, but I'm wise enough to know with my broken neck and my jacked up everything that time has passed. Like, I can't even wear my helmet anymore because of all the fused
Too much weight.
vertebrae. Yeah, it's too much weight. That thing weighed like 15 pounds.
Yeah.
I mean, big 16 gauge Spangen helm with the faceplate that looked like, I think it's supposed to look like Odin because it had the beard and whatever, because my character originally, I started out as an Anglo-Saxon, so I had the big Spangen helm with the faceplate, and I wore chainmail a lot. But then eventually, Haas and our house evolved into a Crusader house. So then I got a big Sugarloaf helmet, which, let me tell you can't breathe in those son of a guns. I don't know how they actually fought in the desert in those. But I had my Mel with my, shoulder protection, greaves, and all that. And the Sugarloaf helmet had a big bronze cross on the front. And on one side, a bunch of holes drilled in so that I could supposedly breathe. And then it just had 2 slits like this big. So the whole time I'm fighting somebody, I'm literally looking like this. You know what I mean? It's like, but I mean, oh, look, there's a bear. There is a bear. But would I do that now? As I said, hell no. One of these 6.5 foot tall, 20-something-year-old dudes would crank me upside the head. I'd die. My neck would just go.
I'll be in back dressed as a friar. I'll be here for when you guys kill each other.
I'll be on the sidelines, like barbecuing something or something. Because the stick fighting is done for me.
Yeah. Plus,
my knight had a random heart attack, which kind of took all the flavor out of it anyway.
Put a damper on things for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, dude was out at the park playing basketball with the bros, and he went home and he was in the middle of making himself a salad for dinner and just dropped dead. Lower left ventricular blockage. He was 44. It was weird.
So there's one for you, Bear. I'm turning 44 next Saturday. So there you go. It's coming. The Grim Reaper's coming.
And he was healthy as shit. He would get out there in armor and just beat the shit out of people left, right, and center. Sure. And his job was a operating room nurse. So he was the guy. He was an RN, but he had classes above RN. And his job would be the guy that would stand there, and when the doctor would be like, "Put gauze here," he'd do it. Yeah. Or hand me the whatever, he'd do it. That was his job. So he was a Marine veteran.
Yep.
RN that worked in operating room, worked out all the time, and dropped dead of a blood clot in his heart at 44. Wow. So logically, it just makes no sense,
Yeah. He's a male RN too, so they're probably forcing him to do all the lifting too. Like, we got to ship this guy over.
He talked about that, and he said that he loved being the male RN because female RNs are all sluts, and also hospitals, if you're a male RN, when you go and apply for a job, you are going to get it because every hospital wants a big sturdy male RN. They want that.
Yeah.
Because you're going to be able to do compressions better than some 110-pound female. If you got to do compressions, you can lift things. So they actually, so he never had a problem getting a job ever.
Yeah.
He'd roll in and show his paperwork off, and they'd be like, "Oh yeah," But like I said, man, one day you're here, and the next you're found dead on your kitchen floor with salad all over the place. It's like he was literally made a salad and was holding it when he died.
Oh, he fell over it. Yeah.
Good guy though. Good guy. His actual name was Jim too, like James like mine.
Yep.
But his SCA name was Sir Brendan. And my SCA name was really, really imaginative. I was Lord James. Because the SCA is stupid. They think Lord is a lower rank than Sir. So
Yeah.
you start out as a Lord, but you can work your ass off to become a Sir. And I've always been like, any idiot with a sword could be a Sir. I mean, show up to a noble and be like, hey, can I fight for you? Well, here you are, Sir Jackass. Get out there, you know. But lords are actually landed gentry. but the SCA does it different. And then you can tell who's who by their belt. If you wear a black belt, then you're a lord. If you wear a red belt, you're a squire. If you have a white belt, you're a knight.
Okay.
So I had a red belt that had his actual you have to have your own crest,
Sigil. Yep.
and I had his crest on the end of my belt.
I fucking hate the SCA because of shit like that.
What?
Just the lack of humor they have. It's annoying.
Oh, we had
I mean,
nothing but fun.
No, I mean having fun with each other, but the way they take them, well, maybe it's a Canadian thing, because every SCA I've dealt with here takes itself way too fucking seriously.
Yeah, like, your guys fight your battles in like high school gymnasiums and shit because there's like 3 feet of snow outside. I've seen it.
Yeah.
And it's just like, man, that's nuts. But I mean, you know what? They're getting exercise. They're out there. They're doing something they enjoy. They came
to a student day at my college, and they were doing fighting demos if you wanted to fight the guys. I was like, sure. And they put me all up in the pads, and they gave me the sword. And he attacked, and I blocked, and he left himself wide open in the breadbasket, so I sidekicked him off his feet.
Yeah, that's not allowed, Bear.
And I got a whole lecture about how that's not right. I thought you were recreating actual fighting. We were using martial arts. What do you think what you use is called, idiot? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Martial arts.
I've actually had people yell at me because I used to be very aggressive with my shield work. I can only imagine how they would have treated me if I just ran up and straight kicked somebody right in the chest.
He had a breastplate on. I didn't do any damage. Just knocked him on his ass and embarrassed him in front of all the college girls he was trying to impress.
Because we used to, as a public service, go to schools and show off fighting in front of like the little kids, not college kids, like middle school. And the teachers loved it because it was supposed to be like a dash of history because, you know, and they would always pick the guys to do it that one volunteered and two had their shit together. So they actually looked the way, a knight would look back then.
Sure.
And it was a lot of fun. You know, the little kids loved it. So I did that before I even become a firefighter and went and hung out with the little kids and let them, crawl all over me. I mean, so the deal is, I guess I like showing off in front of kids. I don't know.
I wouldn't say that too loudly or repeatedly.
Yeah, but it's what we did because it was considered like public outreach. I told you how like I would have to race some little kid to see who could get into their turnout gear faster. Yeah. And my whole job was to kind of look at him outside my eye to make sure he won.
Yeah.
And then the lieutenant would be like, "Oh, look, you beat firefighter James. Maybe you'll be a firefighter when you grow up." And the kids would be like, "Yeah," freaking out and shit, and I liked it. I liked it a lot,
Until they started throwing tomatoes. Who put the 4-H club with the firefighter demo? What the hell were they thinking?
Think about this. Maybe some of those kids, because it's been like 16 years, those kids would be in their early 20s. Maybe a couple of them did decide to follow that path and become firemen. That would be great. I mean,
And then promptly got turned down because they were not somebody's nephew or related to anybody.
We don't need to get into that.
I know. I've seen it too many times, though, yeah.
I know why I got hired. One, because I'm a veteran, so that gave me extra points, being a combat vet. Two, the training captain at my department personally liked me because the job I had before I became a firefighter, I had to deal with him a lot, talking about fire hydrants and pressure and shit like that. And he was a big old gruff Mick named McAllister who couldn't say 5 words without throwing a curse word somewhere in it.
My kind of fucking
when
people.
he was happy with you, he still cussed. Like I'd walk in and I'd hand him paperwork. He'd be like, "God damn it, McKee, this is great." I'd just be like, "Okay," you know. So when I went to him, I was like, "I'm thinking about being a firefighter." He tucked me into the back storage room, handed me all the gear for free, and then called the academy and said, "This dude's coming. This is his name. Give him the McAllister discount." So it basically, I got half price for everything.
Oh, there you go.
Nice.
Well, Mac, who has passed, God bless his soul, he started as a firefighter in like 72 for Orlando, and he made it to be the chief of OFD. And OFD is a big department, you know what I mean? And then when he retired from there after like 25 years, he came to my town and he became the training captain. Because, I mean, you know, the thing is, he just didn't ever want to not work. And he worked until, you know, his kidney cancer killed him. But, you know, the point is, yes, what you're saying about knowing people and shit, 100%. 100%. It's a sad reality, you know?
It's not, though. It's a thing where networking is the most important skill they don't teach you in college.
Right. Well, the thing too is I didn't know I was networking until like years after I'd been working with McAllister off and on. My buddy Bootstrap, because his name's Bill Turner, you know, so we just called him Bootstrap. He was like, "I'm going to Fire Academy. Maybe you should too." And I was like, "Well, what's it all about?" And he explained it. And I said, "I think I'll go talk to Mac about this shit." And I did. And then what I said happened. And then like I tested like everyone else, but because I had my veteran preference thing, I, you know, even if somebody had scored as high as me, I got extra points.
Yeah.
So, you know, plus I had Mac in my corner talking to the chief, because you have the training chief talking to the big chief, and the training chief's in there, and he's like 6.5 foot tall, old Irish guy, right? "God damn it, we need to hire that McKee, you know, blah, 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 damn, and fucking blah, you know, and all that." And the next thing I know, I'm at my job and I get a call and it's them, and they're like, "Hey, this is Chief, I forget his name, and I'm just calling to let you know that we're going to offer you the job if you want it." And I was like, "Yes, sir, I do." And he's like, "All right, well." And then I had to show up in a suit and do a little interview thing.
Yeah.
And
well, they probably knew like that's going to be the hardest part for this guy, especially if you've got veteran credentials. It's good, especially like if you've been deployed. It's like, well, you know, this guy's faced gunfire in combat, so charging into a burning building shouldn't make him panic too much.
Well, yeah,
the
other thing, believe it or not, they liked about me is at that time I was like 29 or 30. And all of the guys that I tested against were like 18 or 19. And the guys in the department who were out there doing the testing and shit, you could tell they did not like those 18-year-olds at all.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because I mean,
you don't have that maturity at
some
that age.
18-year-old punk, you don't know what he's going to do, whatever. Right. But they already liked me because, one, they knew me, and two, I'm an older guy. I'm a combat vet. I deployed to Iraq. You know, so they're thinking, yeah, this guy's seen some shit already. You know, he's probably a dependable guy.
Yeah.
And that's a big deal. That's a big deal with them, you know.
Yeah.
And then I got chucked into the mix, and it worked out pretty damn good until
James, can I make a request?
Until I fell 30 feet and broke my neck. Yes, you can, Bear.
Can you do your impersonation of Mac again, swearing a lot? Because I like when you sing the song of my people.
The song of your people. Yeah. He had a really gruff voice, and he'd just be like, "God damn it, Ben Faber. You know I'm your dad, right? I mean, rah, rah, rah." And he'd talk this shit. And Ben Faber was this guy that worked with us, and his dad was the main ER doctor at ORMC, which is the biggest hospital. But apparently he was a swinger. So we would all say, I think Mac might be your dad, Ben. And he would be like, no, he's not. But then Mac would play along with it. He'd show up we'd be doing a training, like hooking up to hydrants and running hoses, shit you do because they don't want you sitting on your ass all day. So they make up shit to do and call it training. And Mac would just show up and be like, Ben Faber, I fucked your mom, right? And Ben would just be standing there and Ben was a big guy. He was like 6'3", 6'4", 250 pounds built. But I mean, he wasn't going to talk shit to Mac. I mean, Mac might have been a 65, 70-year-old dude, but that dude literally, when the old Orange Bowl in Orlando burnt down, Mac and his partner rode it from the top. They were up top. They rode it to the ground. His partner died.
Oh, wow.
So Mac was like a true old salty fucking firefighter. He'd seen all the shit.
Yeah.
So like he could talk all the shit he wanted. That dude, he'd been in the shit. You know how it is. It's like in the military when you see Sergeant Major come around and he's just tabbed out and all fucked up, and you're just like, whatever you say, Sergeant Major. You're the man.
I like that because the new guy's like, what's the Chief's problem? And it's like, his heart died at the Orange Bowl. Like, what do you mean?
Right. He had a lot of pigskin on him, as he called it, which meant throughout his career he got burned up so bad that they had to put like,
skin grafts
on him and stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, that dude had seen all the shit, all of it. So everybody loved him and respected him. And plus he was an infantryman. He went to Fort Benning. So me and him, another reason we hit it off immediately, because he's like, so you went to Benning, huh? And I was like, yeah.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
And he's all like, so what? And we start talking about those shitty freaking barracks that they still use that were built for like World War I, where the showers just like nozzles out back of the place and shit like that. It's like, so yeah, I was in is basically the thing. Mac liked me, I was in. Because the big chief didn't give a shit. He was in the office doing paperwork, making numbers crunch. So, Mac come in and was like, yeah, this guy's good. Big chief's like, fine, bring him on. And that's how it all started.
Gentlemen, I got to bounce. I want to take a nap before I go over and do Bloodworth's show tonight. So I'm going to head out now and take a nap. That's what I'm going to do.
You do that.
And I'm going to do some emotional healing after all the abuse you gave me, James. I got to go touch grass and got to go pray to Jesus a little bit and see if I can get some forgiveness in my heart.
This is where I am so far.
How many pieces is that already?
Too many.
Shit. Very a lot. See you, bro. Because
that's why when you held up the box to Bloodworth and you're like, this is gonna be my centerpiece. I was like, man, those are very
this
detailed
is
miniatures.
Space Marines and Terminator.
Yeah.
So like if I put them on the base, they fell off. But you see, like literally,
that's the scale of it.
Yeah, that's the scale. This guy right here has got to be over 100 feet tall.
Yeah.
But it's a Warlord Titan, which is one of the most powerful of all Titans.
Yeah. So, do they still have the Imperator in that? Because I remember they came out with that in, I think, Titan Legions.
You can buy the Imperator Titan online pretty cheap, actually. But the problem is when they came out with this set, it's 8mm instead of 6. So the Imperator Titan would be small compared to this guy.
Yeah.
He'd literally be towering over that,
That's what I noticed, when you were making the little squads of minis, because I remember back in the day, it was just the 1-inch squares, and you would have, I think, just squads of 5 for the Space Marines.
Right.
Because, they had the terrain was those little cardboard buildings, so you could put them on there.
Those little cardboard buildings were the best.
Yeah.
I mean, that was back when Games Workshop wasn't a complete mess, and when you bought a game, typically it came with everything you needed to actually just go home and play the game.
Yep.
I mean, there was a lot of other stuff you could buy, but if you bought that Space Marine box set, you had 2 armies and enough buildings and shit that you could just go home and enjoy it. Man of War was the same way. You could go home and throw the little template islands out and throw your ships on the table and play. But at some point, they got 1990 basic in Fort Benning. New buildings though. Yeah, Daryl, I missed you by a year. I was 89. And then as soon as I got done at Benning, they sent my ass to Fort Swampy, which was our nickname for Stewart. Fort Stewart, Georgia. Ooh, ah.
These are all the
3-7
places that they,
infantry, cotton bellers by God.
these are all the places they renamed, right? For whatever reason.
Yeah, but they named them back.
Yeah.
Like Benning is Fort Benning again. For a while, they wanted to call it Fort Liberty or some shit.
All right.
And as soon as the orange guy got in, he was like, nah, we're changing all that shit back.
Right.
Because, I mean, what? You're going to give up 100+ years of history to make...
Right.
He also named Mount Devali or whatever back to freaking Mount McKinley or whatever.
Yeah.
McKinley. Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, it's weird. I don't know why they were doing that to, like, I don't know, just get rid of the history that, because that's the different thing. Like, you could call the mountains whatever the hell you want to call them, but the forts, like, thousands of people went through there. They've had experience with their lives. You can't just change it for these people who'd never been in the military to feel better because it's not Fort Benning, it's Fort Liberty or Fort Justice or whatever amorphous weird concept you want to
name they pick,
slap on it, rebrand it. It's not going to change anything.
Well, they did all that shit after the Summer of Love, and
right, yeah, where they were pretty much obliterating history live on TV.
Yeah, like they're like, we just want to get rid of the Confederate statues. Next thing you know, they're ripping down Thomas Jefferson. It's like, hold on a minute,
like,
that guy wrote the Constitution.
Yeah, he was president number 3 that wrote the Constitution. Why? He was nowhere near. He was long dead before the whole Confederate thing happened. But that's why they start out with one thing, and then it's like, well, we're going to detour down this way and get rid of John Adams and George Washington as well. And it's like,
do you know what's sad about the whole thing too? A lot of these guys whose statues they wanted to remove were 100% pro abolitionist. Thomas Jefferson was a pro abolitionist guy. The only reason he could never free his slaves is because under the British mandate, which followed through afterwards, if you freed the slaves, you were still legally responsible for them. So if you freed a slave and then that slave ran off and committed a murder, you got put on trial.
Right.
And so it put everybody in this spot where they're like, and of course not everyone. The guys from Georgia, they were like, if you try to get rid of slavery, we're just not going to be in at all. South Carolina was super pro-slavery, but like Virginia and places like that, they were anti-slavery. But the problem with the revolution is when they got together to do their little congressional whatever, the first Congress, they agreed that if it was not unanimous, they would not do it. So when a Southern colony, no.
I'm getting pieces here because you're freezing and you're staring at me, and it's really creeping me out. Will he come back? I think the restream ate you. Checking to see if the chat's moving. Maybe it's me. Oh, there we go. Had a big old lag spike. You're moving again, though.
Oh, yeah. My internet, sometimes it'll be great, and then I don't know, maybe the neighbors go on and start downloading porn or something, and then my internet gets sketchy as shit. Anyway, the long and short of it was a lot of the colonies wanted to free the slaves, but because
I think they needed, who was it, South Carolina and Georgia or something like that.
Southern colony, they I mean, so you've played Savage Swordsman of
Hyperborea,
Hyperborea.
I haven't had like a regular campaign where we leveled up. It was mostly one shots or modules though. So, but yeah, definitely want to.
I mean, that's still more experience than I got.
Sure.
So
Well, that was a fun thing. Yeah, I think it was the first Gary Con I went to, which was 9. I think that was 2016, 2017. I forget which one it was, but what's his name was there? Jeff Talanian. He was playtesting, I think, the Seawolf's Daughter, the module he was doing, because he was just testing out the abilities for the Cryomancer, because that was going to come out in the second edition book, I think.
Yeah.
And it was interesting because I'd only ever been to, I think, conventions in Illinois and Indiana. Like I went to Gen Con, some stuff over here. So it's cons in Wisconsin. You talk about drinking and loving, scotch and whiskey and whatever. Those guys drink like fish. It's crazy. Because I walked into the game and they were like, "Hey, we got a spot open." I was just walking around because I had time between games. They're like, "Hey, you want to play this? It's with the designer. He's testing out a game for a module." I was like, "Sure." I sat down. I was like, "Oh, this is a Savage Sword or whatever." I forgot what it was called originally because I played the first edition back at Origins.
Yeah, it was
a couple years before.
Swordsmen,
Sorcerers of Hyperborea. Yeah, it was like this long name that he truncated down to Hyperborea. But I was like, sure. Sat down. They passed me a character, and then the dude busted open a cooler and was like, "Here, have a beer." And I was like, "This is the best con I've ever been to." It's just it had a really great atmosphere. Just like, yeah, come on, sit down, have a drink. I go there every year now. We do the same thing. We all show up and we pass around beers to play the old FOSSA Star Trek. I got one guy who runs it every year with the same cast of guys, and we all play the same characters. So
that's really cool. Fastest Star Trek was really cool too.
Yeah, it was a good game.
But yeah, I keep telling myself one of these days I'm going to get up there. I've got like the personal invitation from Vic to go up to Dave Con.
Mm-hmm.
He wants me to go there. I've had an invitation from Binger to actually just come to his house and eat barbecue. And because believe it or not, even though I am an incredibly orthodox human being, Christian, I still like Binger. I can't help it.
Uh-huh.
Even though he does what he does. And, so I just pray that one of these days he'll grow out of it and whatever. I'll tell you what, this is a true story. There was a tournament and Binger got banned. And when we were arguing about it on X, the dude who banned Binger from the tournament said he was banned because he's a Christian fundamentalist.
Yeah, that goes by Venture Satanist, Yeah, that's ridiculous.
It's like, what? But apparently to those guys, they literally consider Binger to be like some kind of, it's a good thing they don't know me because then, they'd have been right. They'd have been like,
they probably watched videos and they're like, he has a wife and kids and a working family. This guy must be some kind of Christian wackadoo. And it's like, he's just a dude in Wisconsin, man.
He's a dude in Wisconsin that wakes up at 5 a.m. every morning to go out and frame houses and shit like that so that he can feed his wife and kids. And I'm not sure how many he's up to, but I know it's like multiple.
Yeah, I know he's got, I think, like maybe 2 or more little girls or whatever. Because they always go. He's always showing vacation, like him going out and relaxing.
So more power to the guy. I'll tell you what, if you ever talk to him, he is actually just a dude, bro. You know what I mean? He's like one of us for sure.
Oh, yeah. No, yeah, I ran into him at Gamehole Con. That's one of the cons that actually banned him a couple of years ago. I'm not sure if they banned him, actually. He might have just gave up on them because they started putting the trans colors in their stuff. And he was like, nah, this isn't for me anymore. But, I picked up all the Chalt books from him. He was there with his in his soccer mom van and whatnot. And that's why it's funny. People bought into this whole mystique of this guy, Avenger Satanist. They're like, oh, he must be some weird cult member. And then he's dressed like my 5th grade gym teacher. And we go out to his soccer van. He's just got his Chalt books in a box. And I just bought some hardcovers off him. So I played in a couple of his games. Yeah, he's one of the normalest dudes you'll ever meet.
He truly is. I mean, he needs to give up. I mean, or no, keep being Venger Satanis if that's what's the thing. But that dude is definitely like a 1950s American dad, you know. He's like, and you talk to him, and he's such a Midwesterner, you know. He's just like, hey, you want to get some food, have a beer or something, man, you know. And that's one thing I've always said too. You can tell if a game is made by a Midwesterner versus a West Coast guy.
Right.
It's almost like there's an entire different game theory involved, you know?
Yeah.
So, you know, but anyway, I can't say enough nice things about Venger, really. I like the guy. Now, do I wish he would stop his foolishness and like go to catechumen class and become Orthodox? Of course. I mean, I want everybody to do that, and I'm upfront about it. But if they tell me they're not going to do it, I say, well, you know, okay. I mean, you know, well, I'm not going to make you, you know, do your thing then. But yes, so of course I wish he would do that, but it don't matter. I still think he's an awesome dude. Now, John, the basic expert, did go to catechumen and become Orthodox.
Yep.
I think I mentioned that. I was pretty like, got another one, baby.
Oh, you slipped that into his ear? Because he was talking about that for a while over on his channel and whatnot with going to church with the wife. And it's interesting to see, a lot of people getting into Orthodoxy now, mostly because the Catholic Church is kind of, people are realizing that it's a slow train crash and it's time to get off, I think, unfortunately.
Well, I mean,
Catholics.
Not to get it too hardcore into the theology or religion, but what is attractive, especially to young men about Orthodoxy, is how unapologetic Orthodoxy is.
Right.
It's like we believe what the Bible tells us, and we don't give a shit what you think about it. And if it hurts your fees, well, we're sorry, we don't want to, but we're not going to bend the knee to your modern agenda and give up 2,000 years of the faith. You know, it's not happening. And a lot of young men and women find that very attractive.
Right.
You know,
well, that's the crazy thing. It should go without saying that, like, your belief system, your religion should be the thing that you should have absolute conviction in, like unbending. Right. And the fact that people have to kind of apologize for their beliefs, it's like, no, we're not doing that.
It's kind of weird because it's like when you talk to some, I would call them soft Christians, and they're like, well, you know, I believe this and this, but this other group, you know, they could be right too. And I'm like, I don't want to be mean because, of course, I don't know anything for sure. But I also, at the same time, I question it because I'm like, why are you even the religion you are if you're sitting here saying that some other religion could actually be right? It's like, I don't think that's the way it works. You know, you think if you're willing to like make your life a pain in the ass, because, you know, being Christian is not easy. You know, people judge you and shit. And if you're willing to go that far, then why would you? You know what I'm saying? I just don't get it. I don't get it.
Well, that's that whole idea of having, you know, your mind so open that, you know, your brain falls out. You really don't believe in anything. You know, you're just like, well, you know, why don't we all just let bygones be bygones? And it's like, well, because people have beliefs, they have conviction, and this is the truth. This is the way I'm going to live my life. And that's why they're not going to apologize for whatever socio-political thing is the flavor of the day or flavor of the week.
Right.
That they're on the opposite side of, because at their core, they believe what they believe. You know, scream at them and call them all the names you want. It's not going to change it. So.
Yeah, you'll never see anybody hanging up any multicolored flags in an Orthodox church. It is simply never going to happen.
Right.
I mean, you know.
Yeah.
But
that's the crazy thing, though. It's like, just doing that, people are acting like, well, you might as well just be burning these people at the stake. And it's like, no, it's not you know, You know, that's
Well,
so.
it's-
Whenever
it's-
there's calls for tolerance, but it's like, no, you want more than that. You want preference. You don't want people to just
Yeah,
not.
I mean,
You know.
I wasn't going to get into it, but you brought the whole, and it all starts with the concept that words are violence,
Which is crazy.
but words are not violence.
Yeah.
Somebody can stand on the street corner with a sign and scream that the end is coming all day long. He's not hurting anyone. Just go about your way.
They just ignore
People
them.
can disagree about matters of doctrine and shit. There's
Right.
no need to, declare a holy war, start rounding anybody up. And
Right.
it's not going to happen. But then you go online and it's all about these people screaming about how they're being genocided. It's like, well, who exactly is
Yeah.
genociding you? Because,
Right.
I mean, as an Orthodox man, according to my religion, I have to be nice to you.
Right.
You know what I mean? I can't be mean to you.
Right.
I mean, I can know that what you're doing is sinful in the eyes of God, but that don't mean I get to burn you at stake, as you said. It just means I can be like, yeah, that's not the right way to live.
It's pretty much in pretty much in our commandments. We're not supposed to murder anybody.
right.
Yeah.
So basically, the deal is you can say, what you're doing is not really pleasing to God. Maybe you should think about repenting. And if they tell you to pound sand, you're just like, go in peace, brother. I wish you nothing but the best.
Yeah.
And then you just go on with your go about your way. I mean, because Christianity cannot be compelled. You cannot compel anyone to become Christian.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, I guess you could put a knife at their throat and say, become Christian, but in their heart, they won't be because they're being forced to, and that don't work. But
that's why they call it the come to Jesus moment. That's only up to you. It never comes through force. So
nope.
Yeah.
So here's a good character that no one's playing. You know who he is. I painted him up. Maybe he'll be in Hyperborea.
There you go.
Hyperborea.
Yeah.
I'd make this is the perfect miniature for a big Cimmerian barbarian. Right.
Yep. I think they got rules in there too. I was looking because ever since Bloodworth said he was going to run it, I was like, let me get the old 3rd edition book out and flip through. I think the barbarians get like bonuses to armor class for not wearing armor, so they want you to look like Conan, where you just got the loincloth and a sword. Yeah, they get that bonus if they don't wear armor, but they can have shields. Mm-hmm. Yep.
And they're a die 12 hit die, I think,
which is huge. Yeah,
and they get a +2 saving throw bonus to everything,
which I think only the paladin gets, other than them.
Yeah, and I mean, so they're a cool class. They really are. I mean,
they're real tough.
The fighter is going to develop weapon masteries and shit quicker, but the barbarian is going to be your guy if you're out in the wilderness trying not to die. So, I mean, in a way, they're almost rangerish in the fact that they can, climb cliffs and wilderness survival and all this stuff. But then again, you have the typical thing they do with barbarians, and that is their complete distrust of the arcane, which doesn't mean they won't use a magic weapon, but they're not likely to cover themselves in talismans and trinkets. That's just not their speed. They're not doing it. So, it's like, all right. Sounds
they can wield a magical weapon or be girded with a magical belt. And they're like, their sorcerer's distrust is best established through individual role play. But they've got a little bit of tracking they can do. They definitely can sense magic. They can draw poison. That's kind of cool. That's the thing that I like. They did that with a lot of the kind of wildernessy type of guys. They have draw
the
poison
scout,
stuff.
The hunter, the shaman, I think.
Yeah. That's nice because
I made a shaman character. I actually like the shaman, the idea of it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the Celtic shaman waving feathered freaking, totems around or whatever, and invoking either the horse god or the stag god or whatever. I mean, that's kind of a cool picture, to have in your head, right? This is my character, and this is what they do. So yeah, like I said, I got into the game because the guy who created it was super cool, and I liked him when I talked to him, and I went all in. And then I've never played it, but then next weekend I think is our first game.
There you go.
So
you're running it then?
Yeah, I am the forever DM. The only time I get to play is
Happens.
when my brother runs Vampire
Mhm.
5th edition. Then I get to be a player.
Yeah.
But I can never play D&D games ever.
Oh, really? I prefer
Well,
not
because
to.
I've ran D&D so much
Yeah.
that I will be the worst player at your table.
Yeah.
You know, because it's just a matter of I know so much about the system that I literally have to fight to not be an overly judgmental dick about everything the guy running the game does. And that's really not fair to the guy running the game. I mean, you know, I'm over here, you know, being an asshole. That's not cool.
Right.
So I just avoid it. That's why, despite the fact that I get tons of invitations to play in online games, I never do.
Right.
Because I'm like, you guys don't want me in your game. Now,
Right.
my brother, he plays in online games, but the problem with him is he's flaky as shit. So he'll show up and be the best player at the table for a couple weeks, and then you may not see him again ever.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's the problem with those online games, though. When you don't have that face to face, like, yeah, it's easy to just be like, I'm just not going to log on. Like, I've been playing in Bloodworth's. He's got a Gangbusters game that we've been playing, and that one started off with like 4 people, then the next week 3 people, and then it was 2 people. So it's like every week we like shed one person to the point where it's like we
And
got.
that's sad because Gangbusters, I have a lot of good memories about Gangbusters from when I was like a kid. Because I had bought I still own it, the TSR box set.
Yeah.
Man, we moved little chits of cars all over, you know, Lakefront City, and the characters were into all kinds of shit. And I mean, there was one game we played where half of the players were like bad guys and the other half were cops. And believe it or not, the game worked out pretty damn well.
Right.
You know, you might not think that it would have, but it ended up, yeah, you know, even though it was pretty much player versus player combat. So, you know, it was a good game, and we all loved it. And then, you know, the problem with that game is the problem with a lot of games that TSR put out. They got to a point where they just were like, yeah, we're never going to support this game again.
Yeah.
So, you know, whatever.
That's how game companies were. Like we were talking about early GW, and I think my 2 favorite games from GW were Blood Bowl and Necromunda. And then after a while, they just stopped supporting them. And it's like, for some reason, in the tabletop nerd sphere, as soon as a company stops supporting something, it's like it's dead. It's like, guys, you can just keep playing. Like to Blood Bowl's credit, there was such a fan base. They kept like a big game Bible where they kept updating it and adding new teams and whatever until they finally relaunched it, like whatever it was, a couple of years ago, like 7 or 8 years ago. But during that time, for like almost 20 years, Blood Bowl was gone. There was nothing.
They did the same thing, believe it or not, with they did the same thing with Mordheim.
Yeah.
After Games Workshop dropped Mordheim, the people who loved Mordheim just kept playing Mordheim.
Yeah.
And then you could go online and download like the Mordheim extra special extreme rules that have like, you know, rules for every gang you can even imagine that ever existed anywhere on the old world. And, I mean, so the Mordheim players, they just refused to accept that their game was no longer, you know,
Yeah.
being supportive. They just kept rocking out stuff, and
Yeah,
now they
that's
brought Necromunda back.
Yeah, but
But
like you were saying,
I'll be honest with you, man. It's
yeah,
nowhere near as good as the original.
nowhere close. The crazy thing, like you were saying, you could buy the box and you had everything. My buddy and I were like, remember how great Necromunda was? So we tried the new Necromunda. You need a main rule book. You need a basic gang rule book. You need a rule book for your specific gang. And you don't even have all the terrain when you get the main box. You get like a little bit of terrain. Originally, Necromunda was like, you had measurement sticks, dice, enough terrain to fill up like an entire table, all this great stuff, 2 gangs. And then, like, yeah, you got the newer set, and you're like, this thing doesn't even have the right rule books if you wanted to play a campaign. Like, you could play it like a one-on-one, just like a skirmish, but it didn't have any. Yeah, I was like,
the thing that kind of turned me off to it also was just that the complexity was way more than I remember.
Yep. Yeah.
It was like in old Mordheim or old Necromunda, it was like you had your gang sheet, and when you were playing the game, it was like, okay, I'm going to move this guy here, and I'm going to take a shot at that guy, and you rolled dice, and then you moved on. But this new one, there's like all these different dice, and I get it that I guess they're trying to make it more simulationist or something, but Mordheim was always just the quick, good time game. Yeah. If you weren't playing 40K, you could always just go sit down at a table and crank out some Mordheim or some Necromunda, right?
Yep.
And they changed it now. Now the new kill team is way better than that mess they originally made. But the other two, I'm not such a fan of. I really think the originals were better. And that's Mordheim and Mordheim they haven't released, but Necromunda for sure. The original rules were just so much cleaner. And like you said, you bought the box for $69. Yeah. You got home, you had all the plastic ends that you put all the different, walkways all over the freaking place. It'd be a 4x4 foot table, easy. Yeah. And then you and your opponent would just go at it, And I think it was like Orlocks versus Goliaths or something.
That was the base set. Yeah, Orlok Goliath was the original.
Yeah, and it was just like, hell yeah, man. But at some point, they just gave it up, and it's like, okay, I mean, you can't. There's nothing either of us can do to make them see any sense. I mean, Games Workshop, if anything, has proven that they're stupid as shit.
Right. Well, that was the thing. This last version of Kill Team, because I don't think I've played the latest version, because my brother's really big on Kill Team. So we played the one. I forget. I think it might have been just the first one that was after that Shadow War Armageddon. That was their first book for it.
Yeah.
And it was like, okay, this is kind of cool. That was the one where you had to set different orders for each of the guys. So we went to Litco and we got the little acrylic. They had these nice discs you could rotate to show, like, okay, this guy's on Overwatch, this guy charged, this guy's whatever. And then they went into this new edition where it's like, okay, you have to decide whether or not your guy's in concealment or not. And there's no numbers. It's all, is he within square range, circle range, or triangle range? And you're like, what?
God,
and you looked at,
that.
Did you see that? That was garbage.
Thing.
Yeah, and that was all because they wanted to sell that stupid movement thing. And all it was 1 inch, 2 inch, 3 inch. Yeah, that's it. So I was like, wait a minute. We're going from a perfectly fine system that had everything in normal measurements to this. You can move square, or you could move square, circle, triangle. And I was like, what? Speak English. It didn't make any sense. But I guess they're doing another edition now, and they've went back. They've listened to people who I think pretty much just went I think they just translated all the rules to the proper 1 inch, 2 inch, 3 inch. And they realized, we're not going to sell any of these stupid plastic, whatever it was, the measurement tools anymore. Yeah. Because people are onto our garbage.
Well, one of the things that was hot garbage too, is just like when that game started, if you went to my local comic shop, all you saw was Golden Boys. Because when the new version of Kill Team came out,
they were retarded.
The Emperor's freaking guard were just like, get out of here.
Custodes, it was like, Oh, I
The
could field a
Custodes.
whole team with like 3 miniatures, and they're going to beat the hell out of everyone. I win, and they just had to
Yeah.
nerf them into the floor. Yeah,
It was pretty hard too because I'm showing up with my Imperial Guardsmen, and there's guys with their Custodes and shit like that, and I'm just like, wow. I mean, it makes sense. They are Custodes. They probably
Yeah.
could ripping a Guardsman in half, no problem. But
Yeah.
I mean, we're playing a game though, and sometimes the game can't be super realistic because then it's just not fun,
Right.
to be on the receiving end of the ass whipping
exactly.
that
Yeah.
you justly should receive, though.
Right. Yeah.
So, but yeah. I'm
It's
glad
okay.
they're coming out with a version that gets rid of. What I wanted to say is, I think one of the things that made people hate fourth edition D&D even more than normal was the fact that all the movement rates and everything in the game were given in squares. And I
Mhm.
think it pissed people off because you'll notice fifth edition gives all the movements in feet.
Right.
Because everybody knows that 5 feet is a square. So, well, unless you're outdoors and then a square is like a couple yards or whatever.
Yeah.
But regardless, we don't need to
Yeah.
get super deep into it.
Right.
But I think it just put a lot of players off because they were like, like it made the game too gamey.
Right. Well,
And-
I think that's the thing. Like, I'm a big fan of 4E just because I'm really, honestly, D&D's not in my top 5 RPGs at all. I'm not a big D&D guy. But when we
Right.
played 4th edition, it was like, oh, okay, cool. Like, yeah, my buddies and I, we were playing World of Warcraft, so we could see what they're trying to do with the whole, like, kind of building a squad where you want a defender, you want a leader, you want a strikers and all that. I was like, oh, okay. I see who they're trying to sell it to. And then it came to the whole miniature gaming thing with the squares, because playing AD&D, yeah, you're right. That was the thing when you're playing Theater of the Mind, and it's like, wait, no, we're inside, so this weapon does this in a range. Whereas if we're outside, because like I had some druid spells that were like, you can't cast Wall of Fire inside. That'll just kill everyone, Whereas outside, the measurement works differently. So it used this one unified kind of measurement system. The problem was it pretty much took all the Theater of the Mind players and threw them out with the bathwater because they're like, no, you have to play on a square grid map. Otherwise, you just won't be able to play this game, period.
Right.
Because it's all by kind of miniature squares. So it was fun to play as like a miniature skirmish game, but I never really looked at D&D as like high role playing anywhere, because most people scoff at even doing a voice for their character or even developing any mannerisms or habits. So it's like, yeah, just play your murder guy in a skirmish game and there you go. What's everyone all upset about? And I found a lot of people who really kind of were complaining about 4th edition, complained about 3rd edition, complained about 2nd edition. And it's like, well, what's your favorite edition? Oh, we only like the one true way, the way that Gary wrote it. And I'm like, wait, who? Gary Gygax? Oh, did you know him? No, but he's Gary. And it's like all these guys that use the guy's first name like they knew him, like he was their next door neighbor. All right, I shuffle them into the they're in a cult. I understand you like things, that's cool, but like I don't know. I'm ranting here, but it's just one of those things.
I did
like,
meet him, but you are allowed to rant here, if you wish. Like I'm pretty open to people pretty much doing whatever.
Sure.
I always tell people this, and I don't know if they believe me or they think I'm just a crackhead. But
Okay.
4th edition came out with at the Essential set.
Yeah.
And the Essential set was freaking good.
Yep.
Like Heroes of the Fallen Kingdom or whatever, Heroes of the whatever. I have them all still because I refuse to get rid of them.
Those are the little
And
digest
it's
books,
so
right? The
weird because no one wants to play them.
Right.
But they're actually really good games,
Right.
And
but those were the little digest ones that came out.
Yeah,
after...
they were the little cream-colored books.
Yeah.
And what they did is they made 4th edition more like the role-playing game that role players wanted.
Right.
Whereas the standard 4th edition was, as you said, and I agree, a skirmish game. And if they had sold it as a skirmish game, I think they would have kicked ass.
That's what I was saying. I was like,
Yeah.
they had just like 10 years prior, because I was working at the Wizards of the Coast store in the local area over here.
Right.
They had came out with the miniatures line called Chainmail, because they still had the rights for Chainmail. That was their old war game. And I was like, why didn't they just call that, like, you know, whatever, Chainmail Reforged or whatever the hell you want to call it? And it would have been its own thing. It would have been a skirmish combat game. And then you could have just left D&D alone. You know, but instead they were like, no, we drive this ship. And it's like, yeah, you drove it right in the toilet, because all the people who wanted to play the role-playing game hopped over to Pathfinder, and they lost market share at that point.
Big time.
Yeah.
Big time. And it's like, yeah, it's like, they canceled the game too that I'm talking about. But there was the game where you bought the miniatures and it was like a blind box. And then if you bought the bigger box, it came with a fold out map of like a dungeon or something.
Okay.
And every miniature had a card. And on one side was like the D&D stats. And on the other side was like the game stats. Right. And I played the hell out of that game. And yet they ended that. And I was like, 4E probably should have just been a extension of that, Right.
Was that the board game that was like Castle Ravenloft or whatever that came out at that time?
No. Even though Castle Ravenloft and Fires of Ash, I played those. Those were good. Right. This one you would buy like a blind box, and it would have like 8 miniatures in it.
Okay.
And then you and your buddies would lay out the map, which could be like a dungeon or caverns or whatever. And it would show where the entry points were for both armies, or 4 even. And you would say, okay, let's play a 50-point battle. And you'd go through all your monster cards, and they had points. And you built your 50-point force with your miniatures. And then you would put them in the dungeon, and they move just like in D&D. My guy moves 30 feet. He's got this bonus to attack and this armor class, but you only used a die 20 because the monsters were all like, well, this guy can take 2 hits. So you didn't worry about hit points.
Damage or hit points. Yeah. Okay.
You just marked, well, this guy's stuck a hit or whatever.
Okay.
Yeah. And it's like, they also at that time had a Star Wars version of that game.
Okay.
Where, you got blind boxes that would come with whatever Star Wars shit in it. And you'd have a map of like a cantina or whatever, and you could play and duke it out. And man, people at my game store were playing the hell out of that. And then they canceled it. And
these, I seem to recall, these were all, what was it? Pre-painted miniatures, right?
Yeah, these were pre-painted plastic figures. It was like, $10 a box. And you could, you never knew what you would get in the box. So, I mean, you might open a box and end up with a bunch of garbage, or you might open the box and end up with like, Dritz Duorden. And, of course, whatever you got, you could play in the game.
Well, I remember that because, like I said, when I was working at that store, when we got our first box of Mage Knight in, I was like, this is going to change everything. And people are like, what are you talking about? And I'm like, these are cheap plastic miniatures that are all pre-painted. You don't have to paint them. So there's a lot of guys who love miniatures but hate having to paint and build stuff. They're just going to use these forever. And they're still using them to this day. When I saw that, I was like, this is brilliant.
Are you talking about the clicky ones?
Yep, those are the ones that had all their stats were in the base, and when they took damage, you would click them, and then their stats would lower as they took damage.
Yeah, of course I played that.
Yeah, and I was like, even without that mechanic, I was like, just having pre-painted miniatures.
I managed to survive the time of the Steam Titan bullshit, because there was this thing you could do where if you had the Steam Titan and like a couple of other characters, the Steam Titan could just attack like 9 times or some shit. And it was an AoE attack. So this big freaking golem would just walk into the middle of your army and just be like, blam, blam, blam.
Yeah,
I
that was
mean,
was that when they got gimmicky? They added like the really big. It was like a big brass tank or whatever, right? That had like the different sides you had to each hit. They each had a clickable thing for their stats. Yeah, that's when they
yeah.
got crazy with it. Just
But
like
I mean, it
anything.
was still, you're 100% right. I still have some of those miniatures.
Yep.
Some of them I've left on the base for whatever reason. Some of them I popped off those bases and just mounted them up and use them in D&D.
I see that all the time. Yeah, you get
Like the
yourself like
Treeman, the like Trents that had the crossbows.
yeah.
Yeah, I got those guys mounted up,
Yep.
And the giant skeleton golem guy, like he's a big skeleton. He had like a shoulder pad, big claws. Yeah, he's there. He's like an undead ogre, I guess. But
Oh, I didn't know this. See, today I learned Gygax died a week after 4th edition came out.
poor guy.
Poor guy. That's the funny thing though is all these people keep praising. Well, that's not how Gary would play. And then from what I understand, he liked playing OD&D. He never liked AD&D. He liked the simpleness of the old system.
Gary Gygax played his own version of D&D pretty much every time he sat down at a table.
Yeah.
The man would sit down at a table with a napkin with some quick notes on it. And it would be like, go, And I'm not even saying that, trying to be like a smart ass. I mean, I'm very respectful of his legacy.
Right.
But yeah, he like in his own home game, he was not as obsessed with stupid shit as most of the people who are,
Yeah.
Like, I mean, look at the modules this dude wrote. I mean, besides B2, which is one of the greatest. I mean, he wrote Expedition to Barrier Peak, where you literally climb up a mountain range and F around in a spaceship.
Yep.
I mean, this dude was just doing whatever, he wanted to do and having a good time of it. And I think that as much as, I can say I appreciate Gary Gygax a lot because he gave me a hobby I love.
Sure.
But I'm not super fanatical about it. And I met the guy. He actually signed a book for me years and years ago. Yeah. But I mean, I'm still not going to be all like, about it. I'm definitely more like, yeah, he was a great man. Ernie was a great dude.
Yeah.
And if you want to see what Gary Gygax would be playing if he had lived, it's Castles and Crusades.
Yeah, probably.
That's who he was working with.
Right. Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's not hard to figure out what Gary would do. He'd be playing Castles and Crusades.
Yeah.
And, so whatever, right?
Yeah.
But yeah. Some people do take it too far.
Oh yeah.
Like my homeboy who I do make videos on, making fun of occasionally. Garby, sometimes he takes shit too far, and it makes me uncomfortable. And I've had to be like, dude, you're talking about Gary Gygax like he was, a prophet sent down from heaven. Right. And he was just a cool dude that lived in Wisconsin and made a game we love. But no, he was not a Phileas Canis would like to know what it was like working at a Wizards of the Coast game store.
It was okay. It was good early on when it was actually a game store, but since it was so big and corporate, it got to these sluggish movements because I think at that point Wizards of the Coast was owned by who's it, Hasbro.
Yeah.
So once we switched our regional manager to like somebody who had experience managing JCPenney, it was like, okay, we're switching out the games for puzzles and other stuff. And it's like, oh, okay, so we're just going to be like the family pastime store. It's no longer, we don't have the tables and back for kids to play. Because that was a cool thing, even for stuff that like I didn't play. I got to see the other subcultures come in, like the kids that would come and play Pokemon to get their books stamped and all that. It was all nice and organized. Sometimes we were able to do on the fly stuff to boost our sales. Like one of the things we did that corporate obviously noticed, because we were blowing stores, like their busier stores, out of the water for their Saturday sessions on our Thursdays. And they're like, how are your guys' Thursdays making so much money? My buddy who was working there as the manager came up with the idea. Everybody was coming in with this new game, Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, we want to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Do you see you guys do Friday Night Magic? Do you guys do Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournaments? And we're like, no, not really. Because to set that up, you had to email Konami and talk to them to see if they did prize support, and they didn't for the longest time. So what my buddy said is, he's like, okay, this is what we're going to do. The entry fee, we're going to pool it together. We're going to buy as many boosters as we can with all the entry fee, and then we're going to just split it up in a tiered system. We'll do tournaments. And we sold so much Yu-Gi-Oh! That, corporate called and was like, what's going on Thursdays? Why do you have this huge spike in sales? And it's like, there's this game Yu-Gi-Oh! That's enormous that I don't know why we're not supporting, but we have kids come in and we pretty much, this is what we do. We run a tournament. Everybody pays $5. We pool it. We buy as many boosters as we can, and then they split it and trade cards or whatever at the end of the session. And it built another whole community. It was cool to see that. Kids would come in and be like, yeah, we want a place to play this game. And you're like, okay, how do we foster this? How can we set this up? Is it gonna drive sales for us? Because we had a guy who showed up, I think it was on Sundays for D&D. We're like, okay, cool. We can give you prize support. We can, give you some miniatures and whatnot. Guys will come in, they'll buy paints and other stuff. And so it was always, you're trying to help generate sales, which is fun. It's interesting to have the experience of that and see people who go, why would I pay for a Magic tournament? I've heard this. I've heard a person say this. Why would I pay an entry fee when I could play this in my basement? And it wasn't when I was working at that store. It was when I like, me and my buddies hit our 30s, and I was like, hey guys, remember when we were teens and we went to the game store and all the crusty old dudes, as we'd call them jokingly, would teach us how to play like Shadowrun or 7th Sea or any of these other RPGs. It's our time now that we're the older dudes in our 30s to go out and teach kids how to play role-playing games, other games. We went to the local game store and they were doing Friday Night Magic. And I having had worked at Wizards of the Coast store, I will verify Magic players are the worst of the animals in the tabletop hobby. But they keep the lights on because they are crack addicts. They will buy like crazy. But that's the thing. You have guys who will come in with that attitude of, why should I pay an entry fee? I could play this at home, which is perfectly fine. Go play it at home. But something needs to keep the store open. The store is a business. That's why they're selling Magic cards. That's why they're selling any card games, really. Miniature games, I'll give this that. I tried supporting doing like Warhammer or GW stuff at that WotC store. I remember getting the order in the shipping slip, and I was like, we only make barely 25% on Warhammer miniatures, and it was like, this is horrible. Like, and that was GW back in 2000-ish, 2001. So I can only imagine what it's like trying to carry it now, especially after they opened their own store chain, where it's like you make almost no money off of GW. So, but they know
rules too. Like,
yep, you have to carry a certain amount of the line
on a shelf. You can't have certain other miniatures near them.
Yep. Yeah, they dictate a lot of stuff, and it's like, that's the problem. A lot like with D&D, when you're the big man in town, you could start doing, dictating terms. And yeah, GW is the big dog for miniature market. And D&D, let's be honest here, that's 90%, if not more, of role-playing games. They are the elephant in the room. So for me, the guy who started on GURPS and Palladium and other stuff that, I really don't play those much anymore. Like, that's the thing. I never really had a kind of a nostalgia factor for my role-playing. But like, yeah, I guess, that's why I wasn't really big on D&D. But at the end of the day, when you're looking for a game, it's always going to fall down into, well, so-and-so's running a D&D game. All right. And there you go. And
there you go. Right?
It's going to be around. It's been around for 50 years and it's going to be around for another 50. It's the original.
Well, because people like fantasy games. That's just what it is.
Yeah.
I as a person who loves Traveler and I love Star Frontiers and stuff like that, I can tell you right now, they'd rather play D&D. I don't know why, but it is what it is. And the other issue I've talked about is that No player will ever question how a fireball works, but the second one of them gets their hands on a plasma rifle, they are going to want to know exactly how that thing works. And they're not going to believe that it's like they're willing to believe a wizard can wave his hands and a fireball appear, but they're not willing to believe that there could be an energy weapon in 400 years.
Right.
It's such a strange kind of thing, but I mean, it's just the human brain, you know. It's I guess.
Well, I remember a couple episodes ago when I jumped on, Shadow was like, well, I don't understand how we're like. I mean, in a Traveler game, you could just go buy flamethrowers and backpacks, and it's like that's not how Traveler works. You can't just go buy flamethrowers
Well, yeah,
and jetpacks like everywhere.
What world are you on? I mean, because the first thing you need to do is look at the planetary, what universal, whatever, and see what the law level is. Because if it's above 7, no, you can't just go anywhere and buy shit. As a matter of fact, if it's above 7, you can't legally own guns.
Right.
Because, I mean, that's just how the law level is. That world has decreed you will not be running around willy-nilly with flamethrowers. But see, you know, Shadow has his way of running things. He likes the high fantasy, let the players do whatever they want type of game. And I'm a little bit more grounded.
Right.
But I'm not a dick. It's not like I'm going to like try to keep the characters, you know, starving and never let them get anything good or anything. It's just, I don't know. I just, honestly, I play my games like Conan games,
right?
You know, so like if at the end of the game they decide to run into the bar and get blitzed out of their head and spend all their money on hookers, well, then okay. I mean,
right.
That's perfectly within the genre that I play, and besides that, I actually ran for a little while the Conan 2 Die Twin game. I love it. I have every single book they ever made in here that they ever printed. They made more books than they actually printed.
Which ones?
Conan 2 Die 20.
Oh yeah, the Modifius one. Okay,
yeah. I liked that game a lot. I would run it, but my wife is not a Conan fan, and she has a say at the table. Let's say, you know.
Well, yeah. Well, that's, you don't want to force somebody to play something they're going to be miserable sitting around. You know, you want to kind of facilitate a fun experience. That's the whole point of you spending time with it. You know.
Her favorite game, honestly, is D20 Modern.
D20 Modern, yeah. I've seen that.
That's her favorite game, and she likes to use the Urban Arcana expansion, which I have. And that's one where you play D20 Modern, but you can also play an elf. Hey, Shark, long time no see. What's up, brother? Did you guys ever get into Vamp? Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
in the 90s, I was playing the LARP. I was running around with my nails painted black and an Ankh necklace, and I already had black hair, and I didn't have a beard.
Listening to Bauhaus and Sisters of Mercy and all that.
Oh, yeah, The Cure. And see, for me, though, there were a lot of kind of big booty gothy chicks that had daddy issues that hung out at our game, which was at University of Central Florida. So college girl. And I'm in my 20s. So, I mean, that was not only was the game fun, but I mean, you know,
hey,
there were fringe benefits depending.
Sure.
And of course, some of those ladies were crazier than shit, and you would never.
Oh yeah.
You know, don't know where you live, but you know, it is what it is. You know.
And you think you learned your lesson after the first one, but you always go back in for another bite of the apple and find out, like, oh, this craziness is much more broad than I understood. They're, yeah, it's like an epidemic.
That is, that's real talk right there, guys.
I always saw
I don't know what it was. Yeah. Maybe it's because we played at a university, and maybe it's because most of the players were female, and maybe it was because it was just that time of time.
Yeah.
But these chicks would show up to the vampire game dressed up like freaking sadomasochist doms, and I mean leather and spikes and all their shit hanging out, but it was okay because they were playing Toreador or some shit.
Sure.
And it was just like, well, okay then. I mean, all right. I mean, whatever. I'm not gonna fight with them about it. You know what I mean? It's like if they want to show up half naked and they're with their goods hanging out, I'm not gonna be like, go home and get thou self dressed. And get back
Yeah.
to another.
Dress thyself,
Especially
slattern. Leave this place. Yeah.
Especially since back then I was a practicing Jew. I was raised Jewish, and for most of my life, I was a practicing Jew. So that was way before I converted to Orthodoxy. So, yeah, I would get into stuff. I'd get into some stuff, and you're right. You always swear it off, but then
no, it'll be different this time. No.
Oh yeah,
it always comes back.
It's always exactly the same.
It's the same type of crazy from a different angle.
Yep.
Let's see here.
It's like that one meme, and it's like if you date a girl with glasses, it's like you're dating two girls. And then the next guy says, well, if you date a girl that wears makeup, it's like you're dating three girls. And then the fourth guy says, if you date a girl who's schizophrenic, it's like you're dating who knows how many girls. Like, I mean, you don't want to laugh, but it's funny.
Yeah.
Because it's like, yeah, that's true. I did that once. And yeah, it's true.
Yeah, Phileas brings up a good point here. I always saw so many shelves filled with unsold RPG books. Usually around the time of Black Friday, we would have these massive sales to make room for like whatever we were pushing. It was usually like 10 games that they were pushing for the holidays. And that's when, if you were eyeballing some of those indie RPGs, that's when you made out like a bandit. I had a buddy, this is how I met a friend of mine who we call Samurai Mike, because he showed up to our store and was like, do you have any books for Legend of the Five Rings? And we're like, oh yeah, those things just sit on that shelf forever. We didn't know anybody played Legend of the Five Rings. And he was like, please show me to them. And he cleared out the whole stock. And we were like, and then he took us in and showed us how to play Legend of the Five Rings, which is like my favorite RPG to this day now because of that. But it was like, we didn't know anything about this game, but until this one random wanderer came into the shop and was like, I want to buy all of your Legend of the Five Ring books. And we're like, gladly, here you go.
It is so heartening for me to hear that I'm not the only person that loved L5R.
Such a great system. I love that game.
Yeah. I mean, me and my game group had some of the best times ever playing that game. Just,
Yeah.
It was just such a fun game to play. And of course, I played Lion Clan Samurai, usually a Kado. My brother Haas, he generally played Crab Clan, like Haruma or whatever.
Yep.
I mean, everybody had the clan they loved, and the lore was amazing, and the game rules. Because I still have my first edition books. They were deadly, but they should be, because if you're talking a bunch of shit to a samurai and he challenges you to an Ajitsu duel, well, one of you is getting ready to go.
Yeah.
That's just how that's going to work. And
well, that was
played the hell out of Riddle Still. I've never heard of Riddle Still, but now
we had a copy of that
comic shop. They make their money on Magic the Gathering, Pokemon to a lesser extent, Yu-Gi-Oh to a greater extent than Pokemon, and then Funko Pops. Funko Pops as far as the eye can see. Yep. And it's so weird because I know the guy who owns all of the local stores. He owns like 12 stores, right? And I'm always like, what? And he's always like, hey, bro, I mean, people want to buy Funko Pops.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay. And he's like, and I'm got to do what I got to do to keep the lights on. And, so now there was a time back in the 90s and early 2000s, you went to that store and it was like the 40K store in like all of Central Florida. Now it's like there's like a 6-foot rack with 40K shit on it.
Yeah.
Because they're
That's-
just not selling it as much. And
Yeah. That's the crazy thing with the whole supply and demand thing, man. When you got to keep the lights on, like I said with Magic, you're going to sell whatever it is that keeps the bills flowing in.
Magic
Yeah.
is the killer. I
Yeah.
mean, because Magic players, and I used to be one,
Oh, yeah.
they will buy literally every expansion. And some of these dudes that played competitive, they would buy like 5 boxes of every expansion.
Yeah.
And then Friday night, what we had, Friday Night Magic, anyone could come and play. But if you paid like $15 or whatever it was, there was always a draft tournament.
I always thought that was cool. Like, yeah, you paid a little bit more, but what it was like, yeah, you passed around the cards and you had to build a deck of whatever you could get. I think that's a truer kind of challenge of your skills.
You paid the $15, but then you got like 3 packs of cards and endless land. The land was just there for free, and you had to make a 45 card deck. And then you played everybody, and the winner would get like half a damn box of cards, right? And then prizes went down from there. I never won any, but it was kind of fun just chilling out and being like, all right, here's my cards. Do I keep the rare because it's rare, or do I keep this uncommon over here because it might help me actually win the game?
Right.
And you're making all these decisions. Of course, my decision was keep the rare. So I
that way, yeah, if you wouldn't win, like you at least got home with something.
At least I could be like, well, at least I got my rare though. And meanwhile, you had people who were smarter than me, and they were like being like, oh, Vampire Nighthawk. Yeah, I think I'll take that and pass the rare. Yeah, because that was an uncommon, and that was a 2/3 flyer for 3 mana that had Death Touch and Life Leech.
Yeah.
Leech. So I mean, basically, if that guy got out on the table, forget about it. It was over. And that was just great times. I
remember that back in the day. What was it? Spectre builds. They were the black creatures that whenever they hit an opponent, they had to lose cards from either their. Those. Yeah, that was a pain in the butt. Which is funny because like I'd play that, but blue. Everybody always hated blue because it was like I do this, and their cards were always no, you don't, and it's like, come on, why are you doing that, man? But that was the strategy behind it. Nobody likes blue players.
Well, and it's because, like you said, blue players are like, before you do anything, you have to ask them permission. Like, I want to cast this thing. Are you going to let me? And then they have to make up their mind whether or not they're going to let you.
Yeah, if they're hitting you with a counter spell or whatever.
And then it's just like, oh God, I hate you. There was that time period when like it was all just control decks as far as I could see, and it was just like you literally were not going to do anything, just hang it up. They had Jace out, and they had 9 different types of counter spells, and then they had creatures that allowed them to, when the creature comes into play, they get to draw more cards, which means they're more likely to have counter spells, and it would just go on.
That makes sense now. I remember, because it used to be Thieving Magpie was the big one. It was like this stupid little 1/2 bird with flying, but the thing was if it scored any damage, you drew a card. So it was like, as a blue player, that's why it was you'd always play a flock of those so you could keep drawing up, so you always had a counter ready to go.
Because the blue player's whole deal was card draw, and then telling your opponent to go F himself every time he does something. That was the entire blue strategy. Yeah. Oh, you want to do something? The answer is no. Yeah. Put that shit in the discard pile, because I got It's like every time you were going to do anything, the first thing you had to do is look at the blue player's available mana, and if he had 2 blue, you knew you were effed.
Yep.
He just
He's
kept 2 blue open. You were like, yeah, you're not doing shit.
He's got 2 or more islands just waiting. I'm
Yeah,
I'm boned.
it's like, and then when Ice Age came out, it had the one card that was worth the shit in it, which was Force of Will. And Force of Will was 2 blue, 1 other, or discard blue card. So your blue player could be like, oh, I'm all tapped out. And you could go to cast the big spell, and he could be like, I'm discarding this stupid bird, Force of Will. Blah. Be like, I hate you.
Yeah.
And you know why I know this? Because my buddy that I always played Magic against, this was his whole MO.
Yeah.
This is just what he did all the time. And I would just be like, you are a son of a bitch. and you know, and we would laugh and have a good time because I'd be playing like black or white, like you know, speed deck, just full of like little fast, you know, 1 cast, 2 cast creatures. And sometimes, man, it would look like I was going to win. I'd get him down to like 6 hit points, and then he'd get that final thing he needed, and then it'd be me locked down. You know, you can't attack unless you pay 4 mana for each creature that wants to attack.
Yeah,
and shit like that, because he had like, you know, propaganda or whatever it was called, that card, and I'd just be sitting there, and then he'd kill me with Jace's whatever, which it can leave play, enter play, it flies, and it does like 1 point of damage. So you're sitting there, and he's like, I hit you for 1.
Yeah.
I hit you for 1. And it's just like, I never gave up, though. I always kept hope alive that maybe I was going to get something. But, yeah, it didn't happen. And so that's my story about Magic. Unfortunately, my homie decided he was going to become a hermit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm serious. He moved to freaking deepest, darkest, freaking in the middle of nowhere, Tennessee.
Right.
And like decided he was going to live off the land and be a farmer. And so, you know, he calls every now and then, and I'm like, so how's things going? And he's loving it. Like off grid, just doing whatever. And I'm like, okay. I mean, you know, all right.
As long as he's happy.
That's what I say. I'm like, yeah, well, as long as you are living the dream you wanted to live, buddy. You just every now and then when we talk, which is about once or twice a month, he'll have me set for like an hour and go over all the shit that's been going on with Magic, because he still cares about Magic, but he lives alone on a farm an hour away from anywhere.
Oh, wow.
So he basically kind of lives vicariously through me when it comes to Magic, you know?
Yeah.
He'll call me up and be like, so what's been going on? Yeah. What's the new meta? What's happening with this and that and the other? And I'll go on and tell him all about it, because 1, as you probably have guessed, I can talk. And 2, I mean, it makes him happy. And then, you know, like I told him, we stopped playing normal Magic, and all we play now is Commander. So he decided to get a Commander deck, and I told him the deck to get was the Sea Serpent of Gear Straight, because you can get it on Amazon for $15, and I've been playing that deck, and I am undefeated. And I mean, it's people who have got pre-made Commander decks, and this is a pre-constructed right out of the box, and I wreck whole tables with it, right? And I'm like, it's blue, white, green. Yep. So it's got mana ramp, counter spells, and then life gains.
Yeah.
And then every creature in it is either a crab, octopus, squid, or shark. And it has creatures in it that are like 9/9s. And they're all like, when this creature enters play, destroy all non-shark, octopus, whatever.
Oh wow!
So basically, you throw a 9/9 on the table and board wipe everyone else,
Right?
and they're just like, "What?" It's like, and then if they try to counterspell it, you're like, "Well, I'll counterspell your counterspell," and then throw like a life link on your 9/9 and just be like, "All right, here we go."
Right.
And so, yeah, I'm a huge proponent now of. I don't even make commander decks anymore. I just bought a couple pre-constructed that I like, and when we play commander, that's what we play.
Yeah. Because
So,
again, that's a whole nother level to the game too. Is just deck building, looking at the strategies and all that. Sometimes you just want to, grab up the cards and play a game.
that is so the truth right there.
Yeah.
Sometimes I don't want to spend hours trying to figure out what the hell I'm doing and should I put this or that in the deck.
Right.
Sometimes I see, now I lucked out, and a lot of people who know will be super envious. When the Edgar Markov deck came out, I bought it for $19.99. Now it goes for about $800.
Oh wow.
And occasionally I bust that bitch out and play it too. Edgar Markov is Soren Markov's dad.
Okay.
And it's a red, black, white vampire deck.
I was gonna say Markov's got to be a vampire deck. Could be my guess.
Right.
Yeah.
And what makes it special is whether he's in play or not. Every time you cast a vampire, you get a vampire token.
Okay.
So he can be in the non-play area, and his ability still works. And people are just like, "Wait, what?" They read that again. And then if you bring him into play, which is easy, he's a 4/4 first striking flyer that has haste. And every time he does damage, create vampire tokens and shit like that. I mean, I'd have to look at him. He's got a lot of crazy abilities. And so now, have I ever actually won a game with the Markov deck? No, I've never won a game.
Yeah. But it's fun to play.
As I bring it out, every player at the table is like, "Yep, you're effed. Yeah, you're not doing anything. That Markov deck is getting nowhere. We're all going to gang up on you." And to be fair, I don't blame them, because it's what they call an aristocrat deck. So if you leave me alone too long, I'm going to get the vampires out, and then I'm going to get the vampire that says sacrifice a vampire, do some crazy shit. Yeah. And then I'm going to own your ass, and you can't stop it. Yeah. Because you'll be like, "Okay, I'm going to do a thing." And I'll be like, "Well, I sack this vampire token, and you have to randomly discard a creature, a card, what the hell ever."
Yeah.
And since the whole deck's built around generating vampire tokens, and then you've got the different aristocrats that all say sacrifice a vampire to do some crazy bullshit. There's even one of them. It's like sack a vampire, destroy all other creatures. It's like, what?
Right.
And
we got was that Wrath of God ability? That's just ridiculous.
I have damnation in that deck.
Mm-hmm.
That's the Wrath of God, but it's black.
Oh,
there
you go.
2 other, destroy all creatures.
Yep.
Yeah, I had that because, like I said, you bring up Magic. I used to be the Magic nerd, man. I would be at the store every Friday. I'd be like, "Wife, can I go? Blah blah blah. I'll be out." So, and she'd be like, "Yeah." Sometimes she'd come with me, and we would
make sure you don't blow too much money on it.
Exactly, right. That's when I stopped playing Magic, when I started doing finances.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I can pay $15 for this pre-constructed commander deck and just have all the fun in the world with my friends. Sure. Or I have this elf deck that's a tier 10 deck, right? Like it has Elven Velociraptor, all of the deck itself. It had Gaia's Cradle in it. I don't know if you know what Gaia's Cradle is.
Mm-mm.
It's a land that produces 1 green mana for every creature you possess.
Oh, Lord.
And
I'm guessing at this point they've got rid of mana burn, right? That's no longer a thing.
yes.
Yeah.
And the elf decks, whole point of hunting in it is create shit to turn 4 with 100.
Yeah.
1/1 elf warriors.
Yeah.
On top of that, after train.
Don't mind me. I'm just laughing because I think your neighbors are sucking up the bandwidth again. Catch up here at some point. Let's see. Most obscure RPG I've played. That is a question. I'm going to have to think about that for a sec. I've played a bunch of weird indie stuff that was like in testing. I'm trying to think. Oh, there we go. You're back.
I'm back.
You froze and you had this maniacal look on your face, and I was like, he's really excited about his elf deck. But yeah, no, I've seen those elf squirrel decks, all that stuff where they're cranking out units like
I
crazy.
only brought out when I was like gaming at a store if somebody was being a dick.
Yeah,
like if they won a game and they start trash talking, I'd be like, all right, let's play another game, and I'd reach down and grab that elf deck and shuffle it up, and like turn 4, I'd kill everybody at the table, and people would just be like, what the fuck? And it'd be like. Yeah. It'd be like that sometimes, you know?
Yeah.
But like I said, it wasn't fun to play, really. I got rid of it. I got a nice, I got a bunch of stuff, including like a Springfield Wildcat, which is a very small 9mm, double stack 9mm. Some other stuff, you know, and I'm happier with that. And if anybody challenges me to a game of Commander, I'll just bust out the Sea Serpent of Gear Straits, and we'll see how things work. They'll beat me or not.
I think I missed something there. We went to Magic, and then you had a pistol. So what happened with the pistol?
I traded that OP as shit elf deck for
a pistol
and a bunch of other stuff.
Yeah, you get more utility out of the pistol.
Well, plus
arguably,
I live in a state where it's like not only open carry, but everyone can conceal carry here.
Yeah.
And 2, that elf deck was boring.
Yeah, that's the thing. Sometimes those super powerful decks, it's just like, you go through the motions. There's no fun to it.
Yeah, there's no fun to it. I mean, I had all the captains that make all elves +1/+1. I just had all the shit. And it was just like, this deck sucks. Now, did it actually suck? No. If I were interested in tournaments, I probably could have rocked some people's faces in tourneys, but just wasn't my thing, you know?
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, the older I've got, the less competitive I've got.
But yeah. Well, because you realize at some point it's not worth that kind of, I don't know, drag out fight of trying to win. It's more about having fun playing the game.
Mm-hmm.
I believe it. I realize that. Yeah. Maybe a little too late, but I finally came to that where it's like, just have fun. You're not going to win them all.
Yeah, now, when I was young, I was a win at all costs kind of guy, you know?
Yeah, that's never any good for you.
And, it meant that I was not the most beloved guy at the local comic shop.
Right.
Because you show up to the 40K tournament with some janky list, or you show up to play Magic with some freaking OP deck. And, I got to where I was like, you know what? This is not fun. I'm not doing it anymore.
Sure.
So I know the most obscure RPG I actually own, and that's Cyborg Commando.
Yeah. That's one they play for shits and giggles at GaryCon because it's so poorly designed.
Yeah, roll 2 but instead of reading them like percentiles, you multiply them. It's like, Anyway, might be time for me to take off.
Sure.
But
Did you ever hear this one? I'm trying to think of obscure games. Did you ever play Never Going Home? It's a
I have not.
It's a World War One kind of a cult game. It's got a really cool resolution mechanic to it, where it's like you're rolling d6s equal to your skills, and then you have your attributes are points you can spend. They don't exhaust; it's just per roll. So, like if you've got 3 strength, and then you roll like a boxing skill or a hand to hand fighting kind of skill, you take the however much you have in your hand to hand fighting. That's how many d6s you roll, and then those 3 points from your strength you can use to either Yahtzee the dice, so pick up whichever ones you don't like and re-roll them, or you can add pips to the dice because you're looking for, I think, 5s and 6s. So it's just really smart, like the way the resolution works. It's real simple. You have tiny d6 pools, and then you have like a little modifier pool based on your attribute. But the cool thing is it's pretty much like World War One if all the people that died open because of all the poison gas attacks and all just the horror of World War One churning through all these young lives opened up a portal into like almost this Lovecraftian netherworld where you have people with kind of sorceress abilities and other stuff. It's a cool little game.
It sounds it actually. I mean, sitting here listening to you describe it, I'm like, damn, I might like to play a game like that, you know?
Yeah, they said they have another one. It's the same resolution system, but I think it's called Tenebria, where it's like like the last Roman colony, and you're fighting against the evils, the demons, and other stuff of the outside world, trying to keep this Roman colony alive after Rome has fallen and all civilizations coming down.
I think I've heard of Tenebria.
Yeah,
but the Never Going Home I haven't heard of. But a little known fact about me: when it comes to world wars, I am much more interested in 1 than 2.
well, yeah, two's been overdone. That's the thing. You know everything about 2. You find a new tidbit about 1, and you're like, wow, this is crazy. This happened in World War One. It's like, yeah, there's a lot of crazy fronts in World War One, especially because that was what Lawrence of Arabia was about, right? It was about the Ottoman front in World War One.
Yeah, he was trying to lead the Bedouins in a rebellion against the Ottoman Empire, and then of course you had No Man's Land and freaking the silly British marching slowly and stoically into German machine gun fire. And I mean, that whole war is and people do not understand how absolutely horrible that war really was.
Oh yeah. It was
the Somme. In like a month at the Somme, they lost 250,000 soldiers.
I don't even think it was a month. That was like those kind of numbers. It was something that happened in like a week or a couple of days. Like, because they
right there. And then Verdun, when the Germans did their final big push to the French, and it was like, well, they won, but everyone died. So
right, yeah, very Pyrrhic victory.
Go any further? They beat the French, but that was it. They were done. Yeah. And it's like, man. And another reason I like World War One is, and this might sound weird, but I mean, there's honestly no real bad guys in it. It's like, it's like a stupid war that started for stupid reasons.
Yeah.
And, no one's running around doing incredibly horrible war crimes or anything like that.
Sure.
So, you can just play the game, and not that I ever had that problem when I played Bolt Action, but there were people who did. I remember one time we were playing Bolt Action, and some guy at our Coliseum of Comics near us had an SS Army.
Right.
And like another guy got super pissed off and just refused to play him. And it was like,
who are you going to fight? U.S. versus U.S.? Like, yeah, you got to have the bad guys. Like,
right. And at that time, I was playing my freaking Italians, with their little stupid Caro Armato, Fiat tanks.
Yeah.
And you know what? That event took me off of World War II games altogether.
Yeah.
Because I was just like, that is so lame. And I just don't want to be a part of it at all. But,
That's
is
why
what it is.
nobody has any problems playing Napoleonics. Nobody was alive to remember it, So they're like, yeah, whatever.
Well,
Just play some-
also, I mean, you could argue that there were war crimes during the Napoleonic War, but
Oh, sure.
no one
Yep.
gives a shit about them. So it's okay. I mean, did Napoleon wipe out like half the population of Austria? Yeah.
Yeah.
But, these things happen.
I think that the most interesting part about World War One it was the end of empires. That was it. Like you had you
Yeah.
had
The Ottoman Empire fell.
Austria-Hungary, you had Germany, you had Russia. They all collapsed.
They just all went away.
Yeah, that was it.
And that's kind of wild, man. But okay, whatever.
Yeah.
But before I go, I am going to brag a little bit about one thing.
Sure.
Apparently, I'm going to get to tour an Ohio-class submarine.
Oh, there you go.
However, there will be no filming or cameras or anything.
No doubt.
But because my nephew is the nuclear attack officer on this particular sub,
yeah,
and we're spending Thanksgiving with him, so he's gonna.
Oh, there you go.
He's gonna, because the ship is actually it's not a ship; they call it a boat. Is actually being repaired.
Mm-hmm.
So it's in dock and everything. So
yeah.
The only thing he said is, "Do you have problems with like lots of spiral stairs?" And I was like, "Not unless you expect me to run down them." And he's like, "All right, we'll be fine."
Yeah.
Because surprise, it turns out that those submarines are slap full of freaking spiral stairs. Just
it's gonna be a lot of tight corridors.
It's a big freaking boat too. I mean, I was surprised at how big that thing is. It's like 100 yards long.
Oh, it's bigger than that. I was just looking it up. Ohio class submarines 560 feet long.
Yeah, so that's like over 100 yards long with multiple decks.
Yeah.
And he after he graduated from Auburn, he was smart. He didn't go for like gender studies or anything. He actually went for like engineering, mechanical engineering.
Yeah.
So after he got that, he went to the Navy because talking to me convinced him that he should never ever join the Army. And
that was a crazy thing though, because it seemed like he said he liked how you laughed and enjoyed your time in the Army, but then he decided
but he didn't want to do it.
Yeah.
He's like,
I mean, whenever younger people ask me like about military service, I usually tell them like, go to the Navy, man. You'll learn like to be an electrician. You'll learn how to do mechanics. You'll learn to maybe work with a nuclear reactor. You'll travel the world. Like, yeah, you won't be off in a foxhole getting mortared. They'll teach you things other than using a rifle.
Yeah, because before he joined the military, he came up to me and he's like asking me all kinds of questions about being in the Army and my deployment to the Gulf and everything. And I'm telling him. And apparently my stories made him decide, I joined the Navy.
Right.
Because he thought about trying to be but the other thing is in the Navy, if you go in as an officer, they actually let you pick like what you want to do. In the Army, if you go to OCS, after you graduate, they tell you what you're going to do.
Oh,
so you can't go in and be like, man, I want to be an infantry officer. No, it don't work that way.
Yeah.
You go in there, they put you just wherever the hell they need, a lieutenant. And then after you end up screwing everything up for, a couple of years, you'll make captain. And at that point, you'll be worth a damn. But until then, no one will respect you. And you better stay on Sergeant Major's good side, because we had a Sergeant Major. His name was Robles, but he was a Filipino.
Yeah.
This dude had every medal you could have and was tabbed out. You know what I mean? Special Forces, Ranger, all the tabs, right?
Right.
Had served in Vietnam.
Okay.
And he was like 5'4", and you
Oh,
could
yeah.
barely understand a word he'd say. But
Oh,
I've
yeah.
seen lieutenants like want to buck up at him. You know what I mean? Like, I'm an
Yeah.
officer, and he'd be like, "You get to parade." He'd just start yelling, "Attention!" And those lieutenants would lock up.
Yeah.
Because
Oh,
it was
yeah.
like, this is the command sergeant major. He is the full bird colonel's man.
Yeah.
You don't F with that guy. And
Right.
plus, he's probably killed people in the middle of the night in the jungles of Vietnam. Take that into account. This is a serious guy we're talking about here. This
Right.
is not some schlub, right? He's probably literally put a knife in somebody at
Yeah.
night. So
I was gonna say, you might think just because he's 5'4", do not mess with Filipinos. That's like the closest thing we have in the military to the Gurkhas. They're little angry guys that know how to use a bladed object to end your life in a very quick fashion. So,
and word got around our unit that I had a little bit of artistic talent.
Okay.
So he actually gave me money to go to the PX and get paints and stuff.
Oh, there you go.
And then we had one of those, those old school projectors that you put a picture on, it reflects on the wall.
Yeah, yeah.
We
The
had the
overheads,
map of Saudi Arabia and Iraq and Kuwait, and like the line where we went in and interdicted the Highway 8 and all the battles we fought.
Sure.
And so I got to spend like a week just hanging out in the officers' meeting room, the staff room, painting.
Oh, you just painted on the wall?
Just painting it right on the wall. And now I wonder, like 25, 30 years later, actually 35 years later,
if it's still
however long it was since 91. And I'm
Yeah.
wondering, is that mural still on the wall? I mean, I never signed it or anything.
Sure.
But it was so crazy because he didn't even ask permission, man. He just rolled in and was like,
You paint the wall.
I hear you can paint. And I'm like, yeah, but it was because I painted miniatures.
Sure.
He's like, and he told my captain, he's like, he's coming with me. And the captain's like, all right. And away I went, man.
Sure.
He had me like $20. And he's like,
Yeah.
This is what I want. Go to the PX and buy it. Buy the stuff. And I'm like, so I walked to the PX and bought all the paint and came back. And so, I mean, just, oh yeah, the Army, man. It's so good. So good. Not for everybody, but you know. And yes, here's the thing you tell everybody join the Navy.
Right.
I tried. They told me to F myself.
Yeah. Well, for them, they're a little bit more specific, I suppose.
Their standards were a little high. I actually,
Yeah.
I intended to join the Army, but I thought, well, I'm going to talk to everybody.
Yeah.
You know
See
what I
who
mean?
offers you the best deal.
And see what I can get, right?
Right, exactly.
And everybody told me that I was going to be in the Army because, that's just how it worked out. I talked to the Navy, the Marines, the Air Force, and at the end of the day, it's like, yeah, you're going to be in the Army because no one else wants you. Meanwhile, when I walked in and finally talked to the Army recruiter, that dude was so happy to see me. You'd have thought I was like a long lost play cousin or something, man. I walked in there and that E6 was sitting there. He's like, thinking about joining the Army? And I was like, hoping. He's like, buddy, I got you covered. Don't you even worry.
Don't worry about hopes, man. We got you. Yeah, we need them.
Don't even worry about it.
Now, that's funny. I remember watching Bloodworth. He was talking about it because, I guess he scored so high in the ASVAB. They were just asking him, like, well, what are you thinking? Because they said with his score that he could get into counterintelligence. And he was like, ooh, that's easy. And, as soon as he brought up counterintelligence, the guy's like, okay, I need to stop talking with you right now. And then, a captain stepped in because, an officer needs to step in for that. And it's like, if you proceed down this route, we're going to need to background check your neighbors, your family, you, everybody. It was like, oh, and it's like, yeah, this is no joke. This is intelligence. We have to make sure that, you're on the up and up. And he's like,
I should think so. Yeah.
Yeah. And then he was like, well, I really want to drive a tank. And then the whole thing with that is it's all bureaucracy because he's in New York. And I think the closest tank unit that they had was based out of Pennsylvania. So he's like, no, we like to keep people where they're at, closer to home. So like, unless if you were living a state over, sure, but you're here in New York, so no tank for you. So I forgot what he got into. I think he got into supply.
He got into some kind of logistics thing.
Yeah, I think he was the logistics and supply guy. So
Right. There's probably 50 different MOSs that handle supply and logistics and stuff. It's pretty crazy. You know what I mean?
oh yeah,
Um,
yeah, you're moving a lot of stuff.
Yeah, because I mean, people. I mean, I was there, and I have a hard time imagining how they got, a whole damn battalion of Bradleys in Saudi Arabia in 16 hours. You know what I mean? It was nuts. I mean, so those dudes are really smart. They're crunching numbers. They're doing paperwork. They're freaking, whatever, right? And nothing but respect for them. I mean, they do their thing, and that's cool. They tried to trick me the first time I went in. I knew what I wanted to be.
Uh-huh.
And even though my ASVAB wasn't great, it wasn't bad. So they showed me all this stuff. And the first thing I picked was Stinger missile operator. Because that just seemed cool to me. I'm like, yeah, that'd be cool. Stinger missile operator.
Be the
hang
anti-air
out
guy.
V and shoot down helicopters and shit. That'd
Right.
be pretty badass, right? But then he comes in, he's like, I'm sorry, the last slot for that school just got taken.
Oh.
I'm like, okay. And then I'm watching other stuff, and then I'm like, I'm thinking infantry. And because he showed me like cooks, mechanics, all this shit. And I'm like, nah, I'm thinking infantry. And he's like, well, okay. And he leaves, and then he comes back and he's like, I'm sorry, the last slot got taken. And I was like, well, I guess I'll go home. And you can call me when like a slot opens up or something.
Wait, the last slot for the infantry was filled too? How is that possible?
Because he was trying to get me.
Oh, you wanted you to be a janitor or something?
Something else.
Yeah.
Literally anything else.
Yeah.
Like he wanted me to be a cook or light wheeled vehicle mechanic or anything, which probably overall in my life would have been better for me.
Sure.
Because if I'd got out like fully qualified as a diesel mechanic, I could have just wrote my own way, right?
Oh, easy. Yeah.
You'd
go work. You'd have a job at FedEx immediately. So
right. Like you roll up to somebody and you say, well, I was in the infantry, and they're like, well, that's cool and all, but
we don't need you shooting guns or going on patrol in the desert or jungle. So
right, unless you're going to be a cop, there's just not much we got, right?
Well, even then, they're going to go with an MP over you anyway. So
right. So you know what I did though is when I told him I'd just come back later, that dude was like, well, hold on, and he ran out of the room, and I shit you not, he come running back in the room, and he's like, dude, I had to pull some strings, but I got you a spot. And I was like, well, that's good then, And I was like, so, and he's like, so how long do you got to wait before you go to school? And I was like, I don't know, as soon as possible. So he's like, okay, you're going to be shipping out in 1 week. And I'm like, cool. And I went home and told mom and dad, hey, I'll be gone next week. And that week came, and they dropped me off at the recruiter's office, and they put me in the back of a big white Ford van. And the next thing I know, I was on a plane on my way to Georgia. You know what I'm saying? And
right.
And yeah. But see, luckily, I'd had so many people in my family who were in the military that they told me, whatever they offer you, never take it the first time.
Sure.
And consider them to be like used car salesmen.
Yeah.
So whatever they say, be ready to get up and walk out.
Yeah.
Because they want you.
Oh, yeah.
Them. And I was like, okay. And that's what I did. I played it cool. And I was like, well, I can come back in a couple of weeks or a month, and we'll see what you got. And the thing is, you only get to work at MEPS or be a recruiter if you meet quotas.
Yep.
And if you don't meet your quota, then guess what? You got to go back to whatever unit you were and actually be a soldier again.
Right. Yeah.
And those guys don't like that because you know, if you're a recruiter, you get to show up whenever you want, maybe sleep with a couple of the women that are thinking about joining service. I mean, you're sitting there in your E6 gear all tabbed out and whatever. I mean, it's the life, you know.
Sure.
You're loving it. The last thing you want is to be like, all right, sending your ass back to 3-7 infantry. Have fun there, Sergeant. You know. So the Army's all about getting anybody in. They're like, we're making quotas, you know. But they will try to mess with you just like a used car salesman. They'll try to be like, well, we don't have that. And we don't have that. And you just be like, fine.
Yeah.
I'm leaving.
Well, that's okay.
And all of a sudden they'll be like, oh, we got it. Don't worry about it, man. It's all you. You're gonna love it. It's gonna be all you, man.
Right.
And it's like, all right, cool, you know. But yeah, that's just how it works. This is weird. Okay, no, it's not weird. I'm weird.
What is that yellow and black thing behind you? Is that some kind of drop ship or something?
It's Starship.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
But see, the games I play, like Traveler 2300 and Star Frontiers, have no artificial gravity.
Yeah.
So in the game, gravity has to be created by
thrust,
right? So what you're looking at, these are all decks. This thing has like 12 decks, and it's fully playable on the inside, 28 mil. So like, you know, here's the airlock and everything. The bridge is up here. If I pull it apart, you know, you'll see like the crew compartment where all the beds and everything are, and you know, we're all the way down to cargo and engineering and everything.
Yeah. No, it's cool. That's how they describe the blueprints for the Rocinante from the Expanse. They based that was the show. It was a book, and then it was a show, but it was based off it was based off a Traveler. So it's the same thing. It's all thrust gravity. So the ships aren't set out like deck plans like in Star Trek. Instead, it's almost like a building with just the thrusters at the bottom of it, because that's what keeps people's feet planted to the deck, unless you're wearing mag boots or whatever. So,
and then when you get to the halfway point, you go through a couple minutes of no gravity, and the ship flips and begins deceleration at 1G. Yeah. And it keeps tricking physics into thinking there's gravity. So that's only if you're going interplanetary. If you jump, I mean, just like in The Expanse, you got to get into the couch and strap in because, you know, going through jump space could rip you apart.
Yeah, it's got to turn your insides into jello. So
yeah, if you're not prepared, you know, for it. Plus, you got to shut all the windows and everything, because apparently, according to some Traveler lore, if you actually look at jump space, it will cause you to go insane. So,
right,
you know. Now, I'm not saying there's like Slanesh hanging out in jump space in Traveler.
You don't need a Geller field or anything like that.
Yeah, it's not like that. But apparently, just looking at it, because of how it's a whole different thing, you know, it's like beyond human comprehension, really. And if you look at it, it can make you literally just lose your shit. And nobody wants that, you know.
Sure.
But yeah, I'm pretty excited about going up and having Thanksgiving with the nephew and maybe taking a tour of his boat, and you know, really proud of him. He's a good guy. And then, like I said, my other nephew sent me a picture from Rome with some girl I didn't know, and was like, yeah, we went to Rome to celebrate our engagement. And I'm like, dude, you live 5 minutes from my house. How am I not knowing this shit until you're half a world away? Like, he's so terrible, man. Like that. He'll be like, I'll talk to him and then he'll vanish forever. And then I'm like, sure. Then what I do is I contact his mom, who, you know, my aunt, and I'm like, what in the hell is going on with, you know, J-Dog? I haven't heard a thing from him forever, you know, blah, blah, blah. And then she'll call him and be like, you better call your uncle. He's my cousin, not my nephew. But maybe it's a hillbilly thing. if there's a man in your family or even not in your family, but he's like someone you respect and shit, you call him uncle.
Yeah.
So even though literally he's like my second cousin or something like that, maybe first cousin, I don't even know.
Sure.
His whole life I've been, his uncle. And so that's what it is. Plus, it doesn't help that his mom's only like 3 years older than I am.
Right.
Because my grandma had 11 kids. So I have an uncle that is younger than me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. On both sides of my family, one had 11 and the other had 8. But actually, she had 11, but 3 died because of her and her husband had a different blood type.
Oh wow!
And like in the modern day, man, if you and your spouse have like angry blood types, you can literally go into the hospital and they give you a shot, and you're good.
Right.
But in the old days, there was a chance if you had really different blood types that when the child was born, the mother's blood would attack the child's blood.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
That's a new thing. Another thing I learned today.
Say in the 60s, if you wanted to get married, you had to get a blood test.
Huh. Okay.
That's why.
Yeah.
Because they wanted to make sure that you had compatible, blood types, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And so
I'm trying to think what channel it was on. I think it might have been Cinemax. I'm not sure if you ever saw it. There was a show that the director Steven Soderbergh did called The Nick, where it's about the Knickerbocker Hospital in New York, and it was like 1900, like turn of the century. It was interesting because you got to see all the crazy stuff they had to deal with at that time. But one of the big things was they still didn't understand blood typing. So they were trying to figure out, like, why can't we do transfusions from one person to another without something horrible happening to them?
I'll tell you what. Now, I've never done this because they would never in a million years allow a paramedic to even get anywhere in the neighborhood of like doing a blood transfusion, because that's how dangerous it is. Like, I can shove a tube down your throat, pump you up, and hook you to a ventilator. That's all good, but no with the blood shit, because if you F up and put the wrong blood in somebody, guess what? They die.
They're dead. Yeah.
They just die. That's just it. They die. Then everybody's mad and nobody likes that. I mean,
yeah,
that's not what we're shooting for over here. I mean, literally we're shooting to not kill people. So,
to swing it back to the military.
Like what you said, it has something to do with negative and positive and all this kind of crazy shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. The mother will develop antibodies. And when my grandparents got married, it would have been like in the 30s or 40s, like in that time periods. And plus way out in the hollers of Kentucky, where there was not going to be a hospital. Don't worry about that, So it was like they had that problem, which sucks. But now my other grandparents, they did not have that problem. They were like, yeah, let's crank some kids out. Let's do this.
Yeah. Let's populate a small town.
Let's go ahead and get a couple of basketball teams ready. And that's kind of 11 kids, that's basically 2 starters and 1 extra.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, Kentucky's a basketball state, so
there you go.
We're going to do b-ball up there, but it's like, and I loved it because I grew up with like this endless freaking supply of aunts and uncles and whatever that I could harass and beg off of or whatever the hell I wanted to do, So it was great for me, I loved it. And then my mom, she unfortunately broke the family tradition and only had 3.
Mm-hmm.
Now, of course, she did have ovarian cancer, because if she had not had ovarian cancer, she fully intended to have as many as she could.
Yeah. Yeah. Once
But-
there's a problem with the ovaries, that's kind of that. Like my sister-in-law, that's what happened. She started having ovarian cysts, and it was like, they had 2 kids. So there you go.
I'll tell you what, I worked with one of my partners was a female paramedic. I think they promoted her to chief now, but that's entirely because the fire department's become super woke and they wanted to brag that
Yeah.
chief, even though this girl couldn't drag a hose to save her life. But she almost died on shift one night because she had a cyst burst.
Oh. Yeah.
And we had to run her to the hospital, and that shit is no bueno for real.
Yeah.
And now I talked a little shit about her, how she couldn't pull hoses. That doesn't mean I don't like her. I actually like her a lot. Love her to death, actually.
Yeah.
Anytime I'm out and about now and I see her out with her husband, she always gives me a huge hug because she knows I hate hugs. And, we always hang out and talk.
No.
But yeah, she become the chief whatever because they needed a cute little blonde to be the chief whatever.
Sure.
Because the fire department, like you said earlier, and it's very, very political. Like,
Well, like with all government jobs, because people know, like, oh, if I can secure this for my family, they've got work. As long as they don't screw up, they're set for life with a pension and all the benefits. So, yeah.
Unfortunately, that is the case. And then when they started adding all of the extra stupid shit, it caused lots of problems. Like OFD had a legal case that went all the way to the Supreme Court because they were testing for lieutenant, and all of the people who passed the test were white. So they threw the test out. Yep. So then all the white guys got together and did a lawsuit, but it ended up being found that the department can do that if they want to. And so that was a whole mess. Thank God I never had to deal with anything like that. But in my department, it was, they went through this period where they were hiring hot 120-pound blondes that were like 5'6", 5'7". I mean, yeah, they had great tits and everything, but they could not fight a fire. They couldn't even reach the ladder to get it off the engine. And not by me, because I'm a good man and would never do it, but they all got ran through, boy. Like it was, they're actually part of their job. Every one of them got ran through. And the chief who trained me, he told me the deal. Because for some reason, the chief who trained me, he really liked me too. I guess I can be a likable person sometimes. And he told me, he said, McKee, we were sitting there watching training at the academy, and he had called me over to yell at me for being a smartass to one of the instructors.
Right.
Because I was a smartass. I always talked shit to him. And so he gave me a speech, McKee, why can't you just keep your mouth shut? You got this in the bag. You're one of our best guys. Leave the instructors alone, blah, 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 right? And I'm like, whatever you say, Chief Carroll. And then he said, out of the blue, he said, McKee, do you know why those women are out there trying to become firefighters? And I was like, nah, Chief. And he said, because they want to fuck firefighters. And I was like, really? And he's like, oh, yeah. And when you want to fuck firefighters, what do you do? And I'm like, I don't know. He's like, you go to where the firefighters are. And where they are is the fire station. And the best way to get in the station is, and I'll tell you what, not a single woman that ever got hired at my department didn't get ran through by at least 10 of the guys. And then they end up marrying a firefighter.
Sure.
And it's just like, and I'm just sitting over here being like, God, okay. I mean, I'm not going to be judgmental. I mean,
might as well get paid for it, I guess, is the way they look at it.
Well, I mean, everybody knew it would be like, that the engine would have to go out for a call and the rescue would stay back behind. And if it were certain people on the rescue, you knew as soon as the engine pulled off the apron that they were boning in the freaking day room or whatever.
Mm,
You come back and the whole freaking station
Yeah.
would smell like ass.
yeah, it's awfully
James.
musty in here. What's that stink?
And no one would say anything. You'd just be
Mhm.
like, all right,
Yeah,
whatever, and because I mean, no one wants to be that guy, no one wants to be that guy, but 100% that's just the way it was, man. Like these women would be just running wild in the streets,
yeah,
and there was nothing you could do about it except just if you were the kind of guy that didn't mind being unfaithful to your wife. I mean, you could get in on that shit.
hmm
But yeah, Cinder, the firefighter dating app.
Well, wasn't that the thing? They had that one lady who, at the police department, she cheated on her husband with like 7 different people.
At the
She was
department,
just
I'll tell you what,
she
if
was
there's
just getting
anyone
passed
worse
around.
than firefighters, it's cops.
Well,
And
then
if
her
there's
whole thing
anyone
was
worse than cops, it's dispatch. Those
Yeah.
dispatch girls will meet you in the parking lot behind the station just to give you a blowjob.
yeah,
They don't even want anything for themselves. They'll just show up at 3 a.m. and be like, hey. And I've seen it, and I've been like, oh my God, man.
yeah.
These girls, now none of them were pretty, but still, It was like,
That was
all right.
her thing. Like everybody, like as soon as she got the heat because it was on the news and it got a lot of traction, she said, "I was groomed. I didn't want this." Blah blah blah. She wanted to sue everybody, and it was like
bullshit.
yeah. And then her chump of a husband was like, "I gotta stay with her because of the kids." Or it was just
It's like, you simp ass bitch.
yeah.
As soon as a woman cheats on you, if you stay with her,
I mean, as soon as she comes to you and says, "I want to be a police officer," it's like, "Oh, hey, maybe you want to be, I don't know, work in an office somewhere, not as a police officer or a nurse or a firefighter or any of these
I
people."
was dating this girl and I was madly in love with this chick. This was towards the end of the goth phase, but I
Oh,
met
boy.
her
Yeah,
on the goth scene, and she was half Chippewa Indian, absolutely just gorgeous, right?
sure.
And we're hanging out one day, and she mentioned getting married, and I'm like, well, I mean, yeah, I would marry you. I love you, whatever. If that's what you want, we can look into getting that done. I mean, I have no problem with it, right? And she's like,
Sure.
cool, but here's the thing: I'm thinking about joining the Navy too. And I'm like, so wait, you want me to marry you, but you also want to join the Navy? And she's like, yeah. And I'm like,
Nope.
no.
Yeah.
And we went back and forth a little while, and eventually I'm like, me and you are done.
Yeah.
And, and of course she was not happy about it, because she loved me. I loved her, and so there was a lot of tears and crying and stuff on a side of this. And luckily she managed to be pretty stoic. I'm kidding. But anyway, yeah, she joined the Navy. Probably got ran through by every Navy dude on the aircraft carrier she was stationed on. Ended up having a kid by one of the pilots or some shit.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so it was all the stuff you thought it was going to be,
Right.
and that's why I'm all like, look, I'm sorry, I will not date an ex-military chick. Like if I were single, which I haven't been for 20 something years, but
Sure.
if I were a single man and some chick was like, oh, I did 6 years in the Marine Corps, I'd be like, yep, you're done. Red flag.
Yeah, really. That's good to know. I'm going to be over there now. Bye bye.
Yeah, I'm going to be over there now. Or, oh, I was in the Army for some. First off, having been in the Army, no judgments, but the first thing every girl does when they join the Army is bang a black dude. That's number one.
Right.
Because they're away from mom and dad and they finally can get that experience. And then the second thing they do is pretty much bang every other dude in their platoon.
Right.
And it's
they'll
like,
bang a black dude and realize, oh, this is just like banging dudes. And
yeah, they bang the black dude. They realize that it's not special.
There's no magic.
Yeah,
There's no sorcery that occurs.
It's
Yeah.
just the same as banging anyone else.
Right.
But they got it out of their system because they really wanted to give it a shot,
Right.
Poured a whole Pam, yeah. And then after that, it's just like whoever happens to be around at the time,
Yeah.
It's like, well, you're here, so you'll do, for now or whatever. Boat brimming with semen, that's it. And
Yeah.
especially when she was talking about, well, according to the MOS I picked, I will be on an aircraft carrier. I was like, especially like, yeah, no fucking way.
No. Yeah.
I mean, I am not an idiot. I've got an uncle who was in the Navy, granted, not on an aircraft carrier, but still. I know what you whores be up to. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And the only thing I wonder is who's worse, like Navy, Army, or Marines. Maybe not Marines since half of their girls are lesbians, but I don't know. Are the Navy barracks bunnies worse than the Marine barracks? I don't know if the Navy calls theirs barracks bunnies. We call ours barracks bunnies.
Yep.
And a lot of times they're cute, little, 18, 19-year-old farm girls, first time away from mom and dad. They're just getting freaking ran through like crazy style. And then after a while, they end up marrying another GI. And all of the other GIs are like, freaking idiot. Yep, that's what happened with me too, Off-Grid Gamer. Same thing. My mom wanted as many kids as she could have. And then she had cancer, and that was it. My second wife, the Puerto Rican girl, she wanted like as many kids as I could put in her, and it kept not working. And we finally went to a doctor, and it turned out she had that disease that like scars up your uterus and everything at some point when she was young. The human papillo whatever thing.
Oh, the virus.
And the doctor told her, unfortunately, there was no way she would ever have kids. So, she divorced me. Well, I mean, which it all worked out great for me because I met my little Danish Viking and I've been happy ever since. But I have no ill will towards her. But the reality was she just couldn't see being married if she couldn't have kids.
If she couldn't have kids?
Yeah.
I mean, I
that
guess
was
there's
the whole reason she wanted to get married to me is one, she did love me. We were together for a while. And she wanted to have my babies. And when she found out she would never have any babies, she was just like, I'm not going to hang here with you. It's not fair, blah, blah, blah. And then she basically just become a party girl and whatever, had some cats.
Oh.
And
I guess, because that's weird. It's like, yeah, if she loves you, maybe like talk about adopting or like, I don't know. It seems like she went from 0 to 60 real quick with the whole I'm getting the hell out of here.
Well, let me tell you something about dating fiery Latinas.
Yeah.
Right? They go from 0 to 60 if you even look strange at anything.
Sure.
I mean, and she was no different, Now, could she cook some delicious beans and chicken and rice and stuff? Absolutely. Was she crazier than a freaking shithouse rat? Yeah. And on top of that, she was Puerto Rican with red hair.
Oh, God.
Red-headed Latina. It does.
That's crazy.
It
does. On occasion, yeah.
So, and if you're into this bullshit, which I'm not, a Sagittarian. She was into that. And apparently Sagittarians are supposed to be super fiery and, whatever. So
women justify the weirdest stuff with astrology.
They do, don't they? It's like,
yeah.
Like that's
that's my girlfriend's
not
like,
really
wow,
a real thing, right?
We understand why you could be moody because you're a Scorpio. And I was like, okie dokie. I don't know what the hell that means, but sure.
Yeah, I mean, she would always tell me we're a perfect couple because I'm a Sagittarius and you're an Aries. And I'd always be like, what?
What?
Okay. Like, but she was the kind of girl that would get like the whole freaking, chart done and talk about my moon and my freaking sun and where my Pluto was and my anus or Uranus or what. I mean, you know what I mean. She was like that, and she was that way too. And think I think her wanting a divorce and leaving was just her way of grieving.
Yeah.
And so she threw herself into the club scene for a while. We still talked a little bit. And then she ended up with some cats. And El Caliente is what it is. I tell you what. I mean, crazy as hell. I mean, but at the same time, pretty nice. So you just got to figure out, if you're willing to put up with that level of crazy. The thing though with a Latina, in my experience, is you get the crazy, but they tend to get over it really quick, and then you get the really crazy makeup sex.
Yeah.
Like a reverse cowgirl spanking her ass kind of makeup sex kind of stuff. See, I'd never talked this way about my wife. I respect her, but this ex from 25 years ago, so that was good, Yes, loving and passionate. You pissed them off.
Considering all the stories that you have where you're like, she was a crazy woman, she was also a crazy woman, and I'm like, I know why you dated the crazy women in my head. Now you're just explaining it so that the rest of the audience could know that it was.
The
intimacy.
My first ex was a redhead,
mm-hmm.
whose grandma came from the tip of the boot. I guess I liked the ethnic women back then, and she was just crazy as shit. But she wasn't cool. She wasn't cool like my second wife. She was crazy like evil.
Yeah.
So
I was gonna say it seems like she was pretty close to Sicily there, and we have discussed that the Sicilian blood will make you vengeful and crazy.
Right. So that one had to go, and she and I had a couple of kids, and luckily I got custody of them.
Okay.
Because that one was like legit needs to be on some SRIs or something.
Oh boy.
Now the second one, she was a great wife for like a couple years, and then when she found out she couldn't have kids, it was just like it broke her, is what it did. It broke her. Because she was your typical little Latina princess that dreamed of having 20 kids. You know what I mean? That was just her thing. My sitch was opposite. The blonde Nordic girl turned out to be the utter loon, and the Puerto Rican is grounded one I've been with for 22 years. That is the exact opposite, because my Puerto Rican was crazy as shit, but my Danish wife, we've been together like 22 years. No problems, really, She keeps the train running on time. She makes sure that I don't wallow in my own filth. I mean, it's good times, man. It's good times around here. And man of war. It's wild how. But like I said, my Latina was not an innately evil woman. She just wanted a certain life, and when she found out she was never going to get it, she just went on and did whatever she wanted to do. And that's like, okay, whatever. But it is what it is. She wasn't perfect. Few of us are. So it went the way it went, and that's the rest of the story. To quote what's his name that used to have the news show. At this point, I'm just chatting because I'm literally 2 pieces away from being done.
You've almost got it done. I was going to
say, my homeboy is going to have a big freaking power fist.
There you go.
because
I
I
was gonna say,
like
'cause,
big
he's
freaking power fist.
I don't think he had a head or arms the last we checked. He had legs, and the top was all connected. So
He has everything but his arms. And they're going to be the hardest part because these are pretty heavy. And to
Yep.
glue them while they're hanging,
yeah.
that's going to be a bit of a thing. But
Well, as GW's minis have gotten fancier in the recent years, they're that much harder to put together too.
oh
Because you
god,
have like these 2 points that are like, okay, I need these 2 tips of a needle together, and then I need to hold it there while the rubber cement, bonds them
freaking
together.
true, man, so true.
Yeah. I forgot which one was the last ones we were putting together. It was for we were talking about older games. One that's quick and fun, but they've just canceled it because it's quick and fun and cheap to play, was Warcry. And one of the armies for them was just a nightmare to put together. But it's nice because it's like you can get a team for $50, and you could play a game of that in 45 minutes. So
I'll tell you the set of miniatures that almost made me think about quitting the hobby altogether was my Dark Elf Blood Bowl team.
Okay.
Trying to put those spindly little bastards together, and why does every single player have to be made up of 30 parts?
Oh Lord.
I mean, how's that make sense? It's like
So that's why back when
them in one part. So why can't you cast them in 1 or 2 parts? I mean, do I really gotta glue the belt buckle on this guy? Paul, do you have a channel, Man of War?
I do not actually. I do not. I'm just glomming onto these other guys for now. That's pretty much the way
I
it
don't
goes.
care, but if you do get a channel, I will definitely follow you.
Sure. Yeah, I'll let you know. No, I've been hopping around. It's just it seems like the big thing in the scene right now is OSR, and I'm like I said, I'm not D&D's not even in my top 5, so I'm like, okay, guys, okay, all right.
Well,
I've heard all these.
I'm playing the, I guess, Hyperborea is OSR, but
but it just seems like that section.
But I'm a fan of so many non-D&D games. I mean, 2300, Star Frontiers. I know it's old and weird, but I love it. Conan 2-20, I love it. I ran Doom 2-20, loved it. So it's just
I'd want to see Dune 2D20 because when it came up in discussion, somebody was saying, I think it was Crafty Matt was saying that it plays almost like a. Well, he was going big on the whole Bronstein thing and talking about that, and I was like, okay, well, let's have a look at this, and it's very much kind of that's that. What is that domain level of play? Since I guess you're playing these nobles from the galactic houses in Dune, which are like you're watching over planets and covering all the stuff for that.
You can absolutely do that, yeah.
Yeah, so it's like, oh, okay, that'd be kind of interesting to check out because I'm playing in my Sunday game that didn't play today because the guy was out of town, but they've been playing AD&D for like 40 something years, and nobody can recall a time that they did domain play at all. It's just a style of D&D that nobody does anymore, where you're running a kingdom and all that stuff.
Oh yeah, I always did that.
Yeah.
When I was young, I had to come up with a set of rules for my now past best friend's character to figure out like how many children his wife would have, like he got to roll like once or twice a year to see if she had a child. And then I came up with rules where I combined their attributes and then tried to find the average plus, die for or whatever, so that, the kids would be like their parents. And then his character died of old age at 70 something. And he started playing his son, who was also a cavalier. And fortunately for him, I guess, my brother Haas or Hungar was playing a dwarf. So he had capped out his level cap at 7. But he was a young dwarf when he started hanging out with Thyric Ben Falona was his name. Why he picked a Hebrew in there, I don't know, but he did.
Yeah.
And because I'm pretty sure he was Lithuanian, but anyway, So the dwarf, Nalbar, Nalbar something hammer, ended up kind of being the mentor to the son of the dwarf's old adventuring partner. And Falik bin Verona was his name. He had a kingdom, not really a kingdom, more like a county or a duchy, you know. And he had given Nalbar control of all the hills because they'd found a lot of copper in them. So Nalbar the dwarf, Haas's character, had like called all of his relatives in from various other places and, you know, started a whole dwarven hold there. And then there were a lot of other players involved. There was like a mage that had built a tower and an elf ranger that had, well, yeah, he's, I think, an elf ranger or an elf warrior, whatever he was, but he was in the region. And so my whole group was there, but unfortunately the humans died after a while because, you know, after a while, like you're saying with domain play, you're not talking about every other day. It's like you sit down and like my buddy Marcus would be like, okay, I'm going to send some patrols up to the north to see what's going on, blah, blah, blah. And that could take a month.
Sure. Yep.
So all of a sudden you go from 6-second rounds to 10-minute turns to weeks and months between anything happening, you know. And plus he had a bunch of other characters that were his henchmen that were like level 4, level 5, you know, and he could send them out to do shit. And so, I went whole hog during that campaign on that.
Yeah.
And
I always thought that was a cool idea because I got to play Pendragon, and that was one of the first things they added where it's like you're only going out and questing during the spring and summer, but then the winter phase of every year is when like you go to take care of your castle or get married, have kids, etc.
Yeah, you do all your upkeep. You make sure nobody's been betraying you.
Yeah.
You maybe, you know, maybe you might do a thing where you go to another lord's castle and everybody reads poetry and shit, you know, and maybe you get married or something. But that's a big thing in L5R. In L5R in the winter, the clans all generally, one of the clan leaders will pick that he's going to throw this huge thing at his castle and everybody goes. And
that's what's cool because it's like
Scorpion guys try to assassinate everybody. And
well, that's the cool thing. It's like you do the regular warfare during summer, but then winter is when all the courtiers are trying to screw each other over in court. And it's a very social kind of combat. Yeah, that was always great. L5R is one of the one games that I had a character, who got married and then actually had started a family because one of the advantages was Imperial Spouse. So I had a it wasn't a Kodo. Who were the other guys there?
Akoma?
It was the Akoma.
Blind clan, probably.
No, I was a Akoma because I was a tactician. So, because I was commanding an army.
Akoma are the bards. Akado are the.
But there's a tactician school. There's like an Akoma tactician school or something like that.
Yeah.
In the edition we were playing.
Be a tactician.
So it was that, and then I had a spouse that was from the Sapun family. They were like the guards of the Imperial family.
Oh, damn. Look at you.
So it was really because I had an Imperial spouse. So it was really kind of cool. So when we went to court, that was like our inn because we were playing all lions. So we had in a Akoma, or I was in Akoma. I was an Akodo that went to the Akoma tactician school. We had an Akoma that went to the Berserker school, which was
the Matsu school.
The Matsu, and then we had another guy.
There's a weird mutation with the Matsu family, where the men tend to be small, but the women tend to be big as shit.
Yeah.
And that's how you end up with like Matsu Suri, and it's like a 7-foot tall woman with a big fucking, pole arm getting ready to wreck you. And then you had Matsu, what was his name? Matsu whatever, and he was the ninja that wore the white ninja gear. Mm-hmm. He was in the original set of cards.
Oh, the card game. Yep.
Yeah, and he was a Matsu, but had somehow went through the shinobi school.
Mm-hmm.
So interesting character, you know.
Which
but-
in later lore, I'm sure they would have been like, that can't happen or whatever. Because that was the interesting thing. Because
well, there are no ninjas,
no,
but the
officially,
Scorpion Clan does have a shinobi school,
yeah, that's true. Yeah,
but they don't
That
ever
was-
talk about it.
nope. Yeah, I
And
don't
they
know
talk
what you're
about
talking
how
about.
you know how all the Scorpion Clan guys wear. Well, I'm going to close down a little bit, Bear. Wear a mask. There's a story in one of the books, maybe even the Scorpion Clan book, about how they were trying to hunt the Scorpion guy down.
Mhm.
He just took his mask off
Yeah, yeah,
and wore normal clothes, so
yeah.
they didn't know who they were even looking for because he just looked like a citizen of Rokugan, you know. And it's like, whatever.
That was what was cool about the lore, because when the first card game came out, you were like, "Oh, those dastardly scorpions," and then it came out with the story of like, "Oh no, the Scorpion clan pretty much sacrificed their own personal honor to be the underhand of the emperor."
That is their whole thing. Yeah,
Yeah, they're like, "No,
as
we have
they
to be this
say,
way."
The crane is the left hand of the empire. The lion is the right hand of the empire, and the scorpion is the underhand of the empire.
Yeah.
They sacrifice their honor because they're, you know how they have pillars, right?
Mhm.
Well, Lion Clan's pillar is honor. Scorpion Clan's pillar is loyalty.
Yeah,
So they will do literally whatever it takes to make
Yep.
sure the emperor, you know, doesn't get effed over by the Shaolins or whatever, you know.
and that was one of the cool things.
Its duty.
Yeah,
And,
because the wall. Yep.
Yeah. Whiny bitch ass Crab Clan guys. Yes, we know you're on the wall. Calm the
I
F
forgot
down.
what dragons was.
I don't know what the dragon was because I mean
'Cause I
they
know-
were the only clan whose Kami was still alive.
He was hiding out. Yeah, he was
He's
still
hiding
alive.
out, pretending to be immortal.
That was-
lady.
Well, that was
He
an
was
interesting
still
reveal
kicking.
where you were like, "What's making all these monks crazy?" And it's like, "Oh, because they would use the blood of the kami, who is a dragon, to give
To
them the
tattoo
tattoos. That's how they got magical powers." And you're like,
Right,
"Oh,
right.
okay."
So
That's
you
why they
have
would-
all these Izumi tattooed men run around. They can breathe fire and leap 20 feet and do all this crazy shit. And
Yeah.
it's just like, all right. And then the Phoenix, they basically were the clan no one gave a shit about, unfortunately.
They were all about knowledge. That was their weird thing. That was the one where it was like their kami wasn't the leader of the clan; he was just guarding it. There you go,
Yeah, their Kami was actually Sheba.
Shiba, who was
But
the twin
For
brother. of the
whatever reason,
clan.
Sheba become the protector of the sorceress or whatever.
Yeah, they've got the best Yojimbo school. They're the best bodyguards.
And then they had a big battle to see who would be the emperor, and in the end, Akado was defeated by Hantai,
Yep.
and Hantai become the emperor. But then that all changes. If you follow the card game storyline in the modern era, the empress is actually Dragon Clan.
Yeah.
Before she become the empress, because of
Yeah.
the whole 12 scrolls, and you know,
They had some big, because they had these big events, and it was like all the Dragon Camp players had enough points, so they chose like a dragon character to be.
yeah,
I forgot
because
what it was.
Yogo Junzo, who was a Scorpion or Crab Clan,
Scorpion Shugenja.
yeah,
Scorpion. Yeah.
he opened up the freaking Shadowlands and
Yep.
basically blew up the Caillou Wall, and the Emperor got possessed by the evil Kami. What's his name? Fuling.
Fulong or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
actual Emperor got possessed by Fuling, and that caused the Lion Clan civil war because some of the lions were like, "We don't give a shit. We're the Imperial Guards, and we're going to defend him regardless."
Yeah.
But Akado Tatori was like, "The dude is a demon."
Right.
So the lion went at it and had a massive civil war, and eventually, thanks to the help of the Mantis clan,
Yeah.
and of course their leader, that giant bastard, what's his name?
Oh,
With
God
the
damn.
two freaking commies he carries.
Yoritomo. Yeah.
Yoritomo, the son of thunder, and Tagashi himself. They finally managed to kill the evil god, but unfortunately that was the last member of the Hantai family. So
Yeah.
then they had to do this big thing to determine who would be the next emperor. And in the end, it ended up being some very young Dragon Clan woman who the spirits and the kami and everybody agreed was, you know, it's like a Buddhist thing, you know, like
Sure.
pick a thing. You're the emperor. Yay. You know?
Yeah.
But I mean, think about this though. And you and I have been talking about L5R for a bit now. It's like no other role-playing game has the depth and level of lore as this game. I mean,
it went for a while.
It literally goes back 30 years.
Yeah.
And that's even if you never saw the card game at all.
Yeah.
I mean, it just, you know, like,
because there's the whole thing too where they had the second city, which was they had this thing called the Destroyer War, where these golems showed up and were just wrecking through like that southwest area, and it turned out it was from, because this is like mythic Japan, so this is almost like mythic India where they're invading in from.
Yeah, there's that kind of Indian country to the south there.
Yeah, they called it the Ivory Kingdoms or whatever it was. They came in, but then after that, the Empire was like, wait, so what the hell happened then? Where are all these people? And you go and explore. They set up a second city, like a Rokugani city in the Ivory Kingdoms to investigate where'd all the people go, because there was some kind of cult to like Kali that imbued their souls into these golems who were just wreaking havoc throughout all of Rokugan the whole time.
And so then they broke my heart because my favorite character ever, because he was broken as hell, Matsugoi.
Mm-hmm.
They sent him on a quest to take Bayushi Kamiko to the land of the desert or whatever.
Oh, the Burning Sands.
She was banished and he had to go with her. But the reality is they were sick and tired of people who played lion decks using Matsugoi to just crush people in turn 4. So they made up a reason to, because they always said, we're never going to ban a card. So no, Matsugoi just went away.
Yeah.
Because he was
banned the card, but the character's gone.
Yeah, a 1/3 samurai with 4 armor, which meant if you had strength of purity in your hand, you become like a 6/6 samurai. You could literally destroy enemy provinces turn 2 with this guy.
With one guy, yeah.
Yeah, and you know, a lot of people were like, "Nah, we're not big fans of this." You know, plus my deck had To Do What We Must, Evil Feeds, and In the Name of Honor, which were event cards. Mm-hmm. And what they all did was the same thing, basically. Whoever had the lowest honor between you and your opponent had to destroy their leftmost province.
Oof.
Except I'm playing Lion, so I have the highest honor always. And if you're playing the army of Yogo Junzo, you're straight F in the A with your negative honor bullshit. And then To Do What We Must, I have to destroy a province, but so do you. Yeah. And then the third one, you have to destroy a province. So I played the guy one game, and turn 3, he had 1 province because those events came up.
Yeah.
And it was just like, and he's sitting there looking at Matsugoi with the ancestral sword of the lion, and he's just like, pick this shit up. He's like, yeah. That's what was cool. Right. It's been like 6 hours. I told you I was going to leave, but one thing you'll learn, us Southerners, it does take us like an hour to say goodbye.
Yeah, I noticed.
We'll follow you to the car, man. But it's been great talking to you, bro. And
it was a good time.
I'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, for sure, man. We'll catch you next time.
Yeah, next time, for sure. Next